Morning and welcome to a very, very sunny Leicestershire. You join us for the fourth round of the 2025 Mallory Park Electric Motocross Series. And boy, oh boy, are we excited. 60 motos coming your way, split across today and Sunday. The temperature is up, the spirits are high in the paddock, and we are so excited to go racing. You join myself, Ross McIntyre, Alex Rizzoli alongside me in the commentary box. Alex, we've had a bit of time to walk around the paddock, get off bearings, watch some bikes on track. Not long before they get racing now. This is set to be a fantastic weekend.
Absolutely, and a very warm weekend as well. To that, obviously, temperatures reaching about 31 yesterday here. It was an incredibly hot weekend. It was actually warmer here than it was in Greece, believe it or not. So that doesn't tell you just how warm it is this weekend and how difficult it might be for the riders this weekend. Obviously, with all of their gear on, it's going to be a hot one. So just in a little bit, we will be starting with the 12-inch class, the 3 to 4 year old riders. We're going to have a 4-lap race on that. Then race 2 coming to you after that is the 16-inch, again 3 to 4 years old there. Race 3. Round 3 is the 16-inch, 5 to 6 years, so similar to race 2, but just a little bit older there. 5 laps for both of the 16 inches. Then we move on to the 18 and 20-inch class, again 6 to 8 years old, 4 laps in that one. Race 5 will be the 18 to 20s again, but 9 to 13 year old on that, 5 laps of them as well. We're not running the E1 class this weekend, but we will be running the E2 to 5 classes as well. So the E2 will have 5 laps, then after that, E3 will have 7 laps, then E4 will have 6, E5 will have 7, and the Suron Cup, which we are desperately looking forward to, which will be a very, very good 7 laps in that. So we're going to be doing basically that block that I've just read out. We're going to be doing that 3 times today and 3 times tomorrow. So we've got quite a job on our hands this weekend, doing 60 races, as Ross mentioned earlier. But I'm really looking forward to it. It's the first time, obviously, we've covered anything like electric motocross. So, Ross, what are you thinking about this weekend, and how do you think the riders are going to acclimatise to this actually pretty new track?
It is, yeah. Obviously, we've only done 3 rounds this season. This is the first round that's been broadcast as well, so it's grown so much already. I was listening into the rider briefing earlier on. The first round at the start of the season, only 50 sign-ups. Today we've got nearly 120, so it's already exploded in size, over double the amount turning up to each round, and it'll continue to grow, I'm sure, as the season progresses. Already in the second half as well, only a 6-round championship, this being round 4, so we are over the halfway mark, and we will start to be keeping an eye on some championship tables as well. First race coming up very, very shortly, I'm sure, but it should be interesting to see. Obviously, the heat is something we absolutely have to factor in. Motocross is undoubtedly one of the most physical forms of motorsport in the world, and in temperatures like this, with the track so dry, it's a very hard pack track surface as it is. It's been artificially watered down just to try and get some dust down, maybe add a bit more grip in some corners, but it's drying out so quickly. So I think grip might be a bit of an issue, and rider fatigue, especially towards the end of the weekend with those 6 races for each of the riders. I think it's something we're going to have to keep an eye on, but still should be very, very exciting racing. And some riders as young as 3 years old out there on the track. I don't know what I was doing at 3 years old. Certainly wasn't doing this. Yeah,
absolutely. We've got a fantastic weekend. As you can see there, beautiful blue skies up above us here, as we say, at Mallory Park for the Mallor-E Championship this weekend. So the first championship that we're going to talk about is the riders, as you can see, who are just waiting to come out on track on this very, very dusty day. I can guarantee you that every single vehicle you can see on the right-hand side of your screen is going to be lathered with dust by the time today and tomorrow ends. But it's worth mentioning the championship order coming into this round. Blake Ford is actually tied for the win at the minute, tied for the lead with Freddie Mason. They are both on 230 points. In third, we have Riley Hickenbottom with 215, AJ Garwood in P4 with 202, and Creeracker Grant in 5th place as well. So those are sort of the top 5 there. We last round out at round 3, Theo Shears took a couple of wins. He took 4 wins and I believe 5 podiums as well last time out. Albie Clark as well had a very good weekend, quite a few podiums for them as well. As you can see on screen, we're looking at the lovely number 4 bike there, which is Freddie Fennell. Fantastic there, alongside the number 3 of Eli Rudd, as well as we can see all of these riders coming onto the track to start our first race of the weekend.
Absolutely. Riders getting ready to go. Should be very interesting to see how it's all going to unfold. You can see there the main track in the background. There will be lots of action on there as well today. Of course, we are part of the BMF, the British Motorcycle Federation Connected event, celebrating 65 years of the British Motorcycle Federation. There's lots of on-track action, lots of talks and workshops from different clubs, a few race teams there as well. Lots of things over women riders and mental health for the motorcycle community in the UK. So that's a fantastic thing that's going on over there. And of course, if you're here watching along in person this weekend, make sure you head down and check it out. We had a little wander around yesterday. Great to see some face and see what's going on. But what we're here for is this. Of course, the riders getting ready behind the starting gate. Shouldn't be too long until we are going racing very, very shortly. And we are all very, very excited. Alex, any last predictions before we go into this one? Can we expect chaos?
Oh, of course. Whenever you introduce kids and motocross, it's always a recipe for excitement here. And it's just going to be a great race, I think. Obviously, these riders are going to be going round in a couple of moments. But these 12-inch bikes, it means basically the 12-inch wheels. Most of these bikes do have the 170-watt motor in, but they can also have the 250-watt motor as well, which is driven, hub driven, and it's got a lot more acceleration, but the same top end as well. So you do have an advantage if you have the 250-watt motor.
You absolutely do. A few changes to the track coming in to this week compared to rounds gone by. We've got a new tabletop. That's after turn number 3, so you'll be seeing these guys bombing over that for the first time. Some riders were able to get it done in practice yesterday. A few more riders only able to make it to the track this morning, but they did have a brief practice session earlier, so they hopefully have got a bit more use of that. Some of the corners just a little bit reprofiled as well, and the younger riders as well, they will be skipping out a few corners, so they won't be going up the second of the massive hill sections that we see. They'll be skipping that one out. They will still be going up the first one. That second massive section, Suron Summit as it's been christened, they will be reserved for the older riders on the quicker, more powerful bikes. There we see Jack Ford, series organizer, just having a last few words with some of our marshals, some of our parents, and the riders, of course, there behind the start gates. They are all ready to get racing in a moment. We're just waiting to see if the 5-second board's going to pop out in a short moment time. The hand goes up. I think it's time to go racing. Let's kick-start things here at Mallory Park. We are underway in the first moto of the weekend as they bomb their way down into turn 1. That looks like it is going to be the 3, but not quite. Someone else sweeping through to take the whole shot as they go with the first jump. That looked like it was the 158 of Riley Hickenbottom who slid on by there. Now making their way through turn 3, known as the bowl. You can really get up onto the banking there before swinging it back inside. Brief right-hander. Now here we see the new tabletop. Up and over. These guys won't be getting that much air over here. Just not quite enough pace on the bikes, but still very, very tricky to try and get over there on the opening lap. All looks so clean so far there, Alex. Looks like Riley Hickenbottom got a great start away from the gates.
Yeah, absolutely. A nice clean getaway from all of the riders, which we like to see there. The 26 chasing the 21 as well. The 245 just behind them as well. All the riders just taking it nice and gently, obviously, for the first lap and the first race of the weekend. As you can see, lots of dust being kicked up, even just by these tiny bikes compared to some of the other bikes that we're going to see as well. Going through the K-Tech curb there. Very, very nice as we come to finish our first lap over the triple hump here. Fantastic. Lovely stuff. Oh, the 21 again being chased by the 26 and 245 just behind. The 21 now completes the triple bump and goes on to start the second of 4 laps.
Absolutely did. Looks like one of the number 3s got through there. I believe it was Blake Ford who's now taken the lead away from Hickenbottom. That was as they were coming through the whoop sections. This track, one of the only younger rider orientated motocross tracks in the country that does have a whoop section. That's fantastic to see. Some of the bigger bikes as well later on, you'll see them maybe doubling, even tripling through there with the lucky rider down. That is the 158 of Hickenbottom up on their feet, which is good to see. But the rider who did get the whole shot at the start of the race already encountering issues here. It is warm, it is dry, it is dusty, very, very tricky conditions for these young riders to try and negotiate negotiate, and you can see a couple of them struggling, one down already, a few of them just tiptoeing their way through the corners, trying to make sure they stay on the bike. That's the 21 we see there, Freddie Mason at the front of your picture. He's being tailed by the 26 of AJ Garwood as it stands, as they make their way, skipping through what is Suron Summit up there before they make their way through this left-hander and then into K-Tech Curve. Yellow flags waving there, so an issue, and that is the race leader. The number 3 of Blake Ford has now gone down as well, back on the bike and gets it going once again. That allows the number 21 of Freddie Mason into the lead, but Ford straight back on it through the whoops, tries to look to the outside into turn 1, can't quite get it. Halfway through this race now as we start lap number 2. We've got a race on our hands here, Alex.
We do indeed. That's the 21 of Freddie there. He is the championship, the joint championship leader as well with Blake Ford currently. He has been chased by the number 3 of Eli Rudd. So it is Rudd v Mason so far in this race. Obviously, we've seen a couple of riders having a few sketchy moments coming through the Suron Summit as well. The 21 being chased by the number 3. The number 3 getting a bit closer now as we're on this straight there. The 21 just seems to have it under control coming around this corner here at Suron Summit, but the 21 gets a bit slower. Can the 3 get a better exit? It looks like the 21's just going to hold on to it for now, but as we go through the right-hander on the exit of Suron Summit, number 3 takes a wider line. The 21 to the outside. Oh, he cuts to the inside of this corner. The number 3 has to take avoiding action there. He's pedaling his way around, well, metaphorically pedaling, I should say, going through the K-Tech Curve right now. Oh, it is side by side. The number 3 has gone slightly into the back of the number 21 there as we go over this section here of the bumps. Number 1, number 2, number 3, and it is gonna be for one more lap around this track. The number 21, as I say, been chased by the number 3. It's a great race so far. We've seen a couple of riders a little bit down, but they're straight back on their bikes. We can see another one in the background there having a little bit of a moment, but they're okay. The number 3 still trying to chase. Oh, they're trying to give chase. Eli Rudd on the back of Mason. Rudd trying to go left and right if he can. That is Blake Ford, sorry. Blake Ford as well on the number 3. The number 21, it looks like they are lapping one of the other riders there. Oh, just getting a little bit stuck behind another bike there, Ross.
Absolutely. Looks like it's been really mind game stuff from Freddie Mason, parking the bike coming into the corners to try and keep his co-championship leader behind him. Of course, that'll all change if they finish in this order. Opportunity, though, maybe for Ford as they come to lap. Traffic draws alongside. This could be a drag race right to the end. Mason has the inside, gets a little bit sideways into the corner. We've seen Ford already get unseated in this race. He went down earlier as he draws to the inside for K-Tech Curve. Can't quite make it work. Mason holds that inside once again, parks the bike. Lovely stuff as they bring it home. Only the whoops to go before the checkered flag. Can Ford get the run? I don't think he will. Checkered flag will wave. It will be Freddie Mason that wins the opening moto of the weekend in the 12-inch 3 to 4 year class. Blake Ford, a very close second, but in a chaotic 4 laps that saw riders down, riders struggling, and lap traffic causing contention. It is Mason that takes the early advantage here, takes moto number 1 on Saturday with a nice little win as well. So that is definitely something that we need to be keeping our eye on in this class, Alex. Just the chaos that's been causing. Yes, it's the first race. Yes, riders still maybe trying to get a gauge of things, how the bike is, how the track is. But there was lots of drama out on that track. Freddie Mason stands alone at the top.
Absolutely, a great race there. We saw quite a bit of action between the number #3 and Freddie as well. A great race there for our first race of the day. A great race as we've seen. As you can see, Freddie there having a little bit of a celebration on his own, being congratulated by all of the parents. As we see a little grandstand there as well, provided by J&H Scaffolding this weekend. All the parents and brothers and sisters and all the family members there giving everyone a little wave as well. Fantastic, lovely stuff. So what do you think of the first race there, Ross?
Yeah, really interesting race to kickstart things here this weekend. We saw the rider who got the whole shot away from the gates, Riley Hickenbottom, lead the first lap before going down, and then that tussle between Ford and Mason all the way to the end. Really, really smart riding there by Freddie Mason, just stopping the bike in the mid-corner, which meant that Ford, even though he had the momentum and looked like he had the pace to get through, just could not quite do it. Had to really get out of it. Actually got out of the seat a couple of times because he was having to jump on the brakes so much. So that could be something to watch over the remaining 2 races for today for this class, and the remaining 3 races looking forward to tomorrow as well. So that does mean as well that Freddie Mason does now take the championship lead by a small handful of points. So that'll be 1 point gap now separating the pair of them. So not quite out at the top anymore. But if they're going to be racing like that across the rest of the weekend, it could go backwards and forwards.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now on the screen you can see the 16-inch of the 3 to 4 years old class as well. We've got 5 laps here, and this 16-inch class being sponsored by Macadam. And also the Round 4 sponsor, also supported by the Factory Triumph British Super Sport team as well. So these bikes have the 250 watts motors in as well, but most of these 16-inch wheeled bikes do have the 250 watt motors as standard. So we can see on our screen there, that is the number 3 of Eli Rudd, I believe, there in there, and the 21 alongside him of Tommy Brown as well. In this championship, it will be Carter Anderson, who is the number 20, who leads the championship by about 40 odd points from Blake Ford and Joey Plass in third. Joey Plass last time out having a great weekend, which is fantastic, and it is going to be the race start, and it's her arms down, and we are underway for round 1 or race 1 of the 16-inch bikes there. All the bikes getting through very, very cleanly. That is Eli Rudd getting a very, very good start, and Charlie Stark as well in P1. As we can see, all the riders getting around very, very cleanly. There we go. Obviously, these bikes a little bit bigger than we've just seen. A 5-lap race ahead of us, Ross.
Absolutely, yeah. The big 16-inch wheels means they maybe get a bit more power, a bit more ground clearance as well. One thing to know, we would have just seen some of these riders in the previous race. A lot of riders doing 2 classes here. That's 12 motos across the weekend. They are going to be very, very tired as they make their way up to the top of Mallory Mountain for the first time, just easing their way through, seeing how the bikes are behaving. Of course, with an electric motor beneath you get all of the torque, all of the power instantly when you twist the throttle, so it can kick you out, can cause you some issues if you're a bit too greedy. There's a battle going on here for the lead of the race. That is the 33 of Charlie Stark, who got the whole shot and will lead on lap number 1. Carter Anderson, the 20, the championship leader, hot on his tail though as they make their way down to turn number 1. Slightly wider line from start there, using that banking to get the momentum as we get a little bit of air time there for the 20 over the jump. Now making their way back to the bowl. Again, you can't actually run that high up on the banking there. It is a bit grassy, so it can slow you down, but it is an option there as they now go over the tabletop for the second time. Wow, the 20 really, really committed into the jumps, getting a lot of airtime already. Can he translate that aggression into pace, though? Can he try and get into the lead of this one?
Absolutely. He's chasing the number 33, Charlie Stark, at the minute. As they come down the bottom of the hill, they turn to the right, and obviously because these are the smaller bikes, they don't go on that hill that you can see in the back of the shot there. But the number 20 getting ever closer to the 33 in this. Oh, the number 33 has a little moment there, but so does the 20. The 33 will keep the lead. Now going over these bumps here. 1, 2, 3. They're almost neck and neck, and it looks like the 20 might send it down the inside of the 33. Oh, the 33 just covers the metaphorical door there, going in there as we go over another bump. The 33 to the right, and the 20 follows him. Are they going to get some more air? Oh, the 20 does. It's like he's pulling stunts here. It's fantastic to watch, Ross.
Absolutely is. Once again, seeing a similar thing to what we saw in the opening moto in the 12-inch class, where the leader maybe doesn't quite have the pace of the rider in second, but is just defending perfectly, just sticking the bike on the inside line. Of course, there's no ruts here at the moment. The ground is too dry, so it's all flat track racing so far. You just cover the inside, you just basically park the bike mid-corner, and the rider behind just can't find the way through. Has to get on the brakes, get off the throttle, and it kills all their momentum as well. So coming to the end of this lap very, very shortly. A few more corners to go through the K-Tech curve. You can use that banking up on the outside, almost berm like that corner, to use that pace there and get that momentum back to the whoop section. Won't be seeing these guys double, don't quite have the pace, but a little bit of airtime over there. Stark still leads on the 33 from the 20, but it is still very, very close, and it must be said, Carter Anderson looking very, very quick as well. There's a few riders further back as well. That looks to be the number 22 of Joey Plass that we see there. I believe he's running in third place at the moment, having a really good ride so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, there we go. We can see him getting a little bit of diagonal air there for the number 22 bike, riding very well, making sure that he stands up, going over the bumps, going round the curves there. Number 22, very nice. You can see it's so dry, getting a little bit more air there as well. It's lovely to see from these young riders. Obviously, these riders are only 3 or 4 years old, which is incredible to see on these bigger bikes coming round the top of the mountain and the hill here. The 22 goes round to the right. Here we go. As you can see, the dust is being kicked up already. We're only on race 2, and you can just see how dry it is as he takes a very, very tight, nice apex there. And that is one of our leaders, I believe. Is that Charlie Stake, the number 33? Yes, it is. He's stopped at the side of the track. We have a little off there, but he's on his bike and he's straight on his way. But that is going to be the race lead out of his hands, and that is going to gift it to Carter Anderson. There we go, who we can see on our screens now. Lots of multicoloured protectors on him. There we go, as we go round, as he's trying to chase, I believe, a couple of other bikes going up the hill.
Absolutely, yeah. Problems there then for the race. Oh, and that's a big one. That is a big one there. Someone down. We'll continue on for the time being anyway. Carter Anderson does have the race lead as a result of Stark going down. Looks like the handlebars may have been bent for Charlie Stark as well, as we had a look. But continuing around anyway, yellow flags waving, of course, for the 20 of Carter Anderson as they bring their way round now through K-Tech curve. Then the final corner and over the whoop section. Final lap, and it is in fact the final lap. We're going to get the checkered flag waving, and Carter Anderson, a little bit of luck on his side as his competitor goes down, takes the race win in the opening moto of the weekend for the 16-inch 3 to 4 year class. A great race between himself and Charlie Stark. Stark unfortunately came a cropper, came off the bike. Looks like he may have bent the handlebar as well, but I believe he was able to continue the race as Eli Rodd there, I believe he finished a lap down in the end. But it is Carter Anderson that takes that victory. Hopefully the rider that went down is okay. We'll let you know as soon as we know. But once again, a very, very fascinating race. There is Stark coming across the line. I believe he would have finished in about P3 at the end of that one. So was able to recover. Bike looks okay from this angle as well. So hopefully not a lot of damage. Hopefully no bent handlebars, because they can be a nightmare to fix. But it is Carter Anderson that takes the victory in the opening moto for the 16-inch 3 to 4 year class. Of course, they'll be back out 5 more motos for these guys across this weekend. But a very, very fascinating race there, Alex. And again, track conditions, very, very tricky. Seeing a fair few riders struggling, a fair few riders coming off.
Absolutely. You can just see as the riders come over these, you can just see all the little rocks that keep flying off left and right. Just, you know, not even going that quickly, but it is so dry here. If you go on the grass, if you go on the, obviously the dirt, if you hit a rock, it is so slippy. And that obviously comes with its own set of challenges compared to road racing. You know, it's what makes motocross very interesting, is one single rock could ruin your race.
Absolutely could. As we're getting ready for the 16-inch 5 to 6 year class now, these riders are a little bit over and older and already getting ready to go behind the gate as we're just waiting for a few more moments. Once again, track conditions very, very dry here and very, very tricky. Not a lot of grip, no ruts to dig into out there on the circuit. So people struggling. Of course, these younger riders, most of this is just about getting them on the bike and experience, getting them track time, about learning your craft and improving and showing what you can do on a motocross bike in the first place. But at the same time, they want to put on a show. They want to try and have a strong race as well. As we're coming forward, just waiting to get going. There we see Jack Ford, the series organizer. He's the one in control of the start gate, so he'll be setting them underway, and surely you can see his foot going to the pedal that sets it off. and we should be getting ready to go racing. 5-second board will be up. We'll see the hand go up from Jack to signal that he's ready to set them underway. And as soon as we have that confirmation, the start gates will go down, which it does. Now we get underway for the first moto of the day in the 16-inch 5 to 6 class. That is a great start there, and a very, very clear hole shot for one of the riders who rocketed away from the start gate. Brilliant stuff as they're all scrambling for position behind him, trying to negotiate there through not just the tricky conditions, but other bikes as well. You can see all the dust being kicked up there as there's the number 7 struggling. That's Boyce Clements having a bit of a fight there with the number 50 as they make their way up to the top of Mallory Mountain for the first time in this one, making their way around. The number 7 makes his way through as well. But yeah, very close racing early doors, but someone has rocketed away at the front of the pack. A very, very clear hole shot. You can see already as the 16 goes down there, problems there. But, man, oh man, what a start that was for our race leader.
Yeah, absolutely. A great start. He just took the lead immediately away.
Oh,
no, that's the number 16 that we've just been watching there. Obviously, commentators curse there. As soon as we talk about him, he goes down. But we're hopefully that rider is okay. Looks like we've got a yellow flag out on track at the minute, and that is the number 50 that we are looking, and that is Junior Garbutt there, having a great little race so far, trying to kick his way, trying to give himself more speed, coming around this, as we say, new track or sort of new layout for a couple or all of these riders, as we say every time that they come here, whether it's weather conditions or anything. This is not the same track as they will have been on before, and that looks like the 313 of Theo Hancock there, rocketing away, little GoPro in his helmet there. He's in P2 at the minute, going to try and challenge that leader that just got an incredible hole shot, Ross, and he was just incredible off the lead there, going over the bumps. There we go, trying to get a little bit of air. That is the number 22 there, Harry Perkins, who rocketed away from the start. As look at that, he doesn't even want to sit down, he just wants to try and get his race over and done as soon as possible, Ross.
Yeah, it was a great start from Perkins. Maybe not quite the advantage that he had at the end of the first lap. Everyone scrambling for position a little bit, and we did see there, of course, closing up Theo Hancock, I believe it was, that got a little bit closer behind. But that is very, very strong stuff from Perkins at the start of this moto as he negotiates his way around Mallory Mountain. Big kick from the rear of the bike as he gets a little greedy on the throttle, but looks all in control for the moment as he brings it down now, sticking very hard to the inside. Don't think there's any grip at all on the outside through that corner. Now coming into K-Tech curve again, not seeing anyone willing to try and use that banking on the outside just yet. Everyone still's maybe just not quite confident through the whoops once again. Nice and easy, doesn't need to try and risk pushing it. There is second place to 3-1-3 of Theo Hancock, also heading through the whoops now. Again, not a huge advantage, but it's still there. So maybe that's why we are seeing the race leader just not quite pushing to 100%. You can tell he's just bringing it back, reserving it a little bit. He doesn't want to have an incident go off and throw this motor away.
Exactly. He's already got quite a lead on second place as well, but look at this rider, the skill. Oh, a big jump there. That was lovely to see there as he now comes up to the top of Mallory Mountain. He's going to take it nice and tight, and the obviously advantage with these electric bikes over normal petrol bikes is these don't have any points where you can bog down with them. Because they're electric, you have maximum torque all the time, so that is sensational. You can just see there a perfect example of it there. Usually on a petrol bike that would maybe bog down a little bit, you wouldn't be able to get a good exit, but here you just have maximum torque coming out of the corners. And we have one rider down there as well, but he's straight up on his feet as well, which is good to hear. So this is, as we say, our race leader as well of Junior Garbutt there. Coming over the bumps there, number 22 as well, getting a great bit of air. Fantastic to see there. That is our race leader having a fantastic race so far, coming up Mallory Mountain, taking it nice and steady. Doesn't need to push any limits at the minute, but he still will go at some paces. He's actually coming up behind some lap traffic on the outside as well. Lovely to see there, as we've now got another bike there on the outside as well of K-Tech. set curve. Either he's got something going on at home or maybe in the paddock waiting for him, because he really, really wants this win. Over the 3 bumps now, and it's the final lap, and he will take the win for the first race of the 16-inch 5 to 6 year class. A great result there. You know, Ross, as soon as the gate fell, he was just straight in the lead.
Harry Perkins continuing his good form that we've seen so far this season. Swept round number 3, all 6 wins in this class. The 22 potentially unmatched. We saw some solid efforts as well. The 313 of Theo Hancock did get closer as the moto progressed. We also saw the 50 of Junior Garbett getting on as well, and I believe he finished in P3 at the end of that one. So lots of things to think about moving forward in the 16-inch 5 to 6 year old class as we head onwards. So a very, very interesting race. Again, conditions still very, very tricky. The heat perhaps getting to some of the riders. The bone dry track surface will definitely be catching a few of them out, as well as a few more riders still yet to finish the race. So we see one just banging over the whoop section for the final time to take the checkered flag. But it was another dominating performance there from Harry Perkins on the 22 to take the victory in the opening moto of the weekend in the 16-inch 5 to 6 year class. And now it is time to get ourselves ready for the 18 to 20-inch 6 to 8 year old class. You can get 18 to 20-inch wheels, funnily enough. So keep your eye on this one. These guys a little bit older, even bigger and stronger bikes as well. Should be fascinating to see as the speeds continue to increase. The experience of the riders continues to increase as well, so they themselves a bit quicker on the bike, as we're almost ready to get the gate down and get underway in this one. Pretty big grid to look forward to in this class as well. Caden Weldock is the rider to keep your eye on, the number 29. Caden having a very, very strong weekend at round number 3. Let's see if he can continue that form forwards to round 4.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're just going to wait for these bikes and wait for Mr. Ford, obviously the series organizer, getting ready to put his foot on the pedal to drop the gate. So we're just about to go underway now. A couple of riders having a little bit of a talk with their parents just before we start this race. So these are obviously the 18 to 20-inch wheels, Revy and amped bikes, and these bikes do have motors of up to 500 watts as he is getting ready to put his foot onto the pedal to drop the gate any second now, and we are just waiting for him to put his foot on the pedal. A couple of riders still having a little bit of issues. It's looking like maybe with gloves.
Off there for someone.
Yeah, absolutely. And just waiting for one of the riders to get their gloves on properly, making sure that obviously all the riders have all the correct gear on, as we are now just waiting for the race to start.
This time it looks like we are ready to go, and the gate will drop. Now we are underway. Good launch from a few of the riders as they make their way down into turn 1, all squabbling for position there. Very, very close through they ride and over the jump for the first time. All sideways action there from our race leader, who only just about got away with a whole shot. There is a whole shot award for the final race of the weekend on Sunday, and that will be given out as special. But for now, it is all just about getting that race lead down into the opening corner, as it traditionally is. Up to Mallory Park for the first time. Leader off onto the grass on the inside there a little bit. Wonder if he just got a kick from the rear of the bike as he got on the throttle. But now pushing their way back down, and these guys, now we get to see them go back up the hill, up Suron Summit. This is the first time we've seen riders going up here today and up to the top, and then they're bombing back down. And there is your race leader already, a nice and healthy little advantage. All gets it slightly wrong though. That is the number 29 by the looks of things. That's Caden Waldock, who we've seen being very, very strong in this class across the season so far. It's all a little mistake over the whoops there for one of the riders. Doesn't kill the momentum too much, as there's another rider down out of the final corner. Yellow flags will be waving, but manages to get back on bike. Looks all okay. So it's Waldock who has a huge lead at the end of the opening lap, but lots of action and lots of battles elsewhere on the track.
Yeah, Riley Stark in P2 on the number 2, being chased by the 419 of Tommy Bridges as well. This is a battle for P2 that we are currently looking at, currently coming through Mallory Mountain now. Who's going to get a better exit? Oh, the number 2 just has a big moment there, but just as I was saying earlier, with the electric bikes, maximum torque straight out of the corner and keeps the position as they now go right up to Suron Summit now, turns to the left. Is he going to get a good exit just like last time? Yes, he is. It's going to be, as I say, the 419 of Tommy Bridges chasing down P2 of number 2 of Riley Stark there, coming through K-Tech curve now. These two having a great little battle. The number 2 v the 419 going over the whoops now, the triple whoops. 1, 2, 3. Some of them getting a little bit of air there. The 419 getting a bit of air coming through now into the first corner. It's a great exit from the 419 on the inside of the number 2. A great move there, obviously with the power of the electric bike's maximum torque, and that absolutely worked to his advantage there. The number 2 now trying to chase that position. Look at the air that they're getting so far. These aren't even the quickest bikes that we've got this weekend, but already look at the air that they are getting now. Coming up to Mallory Mountain. Oh, on the inside it's very tight. Remember a couple of laps ago, the number 2 made a little mistake there, but managed to capitalise on his own mistake and get maximum torque by going a lot wider. Now coming up to Suron Summit again, the 419 Tommy Bridges trying to do everything he can, looking left, looking right, just trying to defend his line from the number 2, Ross.
Yeah, Riley Stark giving chase, not quite able, should I say, to get back through after the 419. Got a wonderful run out of turn number 1. Final lap of the race then, last lap flag wave, you can see there, the yellow flag with the back cross. And well, it is very close between these two in the battle for second. Stark just behind his rival in Tommy Bridges. Up the front though, Caden Waldock with a huge lead there. We do see him now, and man oh man, what a race he has had. He makes his way up to the top of Mallory Mountain. He'll look back here quickly. You can see just a small glance left, and behind the visors he'll see the advantage he has and go, oh, I can just cruise home on this one, but nearly goes down, gets it all locked up on the rear of the bike. Is that showboating? Was that a small error? Because you don't want to go down and throw it away this late in the race. Either way, though, it has been a masterful ride to kickstart his weekend here at round number 4 through K-Tech corner. All unseats himself as well. Maybe struggling at the end of this race. Luckily, only one corner and then the whoops to go. The checkered flag will wave, and it will be Caden Waldock who takes a dominant victory in the opening moto of the weekend for the 18-inch 6 to 8-year-old class. It's been a class that he has been on top of all this season and continues his strong form. Looks like it was Tommy Bridges that held on for P2 in the end, just ahead of Riley Stark, who'll bring it home in P3 on the number 2 machine. A really fantastic and fascinating battle there between the pair of them as the rest of the riders make their way in. But it is Waldock with a fine performance to kickstart his weekend, and that is one of the strongest opening rides you'll see here at Mallor-E Park, the electric motocross series, round 4, the 2025 season. You are joining us live there, and yes, boys, the marshals wave to the camera. Yes, this is live from Mallory Park. Just in the background, the British Motorcycle Federation Connected event. It's a huge day, a huge weekend, a big old party here at Mallory Park. And well, the racing, really the highlight of it all. Time to move on to our next class.
Absolutely, which is the 18 and 20-inch class, the 9 to 13 years old class. Great racing already. So this class is actually allowed up to 800-watt motors, which is going to be even quicker. But you can upgrade from the 500 to the 800. But let's see what these 500 and 800-watt motors can do here, as we are just waiting for our final few riders to take that place behind the gate. The amped bikes tend to be a little bit more powerful in this class, but let's see if that rings true as we are almost ready. The foot is on the pedal and the gate is about to go down now. It's a great start from everyone. Oh my word, there's about 10 cars trying to go on the inside of another, and it's a great start there for one of the riders. Sweep around the outside as one rider goes a little bit wide there on the exit of 1, but that was a great start from the number 1 of Casey Stark. A great start, and then look, we can already get some great air already as we go side by side with the number 30. Goes on the outside. A fantastic move there from Poppy Burkett. A great performance so far from her. She runs P2, trying to chase down the leader, the number 1, as I said, of of Casey Stark, even as we go through the mountain section here of this Suron Summit, the number 29. She is absolutely putting Casey Stark through their paces. Poppy Burkett doing everything they can, sweeping left, sweeping right, going over the whoops now, get in the air. Look at that, absolutely making sure she's nowhere near that seal, otherwise she might be thrown off with the pace she's going, Ross.
Yeah, she is really, really riding hard. She can taste the race lead and she wants to see if she can try and have a look. Great to see some fantastic female representation here amongst our young riders. Of course, there's been a huge push the last few years in all forms of motorsport, not just motocross, to get more women not only working in the industry but racing as well. And it's always fantastic to see young girls hopping on a bike and doing a fantastic job as she gets a bit sideways into the top of Mallory Mountain, then down at the bottom of the hairpin, then back on the power up to the top of Suron Summit. The number 1 still with a slim lead, but just behind them the number 30 keeping chase and keeping them moving as well. So Poppy Burkett with a lot of pace. Casey Stark just about holds the lead. A few more battles further back in the pack. That looks like the number 29, Caden Waldock, who's we just saw winning in the 18 to 20 in the younger class earlier on, doing a fantastic job here up with some older riders, a bit older than his age range, but just showing what he can do behind the handlebars, making their way into turn number 1. That's behind him, number 07, as that is a rider down the 213, Leighton Wickenden, having issues on the exit of K-Tech curve, but does manage to get out okay, gets back on the bike as well. So conditions still really, really causing havoc out there.
Absolutely. You can just see just how dusty it is now as we start to move to these higher classes. We can see that the conditions do become quite a bit more dangerous. There's a lock up there on the rear. Is that going to give the other rider the advantage in this battle? Not on this occasion, as he absolutely sends the rear end out like he's driving a rear-wheel drive drifting car. At this point, it's fantastic to see. Great riding and great bike controls from these young riders so far, as we can see them going through the K-Tech curve now. Very, very nicely done. That is a couple of riders there. That is Sarah Johnson there going through turn 1 now. Oh, and we have a rider down there. That is the number 16 of Case LaSales, but it looks like they're about to get right back on the bike and get straight back into the race, which is great to see, Ross.
Of course, the immediate problem when a motocross bike goes down, bending the handlebars. If you do that, that could be curtains for your race. It's what you see up in World Championship in British motocross, in AMA motocross over in the States. When a rider goes down, they just start smashing the handlebars, trying to get them straight so they can ride the things. Luckily, not had those issues here when riders have gone down. Of course, Mallory Park, no stranger to motocross, albeit electric. This is the first time that we're really seeing it around here. Of course, back in 2008 and 2009, hosted the British round of the Motocross World Championship. As we head on to the final lap, 2008 and 9. It's a lot longer ago than it seems. Put it in perspective, Antonio Cairoli was still an MX2 at that point, so wrap your head around that one. On to the final lap, though. It is still Casey Stark that is just ahead of Poppy Burkett, and this is getting very, very close. Burkett looks to the inside, does poke a front wheel, but the opening wasn't there. Onto the tabletop for the final time. Bit more air, bit more commitment there from Stark as they made their way over up to the top of Mallory Mountain. Inside isn't really open for Burkett, who gets bogged down as a result. Had to get off the throttle and with issues, and that could well be moto over, because now Stark has a pretty healthy lead.
Absolutely, coming around the final few corners now. Few corners to go now, it seems, for the number 1 being chased down by, obviously, as we said, Poppy Burkett in the pink 30. But it looks like, and there's a bit of a moment here as we going round one of the back markers. Is that going to be Curtains? Who's it going to be Curtains for, though? Oh, it is going to be the number 1 with a great victory. Casey Stark wins just by a tyre from Poppy Burkett in P2 there. Stark absolutely elated with that performance there, giving himself a great well done there, a great ride there from the number 1 and the number 30 as well. Some great battles there, obviously just showing, again, in bike racing, just how dangerous maybe sometimes back markers can be for the race victory. You know, we've seen in plenty of other series on the last lap, things can happen with back markers and cost some riders the lead, as we now see the final few bikes crossing the line to end the first race of the 18 and 20-inch 9 to 13 years old. Casey Starr, P2 in the championship, coming into this with 178 points, and Poppy Burkett in P4. So obviously that will have moved them up the order quite a bit during this race. But now it's time for our E2 class. Obviously one of our 5 E classes. Obviously the E1 not running this weekend, but it is going to be the E2 classes. So we have multiple brands here this weekend, Ross, but it looks like this race is about to get underway.
It is indeed getting ready for the gate to go down. Gas, Husqvarna, KTM and Toro Bikes get their opening moto underway as they bomb their way down into turn 1. That looks like, I believe it was the 32 of Paisley Cleft that got the whole shot. We'll just confirm that as yellow flags out. Is that a problem somewhere? Have we got a false start? Are we going to go again, or are we still moving? That's why few riders going down. That's the number 7 that we see there, who's had an issue. That's Tristan Bailey as well, the 533 of Oakley Berry, having issues on the opening lap. It is in fact the 21 of Freddie Mason that leads the way as they make their way up to the top of Mallory Mountain for the first time. In fact, few riders in front of him, should I say, so that could well be the battle for second. And I'm not sure if we're under yellow flag conditions, because Freddie seemingly thinks we are, because he's riding very, very slowly, and that lets the 4 by as well with Reggie Doyle as they make their way now up Suron Summit and flying on by. That is the number 3 then that leads. That's Daisy Rudd, currently leading the moto then. Great to see her up the front doing a fantastic job so far in this opening moto. Crawls her way around K-Tech curve though, just struggling to find the grip, locks the rear tyre up into the final corner as well. Whoop section for the first time, all looks pretty comfortable. Gets very crossed up coming over the final hump. Nearly got thrown off the bike there. Great control to stay on and stay in the lead.
Absolutely fantastic bike control there from the number 3 of Daisy Rudd. Currently P3 in the championship coming into this round. It's fantastic to see that she is doing so well so far this year, and hopefully she can extend her championship, or she can maybe even move ahead of Billy Cooper coming out of this weekend as well, who is just ahead of her in P2 in the championship. Locks up the rear there, coming through to the starting bit of the Suron Summit here, round to the left-hand side. Obviously, this part of the track was only made a couple of days ago, if yesterday, in fact. So obviously, brand new to all of these riders. The number 3 with a very healthy lead there so far. Daisy Rudd doing a fantastic job so far. Just going round now, being very, very, very cautious, coming around the final few corners, which you can't blame them, especially on this surface when we've already seen that lap 1 incident just at turn 1, Ross.
Absolutely, you can just see how dry the surface is now. It was artificially wetted this morning and yesterday as well. Water put down at some section of the track. It's irrelevant now. It is bone dry. You can see some of the corners. Riders just crawling around, desperate to find any inch of grip that they can, but still struggling, unfortunately. That is the number 21 that we see there, Freddie Mason. Saw him winning a little bit earlier on in one of our other motos in another class. Having a good run so far here as well in this one, as he makes his way over some of the jumps into the bowl, as it's affectionately known, down at turn 3 before this small right-hand kink and onto the tabletop. Here we go. Nice little air there from Mason and the rider just behind as well. That looks like the 903 of Noah Wewell. As they make their way to the top of the mountain, you can just see some of the corners, Alex. I mean, they're just going so slowly. There is just no grip out there.
Absolutely. The 903 getting very wide out of Mallory Mountain just there. As we're now coming up Suron Summit, the 903 trying to chase the 21 there. That is Noah Wheel trying to chase Freddie Mason. Obviously, we've seen Freddie Mason in a couple of other championships already this morning, but on another bike which is great to see. We've sort of got this battle going on right now between these four bikers, but the main battle seems to be with the 21 and the 903 coming through right now. The 21 just getting a little bit ahead. I say that as we now have a battle. Noah Whale has been caught up by another rider just behind him coming through turn one. That is the 07 of Tristan Bailey. Tristan Bailey doing everything he can to get past Noah Whale. Oh, and he's just fallen down, but it looks like hopefully he's going to get straight back up. It was a great race for him so far, but he has just gone down, but it looks like that he is going to get back up, and he's getting back on his bike. Lovely to see, fantastic there, making sure his handlebars are straight and going and carrying on. Fantastic to see there, very, very good there, but unfortunately that will ruin this race for him. But don't worry, if only we could tell him we've got another 5 races to come for him in this championship alone, let alone if he's going to be riding in any other classes.
Absolutely. I think he may have been one of the riders caught up in the incident down at turn 1 after the start gates as well. So we made great progress to come back after that one. Just got caught in the wheel tracks of someone else, unfortunately, and it was curtains there. But great to see this back on the bike. There is race leader Daisy Rudd continuing to fly at the front, just seemingly finding grip where in places no one else is quite able to. Just a bit more confidence into the corners, a bit more faith in the tyres to get that traction bombing out of them as well. So sticks the leg out, just a little bit uncomfortable there to the top of Suron Summit. You saw it just a little bit uneasy on the seat, bit of traffic to negotiate with. Sweeps around the outside though before we get to the corner, now into K-Tech Curve, and it has been a lovely, lovely ride from Daisy Rudd. The number 3 has dominated this race from the get-go. Over the whoop section for the final time is Daisy Rudd with a fantastic ride to take the opening moto in the E2 class. Simply untouchable out there in this one. This could be her weekend in the sunlight, because Daisy Rudd has dominated here and takes a sweeping victory early on. Yes, a few challenges early doors in the opening few corners and the opening few laps, but once she got motoring, there was no looking back. It's Daisy Rudd with a domineering victory.
Absolutely. I almost forgot about her in that race because she was so far ahead from the rest of the pack. A brilliant performance from her in this race, and she'll be absolutely thrilled, and so will all of her family and everyone else with that result. As we now see Billy Cooper there, the 24, just sort of lining up behind us. All of them come off the track there and come into the paddock to go back and probably hop on another bike, as we know, as a lot of these riders will, which will be fantastic to see. But next up will be the E3 class, which is going to be fantastic. Obviously the E2s that we can still see up to 1800 watts, as we see one of the riders just slightly dropping their bike there, as the E3 class sponsored by JLH Scaffolding, who has provided us with the grandstands. Ross, why don't you take us away? It looks like we're going to have a race start any second now, which is going to be fantastic. The E3 class, 4 to 7 years old, 10-inch wheels. What can we expect as we see we're about to go underway? Yeah, these KTM and Husqvarna's looking ready to go racing. We saw a Husqvarna victory in Moto 1 of the E2 class. Can that be repeated in E3? Race number 1 about to get underway. Maybe just a short delay, actually, as there we see the series organiser just watching on, getting ready to send us under our way. And hopefully we'll be getting going soon. Jack Ford puts his foot and gets ready to drop the gate, and it will be time to go in just a brief moment. The gate goes down, we get racing as they all rocket away from London. That's a rip-roaring start from the number 5, and he did get the whole shot away there. That's a fantastic stuff for Vinnie Barnes, sliding through Alfie Barnes there as well. I believe it's his brother, as they slide on by down through the bowl for the first time. Look at the dust that they are kicking up to the tabletop for the first time. Now we're starting to see a bit of serious air. Don't want to get crossed up there on the first lap, and look at the visibility, or lack thereof, as they head up Mallory Mountain for the first time. Few riders now deciding to use the banks on the outside of the corners. So obviously these guys are a little bit older, using that experience, knowing that they can use those lines, but also maybe these bikes a bit more comfortable through up on the bankings through that section as well. There's a 313 currently in P3. Theo Hancock doing a good job as they make their way down the
hill into K-Tech curve for the first time, though. It is, though, must be said, Vinnie Barnes, who got that lightning start away from the gate, got the whole shot, and just about holding on from the 25, Frankie Botham just behind.
Absolutely. Vinnie Barnes, obviously multiple podium finishes already this year, currently leading the championship by 9 points. Massive improvements since round one as well. Fantastic to see. But as Ross said, you can see now with these more powerful bikes and these more confident riders, the dust that is being kicked up, which is actually going to play maybe into the strategy as well. Taking different lines, obviously for visibility, as we see the 313 getting some massive airtime there. Fantastic. Now coming up to the top of Mallory Mountain, 313 all the way around the outside, trying to avoid all the dust, as we can see that is being kicked up by multiple riders. I feel every vehicle and every single bike and even the riders are going to get absolutely covered in dust by the end of this race, never mind the end of the weekend. As we see the 313 chasing the 25, so that's Theo Hancock chasing Frankie Botham there for position there, coming through now, going over the triple whoops there. Fantastic. The 25 going this way and that way, all having a great bit of throttle there out of the exit of turn one. A jump there now into the right hander of turn two, left into turn three, and a hairpin here. Lovely stuff as we're just gonna follow him coming through the right hander now, turn four, over a bump up to the top of Mallory Mountain now, turn five and the hairpin. We're going to see a lot of riders. Oh, the 313 is so confident, one of the only riders I've seen this race to take that outside line at Mallory Mountain, but he's gone very wide, and I'm not sure if he's forgotten where the track is, but he's back on it now already, going up Suron. Oh, and he's Suron Summit, and fantastic move on the inside of the number 25 there. So that is Theo Hancock now ahead of Frankie Botham already in this race. Theo Hancock proving that he is probably one of the only riders going on the outside line.
Yeah, brilliant stuff there from Theo Hancock, of course, using that outside banking. In some corners it's slower, in a lot of corners it is definitely quicker. 25 gets very sideways, Botham greedy on the throttle and then gets crossed up twice, both on the landing from the jump and on the way into turn two as well. So you can tell how hard these guys are starting to push the 313. Well, he absolutely dominated round number 3 and round number 4 as well. Once again, using that momentum. I don't know if it's quicker here down the bottom. We'll have to wait and see, but seems to prefer that outside line as well through there. First couple laps didn't take it, took the inside line. Again, there's no ruts, there's no divots or anything. It's just flat packed surface here. The ground is so dry, you just can't get any sort of ruts forming. So maybe down there it's a little bit slower. Definitely up the top of the hill though it's quicker. Haven't seen anyone trying it into K-Tech corner yet. Maybe just building the confidence for Theo Hancock as he starts to try and experiment with different lines. Doesn't quite get the double over the whoops, but doesn't hurt his momentum too much. Of course, all the suspension on these bikes, the big front forks and then independent rear suspension as well. These things can take it. Makes his way into the bowl once again. Let's have a look over the tabletop. Been seeing them pushing harder and harder into this bit as well. Get some serious airtime. Almost gets straight over the tabletop as well. So Hancock's confidence, lap on lap is building and is getting quicker and quicker. And visually, you can see the gap. It is huge. Theo Hancock is ahead by light years.
Absolutely. You know, it's a good job he's on track and not maybe, because I thought he was just going off track there. But no, at the bottom of Mallory Mountain, he was taking the wide line, as we now see a couple of bikes there. Finally seeing someone go around K-Tech curb on the outside. That's the 112 of Eli Walton there. Oh, over the bumps, over the third bump as well into turn one now. A great race for him so far. Been very confident, it seems, going over the bumps, which we like to see as well. Been very cautious. We can now hear the motors properly whirring on these bikes. Takes that curve there very tight as he now tries to try a couple of tight lines, getting some massive air there. Love to see, and he's going on the outside. That might be a back marker of the 259 there, but he goes around, and very nearly cuts off the 259 as well there on the inside. But so far already the only one that we can really see is Theo Hancock using that really wide line. Everyone else keeping it sort of nice and sensible, but he just seems to have so much more supreme confidence in this race, as we obviously before, but we are looking at Eli Walton there, who's had some great racing between him and Theo Hancock in round one, as well as this is going to be the last lap of the race. We're just waiting to see where Theo Hancock will be as he comes to finish, or comes to start his last lap, I should say. He's had a terrific performance already this race. The 1-1-2 as well there, Eli Walton going between these two. It's fantastic to see as they have so much confidence now going up Mallory Mountain. Is he going to try the wide line? Yeah, there we go. But cuts away about halfway through. Is he going to take the wide line on the exit? No, he's going to take it nice and tight. They're coming up Suron summit here as he keeps the leg nice and high, as we're seeing the 1-1-2 having a great performance so far. Coming around the right hander, now coming through K-Tech curve. Is he going to take it? No, he's not. One of the riders goes a little bit wider there as he's coming through, coming over the whoops to finish, and it looks like he's going to take the checkered flag. A fantastic ride from him, the 1-1-2 of Eli Walton winning this race.
Yeah, nice stuff there. He had a pretty healthy lead. Theo Hancock should be finishing in second, and does. Did have a lot of pace late on in that race. We saw just how fast charging they were, but it wasn't enough. Walton too far ahead at the end of the opening lap. Nice, calm and composed. Not even a smile under the helmet. Come on, Eli. You got to be at least a little bit happy with that one. A fine ride to take the opening moto of the weekend in the E3 class. And, well, that was, nice stuff. Just kept it tidy, I think is the term that I'd use. Just didn't have any issues. Wasn't quite pushing as hard as some of the other riders. When you've got that pace, you don't really need to. So very nice stuff from all of those guys. There, of course, 2 more races today, 3 more races to come tomorrow. 6 motos for every single class across the weekend. A whole 60 races coming your way live from Mallory Park here in Leicestershire. Of course, the big track off in the background with the BMF Connect event. There'll be stuff going around there as well. But this is where the action all is. Hello and welcome, if you are just joining us, to the 4th round of the Mallor-E Park Electric Motocross Series. You're joining us just in time to get the opening moto of the E4 class underway. 12-inch front wheels, 10-inch rear wheels with up to 1,600 watts. And a fair few manufacturers to choose from as well. The gate goes down. We do get it underway. Few slow away from the gate, but it will with a 17 with a rip-roaring start. That is Ollie Luxton, who gets the whole shot down into turn number 1, and will look to try and extend that lead. Again, visibility becoming a big issue here. All of the dust being kicked up. It is so dry. It's the track surface. The 17, though, with that good shot, under a bit of pressure there from the 419 of Tommy Bridges. Bridges unable to have a look to the inside of Mallory Mountain, but again, we saw this in the last race in the E2 class. Very much a confidence thing. It's the opening race of the weekend as they go wheel to wheel. Right now, it's just about taking the first few laps, getting on the bike, getting used to it, seeing what the track is like before you can start to push, experiment with lines a little bit.
Absolutely. The 17 being chased by the 419 there, going through very nicely, wheel to wheel it seems. Tommy Bridges and Ollie Luxton going side by side here. The 419 trying this way and that way. Bridges trying everything he can to get by Luxton as they go over the whoops. 1, 2 and 3, and the 419 is going to try and send it on the inside of turn 1. It's not worked out for him on this particular occasion. Coming through the bump of turn 2 now, as there's all very near contact. I think the 419 just got a little bit ahead of himself in the braking zone there, and I think making a slight bit of contact with Luxton ahead of him there, but he is going to be riding angry now. He wants that win. He wants to chase the 17 who had, as Ross said, a rip-roaring start off the line. Now it's the 419, just a little bit too much throttle on the exit now, kicking up quite a lot of dirt as we're seeing side by side. A great move there on the inside for that absolutely incredible looking bike. I believe that is the number 22. Yes, it is. A fantastic performance from Harry Perkins so far. Very noticeable bike, so thank you from us in the commentary booth as well. Very recognisable bike as we see him chase a biker with a green helmet with a Mohican, it looks like, which is fantastic to see. Very recognisable. And this is the battle for the lead. The 419 on the back of the 17. The 419 has already made up that gap after making contact at this corner on the previous lap. He goes a little bit wider, learning his lesson this time. Is he going to be able to go on the inside? Gets quite a lot of rocks and just sprayed up at him by Luxton there. Is he going to try on the outside? They go side by side over the bump. It's very, very close between these two riders. The 17 now. Is he going to have to go tight? He's going to have to go defensive if he wants to keep the position, which he does. He holds off the line beautifully there from the 419. Going round now. He keeps it very, very tight there. The 419, as we say, Bridges trying everything he can. Is he going to be building bridges with the number 17, or is he going to be destroying them? Let's have a look as these two riders go left and right, wheel to wheel, going through K-Tech curve, and there's a little bit of contact, and the 419 goes down after making contact with the back of the 17 bike, Ollie Luxton. But he is, as we said, going to be driving angry. He's just a little bit impatient every now and then under braking, but that's what we like to see from the riders. We like to see them having the confidence and being able to commit to certain moves.
Bridges straight back on the bike as well, which is great to see. He can get a move on and already trying to get back into second place. I was going to say, he looks like he had a bit more pace in the machine than the race leader Luxton, but we saw a few mistakes again. We just saw the instant there, frontward to rear wheel. That happens, that's motocross race for you, but occasionally just getting a little bit unseated from the bike, getting crossed up under the brakes. Very easy to do with these bikes, of course, if you lock the rear wheel, because that's not race ending. You can lock a rear wheel on an electric bike. It doesn't stall the motor and throw you about 30 feet up in the air and then into a tree. So you can get away with that, but it does mean you get into corners on an angle, and that can be a bit of a problem. There is the 22, who's Harry Perkins just ahead, currently out in P2, and there is the 17R race leader of Ollie Luxton. So it's getting close between the front three. We've seen Tommy Bridges go down and make a few mistakes, but we know he has the pace, and it looks like the 22 now gaining some confidence on the bike as well and starting to up the ante. So these three will now all be starting to push each other. As all looking to the inside goes the 22. Was there contact between them? There may have been, because the 22 had to get right out of it. So Harry Perkins, with an opportunity to get to the lead, didn't come into fruition. Over the tabletop they go. No one quite able to clear that just yet, and that allows Luxton a bit of breathing room up in front as well, but not too much, because the two behind him are absolutely on the ragged edge. As meanwhile Luxton, ultra defensive, parks the bike mid-corner to try and keep those behind. And because it's so dry again, there's not many alternate lines to the inside though. That is a wonderful, wonderful effort from Harry Perkins to get the race lead, saw the gap, and no messing around, straight on through.
Absolutely, these three riders coming wheel to wheel now. This is going to be really interesting, because the number 22 now in the lead, as it's going to be the last lap as well. Let's have a look if the 419 can make any progress, and he tries to send it on the inside, and he does. Wheel to wheel go these two bikes. It's the 419 that gets second place away. This is giving a little bit of breathing room, but he's had a very, very big slide there, which is going to cost him maybe quite a big gap and possibly the lead to that leading bike of the 22. He can now have a bit of breathing room now, as he was under attack from two bikes coming off the final time in this race. Up Mallory Mountain, takes it very, very nice and tight. All he needs to do is be very, very defensive. The 22 of Harry Perkins having a great performance. The 419 again getting a little bit wide there. He's just had quite a little bit of a messy race there, but it's going to be the 22 now coming down Suron Summit, now coming through K-Tech curve. It looks like, fingers crossed, this lovely, lovely looking bike will take his first win of the weekend. Crossing the line, Harry Perkins wins the round one of the E4 class of 6 laps of racing. Fantastic racing there, Ross, between those three riders. Obviously the 419 having a few mistakes, possibly could have won that if he maybe wasn't as aggressive, but as we said, that's what we love about motocross.
Absolutely, I think he did go down there on the last lap again. We saw him being pushed by one of the marshals in the yellow high-vis. That's one of the roving marshals, the parents from the paddock. So I think he went down again. We saw him nearly high side as well out of turn 2. I'm honestly amazed he didn't get thrown over the handlebars. That thing was it was just facing the complete wrong direction to the track. But it is Harry Perkins that takes a fantastic victory, and Ollie Luxton, I believe, will have come home in second place. Time though now for the E5 class up next, and this should be very, very interesting. Some of the quickest bikes that we have here in the paddock. and they're almost all ready to go racing. And the E5 as well should be fascinating to see how it all unfolds. A pretty big grid here of riders as well. Some big names here. Should be fascinating to watch them all pushing out there and to see. And these guys, they'll maybe be trying to clear the tabletop, maybe trying to double, even triple in the whoop section. 14-inch front wheels, 12-inch rear wheels, and the 1600 watts from Gas, KTM and Husqvarna. 4 to 9 year old. And we've been told similar to a 50cc petrol engine in one of these things. So this is basically the equivalent of your 50cc two-stroke motocross bike. So what you would expect, your typical young rider to be starting their motocross journey on. We are ready for the gate to go down though, and ready for the race to get underway. Great start there from the 99. Will he get the whole shot? He will indeed. That is rip-roaring there from Rafe Hardwood, who slides straight through and will take the lead of the moto. Coming down into turn number 2 now. All looks pretty clean behind them so far as they're all scrambling for position further back in the track and already almost clearing the tabletop. This is going to be a very quick and hectic race.
Absolutely, and already one of the riders taking the really wide line, but it's just not worked on that particular occasion, the 514. They go wheel to wheel as we come up to Suron Summit here, and it looks like the 269 will have a great start there, overtaking the 514. The 514 going to try everything to overtake that bike ahead. This is currently one of the closest battles that we have on track. The 514 losing a little bit of pace to that bike ahead as we are finishing out. We have a rider down there. That is one of the riders, but he's straight back on the bike. That's going to be the number 100, but he back on the bike, which is great to see. 514 now coming out of the exit of 1. Really nice bike control as we're seeing him going through the left, going through the right.
That's a big one.
And that's a big one. Yeah, that is a big one there as well, but it looks like their handlebars bent. No, that is that's a 269. That is the one that was trying or having a battle with the other bike as well, but it's good to see that he's back on. It looks like the handlebars were straight when he went down as well. So the number 99 we are currently seeing on screen now, taking a very wide line. There's another bit of curve there, which we didn't see there as well. K-Tech curve as well. This bike really likes the curves, it seems, which is very nice. Coming into the final corner now, going over the whoops. It's getting a brilliant start so far. That is the key to having a very good race. But ours, not necessarily. Sometimes luck can work left and right, but it didn't work on this game. But the 99, they're having a very good ride so far, trying different lines, seeing where he can. As he gets a big load of air there, that's fantastic to see there. Is he going to try the widely? Yes, he is. And number 99 is just practically going quite literally off road there. He's trying every single wide line possible. Some corners obviously it works, some corners it doesn't, but it certainly looks like great fun to see there. Just ahead of him is the number 100, obviously, or the 160, I should say, that did go down early, but great to see him back on track.
Seeing Rafe Hardwood, we saw him there clearing the tabletop. That's the first rider we've seen all weekend clear the tabletop in one go. He's actually starring in the new Del Toro Frankenstein film that's coming out a little bit later this year, Rafe Hardwood. So he might be able to act, but goodness me, he can certainly ride. He's got a huge lead, and we are witnessing something special here. The 99 is absolutely on it here as he starts making his way through the traffic. Let's see if he clears the tabletop again this time, gets on it. Yes, he does. Oh, look at that. That was a wonderful landing as well. Hardwood absolutely on it right now in the 99, and pending a mistake, you can already cash out your bets because he is going to be winning this moto at the end of this one. A huge lead already as he rockets up to the top with Suron Summit. And, well, he can quite frankly cruise home at this point, but I'm sure there's still action elsewhere. Hardwood, though, will continue to follow him around, makes his way again, liking to use those outside banks, liking as he runs wide on K-Tech curve as well, just to use those outside lines to get him the momentum onto the straight. We see it there in the last corner as well, where it's quite tight there. Almost triples the whoop section as well. He's really pushing it, absolutely loving it out there as well. I'm sure he's got a massive smile on underneath the helmet It's either that or a face of sheer determination and focus as he makes his way. Let's see if he clears the tabletop once again. Bit of traffic on the inside there. Oh, it's just inch perfect across there once again. Rafe Harwood having the ride of his life.
Exactly. Watching him is like watching a knife go through butter. It's so smooth the way that he comes off a lot of the bumps and jumps as well. Fantastic to see his look at that. He's absolutely getting everything he can. Getting the wheels spinning as well, kicking up that dust for all of his competitors behind him. I say that, I can't actually see any competitors behind him. He's just on an absolutely blinding race so far. K-Tech curve now as he comes around to start or to finish this lap. Couple more laps to go in this race, and he manages to do the double there, I think, as well. As we say, he's just on an absolutely electric ride at the minute, if you'll pardon the pun there. He's having a fantastic performance so far, energised, full, and very, very, very great performances so far from this young rider. As you can see him, there we go, going over a couple more bumps as we now see, I believe that's second place there. Just look at the gap that he's got, and we have the number 27 down, the number 27 of Parker J. Lockdenny, but it looks like he's straight back on the bike, which we love to see. And look, I love watching that bike going through there, Ross. It's lovely just to see how the bike bounces, especially when he applies throttle as well. Look at him, he's just absolutely having a fantastic performance, coming through K-Tech curve now on the outside, as we like to see, kicking up lots of dirt, lots of rocks, everything, and it's going to be the last lap so far. Oh, a little bit of a well, I think that's the first sort of I think below average landing we've seen from him all race, which is a very, very impressive feat indeed. But these electric bikes are very, very, very incredible. Obviously, as we said, very similar to the 50cc two-stroke bikes as well. Same performance. Look at the air he's getting on that, and obviously the dust kicked up as well all the way on the outside. This is about 3 bikes he can overtake here. It is indeed a double overtake as well for our race leader. A fantastic performance from Rafe Harwood so far. We can see one of the other riders getting a little bit loosey-goosey out of that corner there, coming round now for the final time in this race. He's got a little bit of traffic behind him, but he's going to go around the outside and try and do what he did last time and try and go on the outside of about 3 different bikes here. But what a sensational performance for this young rider for the last time and the first time this week, and it's Rafe Harwood who takes the win in the E5 class. What a sensational ride, so smooth and buttery over those jumps, and he is indeed going to be impressed with that. And I tell you what, if acting doesn't work out for him, certainly riding will.
Tell you what, this kid is going places. That was unbelievable. Poetry in motion from Rafe Harwood as he takes one of the most dominating moto wins you will see. The opening race in the E5 class. Who else would it be? But it is Rafe Harwood on the number 99 who wins, and wins in fine, fine style. Miles ahead of everyone else as the bike just looked absolutely phenomenal out there on the track. Man, oh man, he could be looking for a very, very good weekend. We'll just have to wait and see what he's got in the other 5 races.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we just see the final couple of bikes. Hello and welcome if you're just joining us this weekend. We're currently coming to our final race of our first block. 60 races coming to you this weekend live here from Mallory Park for the 2025 Electric Mini Motocross Championship this weekend. It is the new series that everyone is talking about, especially in electric riding. The riders that you can see in the background are part of our top class here, the Suron Cup. These are fantastic. These are the Hyper B models. You can either have 10 and 12 inch wheels on the front and back, or 12 and 14 wheels as back. And it's going to be a fantastic race as we now have 3 on these 3 speed modes and 3 response modes, and all modes are allowed in this. So it's a fantastic bike. As we see them get a very good start there. The gate goes down and it's going to be a sensational start there for the number 28. I think that is a bright pink and the bright blue bike there. A great start by that young rider there. These are the quickest bikes that we have on track so far, as we can already see a great battle emerging for the lead of this race between the number 32 of Paisley Cleft and another bike behind the 269 of Hunter Riley. We've seen Hunter Riley out already this weekend, but already halfway through the lap already of this 7-lap race. A great start there for the number 32. As I say, Paisley Cleft being hunted by the Hunter, quite literally Hunter Riley, in second place. Already coming to the end of our first lap of our 7-lap race. Some great air being taken there by Riley in second place, doing everything he can, trying different lines compared to Cleft just ahead of him. Cleft getting a little bit of a slow exit out of turn 2 there, and is that going to cost him the lead of this race? At 269, weaving this way and that way, kicking up all the dirt, kicking up some dust, getting a little bit of a loose rear end there, coming up the hill of Mallory Mountain. He's going to try and go on the outside, keeping his throttle in. Is that going to work? No, he's actually lost a little bit of time there to the number 32 ahead of him. Fantastic to see between these two riders. Ross, which one of these two are you going to say is going to come out on top?
Well, very close at the moment. I think both of them just looking to try and find their confidence. Both of them looking to try and see what is quicker. We've seen there that the 32 Paisley Cleft taking the more conservative lines so far, just taking things nice and easy, just trying to see what is best. Meanwhile, behind him, pushing like an absolute madman, the 269 of Hunter Riley already getting experimental, already trying to push, take the wider lines through some of the corners. Didn't quite work on the previous tour. Let's have a look and see how they go to the tabletop in a short moment time. There we can really gauge how hard they're pushing. Don't quite clear it. Cleft gets very close, but not quite clearing the tabletop just yet. And now the inside line for both of them. So the 269, Hunter Riley's decided it's not quite worth it going the long way around at this phase of the moto. And they're pushing their way back up to the corner. Oh, and down goes, they're both down. Race leader goes down. Second place went down in consolidation. Nowhere to really go. It's either that or run into the back of them. I think they will still both be in first and second, because that was lap rider that went past. But yeah, just pushing a little bit too hard was Paisley Cleft, and then Hunter Riley came storming in, realised there was no one to go and put the bike down behind him as well, and actually, if anything, it's cost him more than it's cost the race leader.
Absolutely, a great decision now, obviously, for the safety of his fellow competitor there. We're looking at the number 32 there. It kind of reminds me of an old sweet that you used to get a couple of years ago, way before these young riders were born, showing our age there in the commentary box. The number 32 there of Paisley Cleft making his way out of turn 2, turn 3 now, trying to chase down a couple of the back markers. Hunter Riley a little bit behind now, obviously, after that incident we just had on the last lap of the Suron Summit. Quite ironically, the Suron Cup leaders fell at Suron Summit. So as we now see the 32 taking a nice and tight line, you can just see he's eased off quite a bit during that last lap, just to try and maybe get inside his head, maybe go low. We're currently in the lead of the race. We're in a good position here. Let's just keep going as he now comes around the final corner to clear the whoops. As we now see, he's just taking a little bit less speed than he usually would, but this is actually a great tactic, trying to just keep it nice and sensible. But I'm sure as the race progresses, you get more and more confidence, as you do whether you're driving or riding in any sort of motor racing series. You do gain more and more confidence. The 269 there, I say that he's actually still closing the gap to Paisley Cleft ahead of him. He's getting lots of air now. I think he's decided, yep, sorry, I'm going to absolutely put my hand on the throttle and go flat out. Basically, he wants the win from Paisley Cleft. Going right round this corner here, keeping a nice tight line again, coming up Suron Summit right now, as the number 32 is coming up behind some lapped traffic. The 269 is chasing down the number 32, so it's P1 for Paisley Cleft so far in this race, followed by Hunter Riley in the 269.
Yeah, the problem is, though, is that even if he is pushing, the 269 might be running out of time pretty soon, because these are only short, sharp and furious races. Only 7 laps for the Suron Cup in each of their motos this weekend. So if you do make a mistake or have a problem, if you leave it too long to really start to push, you just run out of time. Unfortunately, there we do see race leader, the 32, still holding on there at the front of the pack. Saw that mistake earlier that sent himself and Hunter Riley down, but since that, no issues, making their way through the traffic very nicely as well. Again, just still, I think, trying to find the grip, trying to find the confidence to go with it a little bit as well. But as they push on down the hill and coming through the left-hander, it is very comfortable right now for Paisley Cleft up the front of the pack. Very slow there through K-Tech curve. Again, just still trying to find those ekes of confidence. Last lap flag is now waving as they make their way over the loop section. One tour to go for Paisley Cleft between themselves and victory.
Absolutely. It's the last lap of this race. The number 32 having a great performance so far. These kids are going to be the kids of tomorrow. They're going to be very famous in future going by these performances. This is where you start if you want to get into cheap motocross. It's fantastic to see the number 32 having a little bit of a squat on the front there, quite sharp on the brakes. But I think the 269 is going to be running out of time, because it looks like the number 32 has put on a dominant performance. Obviously, him and the 269 getting tangled up earlier, but he has kept the lead of this race and just proved that he is an incredibly talented rider. Coming through K-Tech curve, the second to last now, coming through the final curve and the final corner to take the win for the first time this weekend. A fantastic performance from the 32 of Paisley Cleft. In second place will be the 269 of Hunter Riley. The 32 and the 269 can both be very proud of their performances this week, and that was sensational riding from the two of them, and very sensible as well, obviously, with that instant up on the Suron Summit. Fantastic, as we're just seeing a lot of the young riders as well as family members congratulate all of the riders. We're just waiting for Paisley Cleft there just to receive maybe some trophies or some more congratulations from their fellow riders. A great pat on the back there. Well, that was our first block of racing. We've had 10 races already today. They have flown by, and we've had some good racing already, haven't we, Ross?
We certainly have, and one thing remains the same. Conditions are so tricky. The ground is just so dry. It is a struggle to find grip. It's a struggle to find what lines are quick, and it's a struggle for a lot of the riders to stay on the bike as well. Yes, a lot of this is just about getting more experience and improving as a rider, but these guys want to race, and they're still pushing it like there is no tomorrow as well. So all of the first races done. So our first block out of the way. We'll get on with our second block in a short moment's time. Hello and welcome. If you are just joining us to the fourth round of the 2025 Mallory Park Electric Motocross Series, all of our race number ones are done. We're about to get underway with the second moto of the day for the 12-inch 3 to 4 year category. And a little bit of a step back in pace, shall we say, from the E5s and the Suron Cup with the bigger bikes, but these guys still going to go out there and put on a performance. It has been a fantastic day of motocross action so far. Of course, in the background as well, we have the BMF Connected event, which is going on here at Mallory Park. Let us know where in the world you're watching from. Let us know who you are supporting. Let us know who you think is going to win as well. It's been a fascinating race, day of racing so far. Should be interesting to see how it unfolds.
Absolutely. So as we say, if you are just joining us and you have just caught the end of that race, we're basically going from the fastest to the, I would say, the slowest class. Obviously, the 12-inch bikes. Basically, if we say 12-inch, it basically means it's the wheel diameter, basically, as we are just waiting for the gate to go down for the 12-inch 3 to 4 year old riders here. Just waiting any second for the gate to drop, and it's go! A great start there from a couple of the riders of 21 slots into third place, or does he? Yes, a great start from the green and black bike there, being chased as they all sort of go 2 by 2 so far through, obviously. Oh, and we've already got down that second place there goes down through there, but it looks like I think they'll be getting straight back. It looks like they'll be getting straight back up, and marshals are straight on the case just on the exit of turn 1. So the 21 is chasing down a couple of riders there, as we now see him being chased as well, or then being chased coming round Mallory Mountain now through the left-hander hairpin here. Obviously the 245 and the 113 having a little bit of a battle there as we see them coming down, chasing the 21, just getting a little bit of a tank slapper there on the rear. Obviously these bikes are a lot more sort of difficult to ride more than the petrol so, because you have so much torque when you immediately put the throttle on, because if you're not aware, this is the 2025 Electric Motocross Championship here at Mallory Park. As we're seeing the great rider, the 158 here, which is Riley Hickenbottom. He is currently P3 coming into this weekend in the championship and having a great weekend so far.
He has indeed got the whole shot in both Moto 1 and in Moto 2 as well. Cast your mind back to Moto number 1 earlier on this morning, and he did lead that race from the get-go. It then went down and it led to the rider currently in second, Freddie Mason, taking them, and I believe it was the number 3 of Blake Ford who went down at turn number 2 early doors, as we see issues there for the number 4 of Freddie Fennell. Hopefully all okay to try and continue. Not quite back on the bike yet. Maybe thinking about it, one of the marshals, possibly his dad, just having a word, seeing if he wants to go back out, but maybe he's saying, no, my race is done. We are going to leave it there. As there we see Hickenbottom, a nice little lead already in this moto as he makes his way down the left-hander, of course, cutting out Suron Summit in this one as they make their way through. And coming through the last couple of corners, then through K-Tech Curve, and a nice little lead just behind him. Yellow flag's waving. That's where the 4 of Freddie Fennell has gone down, as you can hear their parents in the background shouting along. Great to hear the support, of course, part of the beauty of electric racing. No engine noises, so you can hear the crowd watching along as the 158 makes his way over the whoop section, bumping up and down. And, well, it is a nice little lead, and no mistakes in moto number 2 for Riley Hickenbottom that we saw in the opening race this morning. So let's see if he can hold on and take victory in this one.
Absolutely, a great performance so far from Hickenbottom, as we're now looking at the 21 and the 248 behind, 21 being Freddie Mason. And Boston Clef just behind him there. Freddie Mason, the number 21 black and pink bike, as you can see. He's currently chasing the number 4 of Freddie Fennell, currently P8 in the championship coming into this weekend. The number 21, obviously, of Freddie Mason is P2 as well. As they get on the inside, they get on the inside, and it's fantastic. And, you know, as you can see, these bikes aren't the quickest, but this is mainly just to have fun, Ross, really. These riders are here just to have a bit of fun. It's not too competitive. If anything, I think the parents are more competitive than the riders at quite a few points during the weekend. But we love to see it. We love to see supportive parents there for these very young riders, of only 3 to 4 years old. Oh, and it looks like the 21's had a little problem, but it's okay. Going through that corner there, as that's going to be the 113 of Albie Clark just behind the 21, trying to do everything that he can to get past the 21 bike now, as we are on the last lap. A little bit of a lock up there on the rear for the 21 as we start the last lap of this race.
Absolutely, and it's been a fine ride from Hickenbottom up the top, but Mason on the 21 still pushing in P2. Of course, these young riders just starting their motocross journey, and of course, if you've got a young boy or a young girl at home and you think maybe they want to give this a go, make sure you head over to the Mallory Park Facebook page. You can find all the information on how to get started in this championship over there. And again, riders as young as 3 can get on one of these electric bikes and rip around the track. And, well, as they say, the stars of tomorrow today, and that is potentially what we're looking at here. Hickenbottom made a mistake in moto number 1 early on, despite getting the whole shot, and ultimately fell down the order. Race number 2 did get the whole shot again, and this time he stayed on 2 wheels and had a very, very clean race. But it's been a race that has been impressive as well, because he has a very, very healthy lead as well, as he makes his way through K-Tech Curve for the final time. And then the final corner, just the whoops to go. We'll give it a squirt of throttle, a few lapped riders to negotiate, but he backs off to take the victory there. The 158 of Riley Hickenbottom will win Moto number 2 here at Mallory Park, and that was the performance that I think he was missing in race number 1 earlier after that mistake. This time he comes on by, keeps it clean and tidy, and brings it home. And of course, Alex, that is half of the action. Yes, it's all good being very, very fast, but if you can't stay on the bike, you're not going to win anything. Consistency is key as well.
Absolutely. Consistency is key in racing, as we now see the final few riders just making their way past the finish flag. There we go. There's a couple of riders just waiting to go on to the paddock, as we are just about to cut to our second race of block 2 here. So this is if my maths is correct, the 12th race of 30 today. So almost halfway there already this race, and it is going to be the 16-inch. We've just had the 12-inch. If you're new to this championship and you don't really know when we're talking about the sort of diameter, it's actually the diameter of the wheels. So 12-inch obviously being the youngest riders. Now we have the 16 inches for the diameters for these bikes. It's the same age, 3 to 4 years old, but this specific championship, the 16-inch, is sponsored by Macadam. The Round 4 sponsor is also supported by the Factory Triumph British Super Sport team, and this is the Mallor-E Park, a little pun on where we are, Mallory Park, in case you couldn't tell by the name there. A fantastic championship for you to get your young ones into motocross and biking in general. It's a great championship. Some of the bikes are incredibly cheap for racing things, so if you want to come along, check on the website. There's 6 rounds to this year. We're only on round 4, so if you or your child want to come along and even just have a look and talk to everyone, we are all here to watch this brilliant racing. So, bit bigger bikes now, the same age. We're just waiting to go underway. Up to 250 watt motors on these, and most of these 16-inch bikes have the 250 as standard anyway. And don't worry, it's 250 watts, not 250 cc's. Otherwise, these bikers would go flying into turn 1, which wouldn't probably be the most entertaining thing to watch. No, 250 watts in their batteries. Which is going to be a great start. So, Ross, we're just about to go underway with this championship. Round 2 on these. Obviously, Carter Anderson on the 20 bike got the win first time out. How do you think this is going to go?
Oh, we saw a really interesting race number 1 earlier on. And Carter Anderson ultimately taking victory in the opening moto. So let's see if he can repeat that feat there. Yeah, it's absolutely right that these things aren't a 250cc. A 250cc two-stroke at 3 years old. I think that is a recipe for disaster, quite frankly, because those things are absolute weapons out on the track. Maybe these things a little bit more on pace for some of these younger riders. Of course, just starting their motocross journeys. This is, if anything, yes, of course, we want to see them go out and race, but if anything, this is more about just getting them out onto the track, getting them experience on the bike, and just learning. And then also showing what they can do as well. As we get ready, a few riders trying to go before the gate is down, and we bring a halt to the affair. The series organizer there, Jack Ford, just being like, no, let's just hold on a moment there before we get going. Once again, don't want to jump the gun. Of course, the gate here, we don't have your traditional motocross gates. It is instead kind of a wire that sits on the floor. But this time, I think we are ready to get going in just a short moment. Last few checks, this time the gate does go down, and we get the second moto of the day underway for this 16-inch 3 to 4 year age class. Bombing down into turn number 1. Looks like it was the 22 of Joey Plass who gets the whole shot there, and indeed it is. Right it down, there's a few maybe piling in as well. A little mistake, you didn't quite see who that was, but yellow flags waving, and that has held up a fair few as well. Looks like that was the number 3 that went down there, of 33 of Charlie Stark. He had a great race number 1 earlier, also going down the 21 of Tommy Brown. So 2 quick riders getting caught up there in an incident on the opening lap at turn number 2. Up the front though, it is the 22 that still leads. Can he continue on with that good form?
Absolutely, the 22 being chased down by the number 20. Lots of bikes in the 20s. We've got a 20, 21, 22, 24 and 26 in this race, just to add to our confusion here in the comms box. So the 22, as we now see, just trying to chase the 2020, as you might be able to hear, a little ice cream van, which, to be fair, I think everyone here is going to want today. It is scorching here at Mallory Park. If you're watching on the stream, let us know who you're supporting, where are you watching from. I want to read all of your comments in chat, and let's see who's the furthest away. Let's play a challenge. Let's play a game. Who is the furthest watching from this racetrack so far? Bonus points if you're overseas. So the number 22 has been chased down by the 20. Is getting ever closer, ever closer. Joey Plass currently leads from Carter Anderson, who took the win in race 1. Number 22 trying everything he can, left and right, be nice and sensible. We've seen a few riders take a much wider line on the quicker bikes there. But obviously in these younger series with the younger categories, we also don't have the second curve. As you can see, they go straight on instead of turning right and going up another hill that you can just see in the back of your shot there. Number 20 losing a little bit of pace now, going through the K-Tech curve on the number 22, as we see the lovely 16-inch bikes. You can just see they do look quite like BMX bikes, which is very interesting, but they are a fair bit quicker than BMX bikes, obviously having that 250 watt, or most of them having the 250 watt motor in them as well. It's fantastic to see. We've got a couple of people related to Carter Anderson in chat as well, and there is another rider down, but it looks like he's straight back on his feet. That is the number 31 there that went down. But is okay. It looks like he's just coming off to the side of the track, but it's okay. We've got a yellow flag at the minute, which means no overtaking if you're new to racing. The number 22 on the back of the 20s. You can see the rider there. Looks like he's just waiting to get back on track and waiting for a safe join to do so.
It's a very similar story to what we saw in race number 1 with Carter Anderson in P2, and then just waiting to see if there's some sort of an error up ahead or there's an opportunity to slide on through and take the race win. Currently, though, Joey Plass holding on and doing very well, making their way over the whoops once again. Maybe a line on the inside there for Anderson. Does look to the inside, but gets the proverbial door slammed in his face. So he'll have to settle for second place at the moment. Unseats himself over the bump there. Manages somehow to stay on 2 wheels, but really out of shape there as he came over the jump through the bowl, then making their way through the right-hand kink over to the tabletop. These guys, they won't be jumping very far over there. Still a little bit of air, but not jumping too far, of course. Not quite got the pace to clear that one just yet. Then climbing up Mallory Mountain. I love these corners here, and although they're not taking it, Suron Summit as well reminds me so much of Maggiore over in Italy, that amazing motocross track where you're flying up and down these steep hills. It is really a spectacle to see as Anderson now starting to push, gets crossed up on the brakes, stays on the bike though, all over the back of Joey Plass as they bring it through K-Tech curve. Once again, looks like Anderson may have had a small mistake there as he's dropped back once again. But last lap flag waves, Plass leads ahead of Anderson. This one could be going down to the wire.
Absolutely, the 22 now taking a very wide line. The 20 trying everything he can, coming through turn 1. Lovely long left-hander of turn 1. A little jump there, as we say. We're obviously not going to see many jumps in these smaller categories, but we'll see. And that's the number 33 down as well, straight back on his bike, making sure that the fronts are indeed the front tyres and the front wheels are aligned properly. There's another rider down as well. It looks like you can really see that these conditions are affecting these riders. We can feel here as well, it is getting quite warm as well now, so that's obviously going to be affecting these riders in the helmets as well. As this is the battle, I think, for the lead. Oh no, it's not, it's a back marker there. The 22 still trying to chase down the number 20, but I don't think it's going to be enough. The 22 is obviously in the lead, and there's a fall there, and that stops the number 20, but it looks like it will be a win for the number 22. The number 20 had the win in race 1, but it's race 2, which is gonna be Joey Plass. A great battle between these riders. We can already see in this race the number 3 as well go down. Lots and lots of riders fighting these conditions. So difficult. It's just getting to that point in the day now. It's midday now, so it's 10 past 12. So now through 2 o'clock is going to be the hottest part of the day. It's very, very hot. As we see quite a few riders making mistakes there, Ross, but luckily every single one of them was okay.
Absolutely, a nice little win there for Joey Plass. Unlucky with Carter Anderson just having a rider go down in front of him late on, held him up big time. But it is a nice victory for the 22. Makes up for the errors in race number 1 earlier on. A real shame as well, it must be said, for the 33 of Charlie Stark. He had a great race one earlier on. In the second moto, though, got caught off on that incident on lap number 1, then went down again as well. Just couldn't get out of the wars and couldn't stay off of the dirt either. So a real shame for him. But Joey Plass, a lovely little performance in moto number 2. Of course, the second race out of 3 for today. Second race out of 6 across the weekend. Hello and welcome, if you are just joining us, to the 4th round of the 2025 Mallory Park Electric Motocross Series. You've just missed the second motos for our youngest riders on the 12-inch and the 16-inch class. Now moving up an age range, it'll be the second moto of the day for the 16-inch 5 to 6 year old class. A really, really interesting race earlier on in this one as well. We saw the number 22 Harry Perkins with a pretty dominant victory up the front, but lots of exciting riding to watch. And of course, these guys a little bit older now, a bit more experienced, more than happy to get the elbows out.
Absolutely, absolutely. We've got lots of fans all over. You just said Harry Perkins as well. We've got his nana as well watching from Salford up in Manchester as well, and Paul watching from London as well in Abbeywood, supporting Caden Waldock. So we have lots of people equal distances away from us here in the Midlands as his hand goes up there to start the second race for the 16-inch 5 to 6 years old 350 watt motors. Some of them have the 250s, but some also have the 350s as well. The foot is on the gate, and it's going to be any time now that we are underway, which we are now. Some riders go side by side. The 50 is just going to be beaten to the first corner. They go side by side there, and it's going to be another great start there for one of the riders as they also go 2 by 2 and shuffle their way through the start of this race. We're now seeing them coming up Mallory Mountain now. That's the 50 being given chased by one of the other riders as well. That is the 50 that is the 50 there as well of Junior Garber, having a great performance there, but he's just been overtaken by the 313 of Theo Hancock, a very competitive rider that we've seen so far this weekend as well. Very recognisable by the blue and purple sort of race suit and race garments, and the bright pink helmet as well with a GoPro attached on top.
Absolutely. We saw once again the 22 there of Harry Perkins getting a very dominant hole shot. They must be said, the 313. He's been racing in a couple of other classes as well. Every single lap, that confidence is building on those bikes. He's just getting quicker and quicker and quicker. So he could definitely be one to watch out for later on in this race, kid Theo Hancock, unless, of course, Harry Perkins has already disappeared off into the distance and is simply uncatchable in the second moto of the day. As they make their way through the bowl, this is the battle for second place. Perkins just ahead of Junior Garber on the number 50 as they make their way over the tabletop, and it looks like it will be Hancock who just starts to extend that gap a little bit, maybe starts to try and chase down the leader as well. Then bombing back down Mallory Mountain we go into the left-hander, decides not to use the wider line there, following on the outside of that berm section. Not quite yet for Hancock, but he still continues to push on nonetheless. Let's see if that gap is going to come down between himself and the leader, or maybe he's still on defensive mode from Garber behind. You see there marshals watching on. You can tell it's warm because there's t-shirts off everywhere, and there's a rider down there as well. Looks like he's up on his feet and okay. That looks to be coming up after the tabletop, so maybe got a bit crossed up coming down from there. Luckily all okay though. Yellow flags go away, back to full racing speed. There is second place, the 313 of Theo Hancock, continuing to push onwards. Up the front though, the 22 still leads by quite a healthy margin.
Absolutely, absolutely. The number, as we can see, the number 313 there having a great performance so far, just making his way nice and steady around the racetrack. Love this stuff through the right-hander now. These younger classes don't use the second part of the mountain that you can see, or you could just see in the back of your shot there. Through K-Tech Curve now comes the number 22. A great race so far for him. Harry Perkins having a great race so far. Obviously winning race 1 as well. It will be the last lap for this young gent right here. Very talented rider. You know, the stars of the future are here today, which is lovely to see. It's only going to take a couple more seconds until he is round the checker flag. Getting a great bit of air there is Harry Perkins there, coming up Mallory Mountain now. It's a great performance from this young rider so far. It's coming through the left-hander now. All of the riders taking it quite tight. A few of the other riders take the bank in to go around, but it looks like we've only got a couple corners to go now. Has a little bit of a moment there, but he's got no challenge behind him now. He's okay through the K-Tech curve, coming through the final corner, and for the second time today, I've got a feeling we're going to get sick of saying this, it's going to be another win for Harry Perkins, the number 22 rider in the fluorescent Rossi green. Fantastic performance from him, Ross.
Lovely ride once again from the 22. The 313 of Theo Hancock tried to make chase, can only finish in second at the end. Well, I say only second, still on the podium, of course, but he'll be disappointed. He knows that he might have the pace to try and challenge, but right now, Harry Perkins is very, very quick in this one and is looking pretty unstoppable at the moment in the 18-inch 5 to 6 year old class. A great race there. Looks like Junior Garbett did bring it home in P3 as well, so a nice little ride from the number 50, but once again the 22 Harry Perkins on top and untouchable in this one. Could be a long old weekend for the riders in this class if they're not able to catch him.
Absolutely. Harry Perkins, Nana showing lots of love in the chat as well. That's lovely to see. We've got people watching from all over the world this weekend, watching these stars of the future at a very, very sunny Mallory Park at the minute, obviously, which is lovely to see. Currently, we're about 26, 28 degrees here, and it's going to top out at about 29 degrees today. It's going to be very, very warm this weekend, but thankfully not as warm as yesterday. So we are just waiting now for the next class to come through, which will be the 18 to 20 inch with the 6 to 8 years as well. So these bikes can either have 18 to 20 inch tyres as well, but I'm just been told, and quite thankfully for all of us here, it is lunchtime for us now, which means we'll just be taking a little break from racing at the minute, and then we will be back with you very shortly. So please join us in a little bit where we will be going ahead with the multiple rounds. We're about halfway through the day so far. I think we've done about sort of 13, 14 races so far out of 30, 60 races that me and Ross are going to be commentating on this weekend for your pleasure, and it's going to be a very warm weekend so far already, which is going to be fantastic. And obviously we have lots of spares and everything sponsored by Moto 25. If you literally want to come down today and you're near Mallory Park, they have everything, and I literally mean everything. They have all the spare parts, they have bikes for sale, they have kit for sale, they have absolutely everything you could possibly want. It is fantastic to see that we have such an amazing support here from on the technical side as well. But as we can see, a beautiful, beautiful blue sky, quite literally not a cloud in the sky. Feeling very lucky that we do have aircon here at the minute, although it doesn't feel like it's doing too much for us at this point, but thankfully it's not as hot as yesterday. So Ross, so who's impressed you quite a lot today, and what's been your favourite racing category today?
I mean, in terms of visuals, the E5s have been fantastic, it must be said. Of course, you know, that's getting towards proper speed there with some of the older riders, and we saw Rafe Harwood on the 99. I mean, that was a ride and a half in the opening moto of the weekend from him. Dominated and looked so quick, but lots and lots of exciting stuff going on as well. Of course, we also have the BMF Connect event off in the background over on the infield of the main road circuit. You might be able to just see them over there. So, in fact, why don't we have we had a little wander down there the other day, so why don't we go check that out and see what was going on down in the paddock. Have a word with a couple of people. It's looking pretty quiet in the paddock here at Mallory Park at the moment. Not a lot going on the track day here on Friday, all done and dusted, but come Saturday morning, it is going to be chock-a-block full of action as the BMF Connected event gets underway. We were hoping to come and speak to a few people. Unfortunately, there's only actually one stand that's been set up so far, but we are going to run in and speak to them anyway, and it is a very, very special stand as well. We are going to speak to Paul from Mental Health Motorbike. Thank you very much for coming along to speak to us again. We did kind of come and shout at you and tell us that we were going to speak to you because the only guys that are set up so far, but how's things going for you?
So hi, my name is Paul. I'm part of the Mental Health Motorbike team. We're here a little bit early, set up, get the best spots, but tomorrow's going to be a hive of activity. Our charity is all about supporting motorbikers who are struggling with their mental health. So we offer free mental health support, we offer online support, and we work with people at events. So tomorrow we will start working properly, but today is set-up day.
That is fantastic to hear. And what inspired you to set up this charity?
So I lost my friend Dale Caffrey, 2019. It was a promise I made at the funeral that we would do something to reduce suicide rates. He ended his life by suicide, made a promise to the family, and now we are probably the country's biggest dedicated mental health charity for motorbikers. So that's taken 5 years to get to that stage, but we've got a tremendous team that works across England, Scotland, Northern Ireland and Wales. So this weekend, this is one of 15 events that we're running.
That's absolutely fantastic. So what are you guys offering here tomorrow? You know, say someone comes up to you and says, I am struggling with my mental health. What kind of support can you offer them?
So we like to be seen as a safe space that people can come and talk to us. So people know that we're here. People will look on our calendar and people will come to us. So the backbone of the charity is we train people in mental health first aid, and that is a first response to anybody who's struggling. So they know that they can come to us, and we will put an action plan of support in place to help them deal with that mental health problem. So that might mean a trip to the doctor. In the worst case scenarios, we'll get people to a hospital. But sometimes it's just about talking. People might be a little bit lonely, they might be dealing with a bereavement, they might be dealing with getting old and their body's failing. Everybody sort of goes through different types of mental health struggles, and that's our job really, to help people talk about it.
That's absolutely fantastic. Well, thank you so much for talking to us, guys, and we really hope that you have a fantastic event this weekend.
Thank you very much. The weather's on our side, so I'm sure tomorrow will be very, very busy.
We'll have to wait and see. Thank you very much once again.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Well, great to hear from the guys at Mental Health Motorbike. A fantastic, fantastic cause there. Again, unfortunately, the only stand who are actually set up right now, but one that is very, very important. There are lots of similar things going on here at BMF Connected. Lots of different stands for things like mental health, for encouraging women on bikes as well. There's lots of women-only workshops going on and things like that as well. So many different things that you wouldn't really think about coming to something like this, but are very, very important to the bike racing or the bike community and the race community as well, should I say, because we do have a racing team with us here this weekend as well. If we just head up a little bit, you may just see there on the right-hand side the Hawk Racing truck from British Superbikes. I have seen one of their riders, Charlie Nesbitt, loitering around at the back of the cafe earlier. He looked like he was a bit busy, looked like he was getting on with his dinner. I think his good friend Rossi Bannon was in there as well, so I just decided to let them get on with it. But he's here, possibly getting John McPhee in as well across the rest of the weekend. But those guys will be here. I think they're just kind of here showing off what they do, showing, what it takes to operate at the top level of British bike racing in the Beditts British Superbike Championship. So really great to have those guys there. Of course, they probably won't be out on track on their BSB bikes, but there are other opportunities to get on the bikes as well. There's different trial testing thing you can do. You can have a go on a trials bike. You can kind of a try before you buy thing out on the circuit as well. So lots of different opportunities to look forward to here at BMF Connected. It is all action here at Mallory Park, of course. We've got 66 motos to look forward to this weekend, but as well, plenty going on across on the main circuit as well. It is the BMF Connect event this weekend, so there'll be plenty of things to do. But right now, we're in the paddock, of course, for the Mallory Park Electric Motocross Series, and we're just going to have a little wander around, see what's going on. I've actually spotted a young rider already who are just going to try and intercept. Any chance we could get a quick chat, young man? Would that be okay? What's your name, buddy?
Caden.
Caden, nice to meet you. What class are you racing in?
The big and the younger.
That's fantastic to hear. And Caden, have you been racing all year long, or is this your first round?
All year long.
And how's the season been going for you?
Good.
That is great to hear. Any race wins yet?
Yeah.
That is fantastic to hear. Are we looking to get some more this weekend?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. Why don't you talk to us about your bike that you're sat on at the moment? I mean, you look pretty comfortable. Obviously, you may have been out practicing. Is everything feeling okay?
Yeah.
That's fantastic to hear. And what is it that you love about racing when you get on a motocross bike? What feels so special about it?
Winning.
That is fantastic to hear. So I'm assuming you're going to be doing a lot of that this weekend then?
Yep.
Brilliant stuff. Well, Caden, thank you very much for talking to us.
Okay, bye.
And thanks very much, Caden. Great to hear from you. We got another rider over here, actually. Any chance for a quick one, or are we heading out onto circuit? Is there any chance for a quick chat? Are we heading out onto the circuit?
Yeah, you're good for a chat. Yeah.
Brilliant, let's jump right in. I'm going to assume by your plate that your name's Tommy, is that correct?
Yeah.
Well, Tommy, lovely to meet you. How are you feeling on this glorious day here at Mallory Park?
Good.
You feeling good? Yeah?
Great to hear that you're feeling good, Tommy. Is this your first round this season, or have you done all the other rounds before?
I've done the round before.
We did, yeah.
And how have they been going for you? Any race wins, good performances?
Race wins.
Race wins. He's got that, and he rides his Aussie MX-10 as well, which is leading championship on that, and I think he's second place on this one as well, so he's doing all right, yeah. We've been to all rounds so far. He's enjoying it, he's loving it, so it's all good, yeah. And weather's out as well, which makes it even better.
That's fantastic to hear. So, Tommy, are we looking to get some more race wins this weekend then?
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
Feeling ready for it, Tommy?
Yeah, feeling ready for it. That's what we love to hear. Tommy, best of luck this weekend. We can't wait to see you out there.
Yeah.
Cheers. Say cheers, guys.
Great to speak to some of our younger riders here in the paddock, and great to see that the spirits are so high. We've got a few more riders up here as well. We're going to try and see if we can slide in. There are a fair few out on track at the moment, actually, going around for their Friday practice. So it may be that it's maybe a little bit quieter in the paddock than we would be used to. But let's see if we can just quickly grab this young man. Excuse me, young man. Is there any chance we can grab a few words from you? Yeah, would that be okay? Brilliant stuff. What's your name, buddy? Parker, nice to meet you. And what class are you racing in this weekend?
E5.
E5, fantastic stuff. And how's your E5 season been going for you so far?
Good, a little bit bad, though.
How can it be good and bad at the same time? What's happening there?
Because one race my bike cut out.
Oh, that's a real shame. But have all the other races been going well?
Yep.
And are you looking to continue that streak going into this weekend, feeling confident?
Yeah.
Fantastic stuff. What is it you like about motocross racing? Is it, just getting out there on the bike and going fast, or is there something specific you enjoy?
I just like going fast, basically.
And, well, I mean, if you're going fast, you might be winning a lot. Is winning good as well?
Yeah.
That's great to hear. You looking to try and win this weekend?
Maybe.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Parker, thanks very much for talking to us. Can't wait to see you out on track.
Thanks.
Great to speak to another one of our young riders there. Again, it is all action, as we can actually see there. This is coming up to the top of the circuit, actually. We'll just have a quick look over here. This is the first big hill that our riders are contested with. This is Mallory Mountain. In fact, I'm mistaken. This is not Mallory Mountain. Mallory Mountain, actually, just a bit further over to the left. This is Suron Summit, the second part. Some of the younger riders, they won't be taking this part of the circuit. They'll be darting right and just cutting this small section out, this huge, fantastic sweeping up and then back downhill. Really reminds me of Mallor-E in Italy, a fantastic track there. So you can see a lot of our riders out there practicing, and you'll see as well a lot of dust being kicked up. It is hot here in Leicestershire at the moment. The temperatures are up, the track is bone dry and rock solid as it stands. Some of the series organisers actually were running around earlier today, putting water down on some parts of the circuit just to try and keep that dust down. So it's going to be very, very tricky conditions for the riders. And of course, motocross, very, very physical in this heat, could be tricky as well. Let's see if we can grab a couple other riders. I can just see one heading this way, so we'll head on over, see if we can slide on by. Let's try and cut through some of the paddock here. Lots of space. Some riders also not here yet at the moment. Again, it's still early doors practice, only been going for around about an hour so far. So some riders yet to actually turn up to Mallory Park, yet some riders yet to go out. Some riders, they're just taking it easy, taking it chill. Some riders out there now, as we saw a moment ago. Getting a quick debrief. Let's try and see if we can just butt in and interrupt, not to be too rude. Excuse me, guys, is there any chance we could get a quick chat quickly?
Yeah, of course, mate.
That's no trouble. Thank you very much. And how are you guys doing this weekend?
Warm.
Yeah.
Warm. Yeah, you could definitely say that one. And how are you doing, buddy? You okay?
Yeah.
And what's your name?
Albie.
That's nice to meet you, Albie. And what class are you racing in this weekend?
On my big bike.
3 to 4 year old 16-inch classes then.
Is that 3 to 4 year old 16 inch?
Yeah.
Thank you very much for that one. So, how old are you then, Albie? Are you 3 or 4?
4.
So you're 4 years old and you're out there doing this. That's incredible. That must feel so amazing when you're on the bike.
Yeah.
You're certainly braver than I was when I was at that age. I'll tell you that much. How's things going so far this weekend? Are you enjoying yourself?
Yeah.
It's our first time here, isn't it, mates?
Yeah.
We've been away at other places, all the other meetings, haven't we?
Yeah.
So it's a new track for you.
Yeah.
But still, first time here. How's the camp finding things?
Good. Yeah, it's good. The track's good. The staff are good. So learning some new rules. We're enjoying it, aren't we, mates? We just need some aircon, don't we?
Yeah, you and us as well. Really nice to meet you, buddy. We can't wait to see you out on track this weekend. Best of luck.
You can say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. Great to talk to you. Again, great to see riders, some of them as young as 3, 4 years old. I'll be there first time ever here this weekend and getting out there, showing us what he can do. That is fantastic to see. Again, you can see down there the actual Mallory Park circuit just coming into turn 1 down there. It's a bit quiet now. There was a track day going on earlier on. Those guys are all now leaving. But as I did mention earlier, it is the BMF Connect event this weekend, a huge industry event celebrating the 65th anniversary of the British Motorcycle Federation. There'll be plenty of action going on over there as well. We've got workshops, we've got trials riding, we've got, try riding a bike for the first time if you've never been on one before. So many different things over there. But of course, what we're interested in is down there. 66 motos awaiting us this weekend. 3 races a day for each one of our classes. It's going to be tough in this heat. It's going to be brutal conditions, but the riders feeling confident. Let's go and see what they can do.
Right, before we get into racing today, let's go around the actual paddock around here and see if there is anyone willing for a chat. Let's have a look at anyone. Ideally, don't want to get anyone with a helmet on at the minute because they're not going to be able to talk so clearly. Go on, let's have a talk with you, madam. How are you doing today?
I'm good, thank you.
Lovely stuff. Is your child racing this weekend?
Blake, he races. He's not racing today, but he is racing today.
Lovely stuff. And how are you finding the series so far?
Yes, I love it.
Lovely stuff,
it is really good. It gets all the kids going round and getting together, which is nice to see.
It is. Can we quickly grab Blake? Should we quickly grab him for a chat? Hello, there we go. Let's go around this way. There we go. Hello. Oh, is it lovely? Very nice. So what's your name? Blake. And how are you finding the season so far this year?
Good.
Good. Are you enjoying riding? Do you like going very quick?
Yeah.
Lovely. And have you had many good results this year?
Yeah.
Lovely. Does that mean you got some race wins?
Yeah.
Lovely.
I got
A lot of trophies. Great answer. And are you looking to get some more wins this weekend?
yeah.
Fantastic. And it's nice and warm this weekend as well, isn't it? So yes, it's certainly going to be very warm this weekend. Say again.
Shooting cameras.
Very nice. So are you all racing as well, or are you racing as well? Go on then, let's have a quick chat with you as well. Lovely to speak to you, Blake. So, what's your name and what series are you racing in?
I am Casey, and I don't know, possibly.
It's all right, no worries.
Yeah.
On the Revy 18, lovely stuff. And how are you finding the bike so far?
Really good. It's really fun. It's a really fun hobby. It's not really a thing I do most of the time. The thing I do most of the time is gymnastics. I just come up sometimes for a little go. Yeah. For a bit of fun. Yeah.
Well, I bet that certainly helps on the bikes, going around all the jumps and everything like that.
Yeah.
And is this your first weekend, or have you been racing all season?
I come up and down, but I'm here for this whole weekend now, and I don't really know. I think I've done a full season. I'm not sure, but yeah.
Are you hoping to get some good results this weekend? A couple of podiums and wins?
Hopefully, because my windowsill's looking a bit empty.
Is it? Yeah. Well, hopefully you can fix that this weekend. Lovely to talk to you.
Thanks.
Lovely stuff there. So, Very nice to talk to some of the riders so far. Obviously, we can see on track it's getting very dusty already. It's currently 33 degrees here at Mallory Park. It is sweating. It's actually warmer than Greece at the minute here, which is certainly very warm for all of us working, and especially for the riders in their gear as well. So you can see the sort of start-finish straight here, and this sort of loops round this bit, and then they've actually just built that sort of middle section there. They've literally built that today, which is certainly going to be very interesting for the riders. The younger riders will basically cut that and not do that second loop, but the rest of them on the bigger bikes will be doing the larger bikes as well, and we're going to see if we can maybe nip in for a chat here. It looks like we might be able to get a quick word with a couple of people potentially. Maybe. How are you doing? What's your name?
Arthur.
Arthur, very nice. And what class are you racing in this weekend?
The 16s and the... I can't remember the other one.
It's all right, yeah, the 16s. And how are you finding your bike? Your bike's looking very, very quick.
Yeah.
Lovely. And does it feel really nice to ride? And does it feel really nice going over the bumps?
Yeah.
Lovely. And is it great fun for you?
Yeah.
Lovely, lovely. That's what we like to hear. Well, we wish the best of luck this weekend, and hopefully you can get some wins and podiums.
Yeah.
Lovely, lovely stuff. Obviously, he's quite in the zone there at the minute. You all right? How are you doing?
Not too bad, not too bad.
Lovely stuff, lovely stuff. Is that your son there, I take it?
Yeah.
Lovely. And what classes is he racing in as well? So
That's
it's the 16s?
that's the E5.
Oh, the E5,
And
very
he's
nice.
in the Revy 16 as well.
Very
he's eager
nice.
to get out. He's annoyed that I've not let him out.
Oh, yeah, I can imagine, yeah. Lovely stuff. So, we're just going to see if anyone else is nipping back here. I think everyone might be sort of either on track at the minute or just walking around. So this here is the Moto 25 Electro Bikes and Accessories. This guy behind there, you may have seen in the blue shirt. He has basically everything you could want, from spare parts to bikes to helmets to gear and everything. But we are going to now pan to here and have a look at these riders. And from now, let's go back to the track and see what's occurring. What's your name and what do you do around here?
Yeah, so I'm Lee. I'm from Moto 25 Bikes. I began the company approximately sort of 4 years ago when my son got into the electric balance bike scene. Now a main dealer for the Revy balance bikes. Also though, we do RFN, we do Suron, we do Stomp. So no, quite a range to satisfy all the classes that race here at MEP and other championships across the country.
So you supply all the bikes then all this weekend, and on all the kit and everything like that as well?
Yeah, we retail the bikes. A lot of the people who race here, they're our existing customers anyway. You know, it's nice for them to buy from me because we do support the event. So if they have issues, you know, we can look after them. So yeah, it's not just bikes though. It's literally every spare part for a Revy I will have with me this weekend. So if someone breaks something, we can keep them running. That's obviously very important for them.
Yeah. And did you say your son's racing as well this weekend?
Yeah, so my little lad Ethan, he's just turned 6 years old. So he'll be racing at 16-inch Revy this weekend. Also a little RFN Warrior. May even get a run out on a Revy 18 because he's just moving up to that class, so he might do a few races on that, but also he's racing in the Suron Cup as well on the Suron Hyper B.
Well, it's looking like it's going to be a fantastic event this weekend, so we wish you all the best of luck and hopefully speak to you soon.
Okay, thank you.
It's looking pretty quiet in the paddock here at Mallory Park at the moment. Not a lot going on the track day here on Friday, all done and dusted, but come Saturday morning, it is going to be chock-a-block full of action as the BMF Connected event gets underway. We're hoping to come and speak to a few people. Unfortunately, there's only actually one stand that's been set up so far, but we are going to run in and speak to them anyway, and it is a very, very special stand as well. We are going to speak to Paul from Mental Health Motorbike. Thank you very much for coming along to speak to us again. We did kind of come and shout at you and tell us that we were going to speak to you because the only guys that are set up so far, but how's things going for you?
So hi, my name is Paul. I'm part of the Mental Health Motorbike team. We're here a little bit early, set up, get the best spots, but tomorrow's going to be a hive of activity. Our charity is all about supporting motorbikers who are struggling with their mental health. So we offer free mental health support, we offer online support, and we work with people at events. So tomorrow we will start working properly, but today is set-up day.
That is fantastic to hear. And what inspired you to set up this charity?
So I lost my friend Dale Caffrey 2019, and it was a promise I made at the funeral that we would do something to reduce suicide rates. He ended his life by suicide, made a promise to the family, and now we are probably the country's biggest dedicated mental health charity for motorbikers. So that's taken 5 years to get to that stage, but we've got a tremendous team that works across England, Scotland, Northern Ireland and Wales. So this weekend, this is one of 15 events that we're running.
That's absolutely fantastic. So what are you guys offering here tomorrow? You know, say someone comes up to you and says, you know, I am struggling with my mental health. What kind of support can you offer them?
So we like to be seen as a safe space that people can come and talk to us. So people know that we're here. You know, people will look on our calendar and people will come to us. So the backbone of the charity is we train people in mental health first aid, and that is a first response to anybody who's struggling. So they know that they can come to us, and we will put an action plan of support in place to help them deal with that mental health problem. So that might mean a trip to the doctor. In the worst case scenarios, we'll get people to a hospital. But sometimes it's just about talking. People might be a little bit lonely, they might be dealing with a bereavement, they might be dealing with getting old and their body's failing. You know, everybody sort of goes through different types of mental health struggles, and that's our job really, to help people talk about it.
That's absolutely fantastic. Well, thank you so much for talking to us, guys, and we really hope that you have a fantastic event this weekend.
Thank you very much. The weather's on our side, so I'm sure tomorrow will be very, very busy.
We'll have to wait and see. Thank you very much once again.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Well, great to hear from the guys at Mental Health Motorbike. A fantastic, fantastic cause there. Again, unfortunately, the only stand who actually set up right now, but one that is very, very important. There are lots of similar things going on here at BMF Connected. Lots of different stands for things like mental health, for encouraging women on bikes as well. There's lots of women-only workshops going on and things like that as well. So many different things that you wouldn't really think about coming to something like this, but are very, very important to the bike racing, or the bike community and the race community as well, should I say, because we do have a racing team with us here this weekend as well. If we just head up a little bit, you may just see there on the right-hand side the Hawk Racing truck from British Superbikes. I have seen one of their riders, Charlie Nesbitt, loitering around at the back of the cafe earlier. He looked like he was a bit busy, looked like he was getting on with his dinner. I think his good friend Rossi Bannon was in there as well, so I just decided to let them get on with it. But he's here, possibly getting John McPhee in as well across the rest of the weekend. But those guys will be here. I think they're just kind of here showing off what they do, showing, you know, what it takes to operate at the top level of British bike racing in the Beditts British Superbike Championship. So really great to have those guys there. Of course, they probably won't be out on track on their BSB bikes, but there are other opportunities to get on the bikes as well. There's different trial testing things you can do. You know, you can have a go on a trials bike. You can kind of a try before you buy thing out on the circuit as well. So lots of different opportunities to look forward to here at BMF Connected. It is all action here at Mallory Park, of course. We've got 66 motos to look forward to this weekend, but as well, plenty going on across on the main circuit as well. It is the BMF Connect event this weekend, so there'll be plenty of things to do. But right now, we're in the paddock, of course, for the Mallory Park Electric Motocross Series, and we're just going to have a little wander around, see what's going on. I've actually spotted a young rider already who are just going to try and intercept. Any chance we could get a quick chat, young man? Would that be okay? What's your name, buddy?
Caden.
Caden, nice to meet you. What class are you racing in?
The big and the younger.
That's fantastic to hear. And Caden, have you been racing all year long, or is this your first round?
All year long.
And how's the season been going for you?
Good.
That is great to hear. Any race wins yet?
Yeah.
That is fantastic to hear. Are we looking to get some more this weekend?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. Why don't you talk us about your bike that you're sat on at the moment? I mean, you look pretty comfortable. Obviously, you may have been out practicing. Is everything feeling okay?
Yeah.
That's fantastic to hear. And what is it that you love about racing when you get on a motocross bike? What feels so special about it?
Winning.
That is fantastic to hear. So I'm assuming you're going to be doing a lot of that this weekend then?
Yep.
Brilliant stuff. Okay, then thank you very much for talking to us.
Okay, bye.
And thanks very much, Caden. Great to hear from you. We got another rider over here, actually. Any chance for a quick kind of, are we heading out onto circuit? Is there any chance for a quick chat? Are we heading out onto the circuit?
Yeah, you're good for a chat. Yeah.
Brilliant, let's jump right in. I'm going to assume by your plate that your name's Tommy, is that correct?
Yeah.
Oh, Tommy, lovely to meet you. How are you feeling on this glorious day here at Mallory Park?
Good.
You feeling good? Yeah?
Great to hear that you're feeling good, Tommy. Is this your first round this season, or have you done all the other rounds before?
I've done the rounds before.
We did, yeah.
And how have they been going for you? Any race wins, good performances?
Race wins.
Race wins. He's got that, and he rides his Aussie MX-10 as well, which is leading championship on that, and I think he's second place on this one as well, so he's doing all right, yeah. We've been to 8 rounds so far. He's enjoying it, he's loving it, so it's all good, yeah. And weather's out as well, which makes it even better.
That's fantastic to hear. So, Tommy, are we looking to get some more race wins this weekend then?
Yeah.
You on form this
That's fantastic.
Feeling ready for it, Tommy?
Yeah, feeling ready for it. That's what we love to hear. Tommy, best of luck this weekend. We can't wait to see you out there.
Yeah.
Cheers. Say cheers, mate.
Great to speak to some of our younger riders here in the paddock, and great to see that the spirits are so high. We've got a few more riders up here as well. We're going to try and see if we can slide in. There are a fair few out on track at the moment, actually, going around for their Friday practice. So it may be that it's maybe a little bit quieter in the paddock than we would be used to. But let's see if we can just quickly grab this young man. Excuse me, young man. Is there any chance we could grab a few words from you? Yeah, would that be okay? Brilliant stuff. What's your name, buddy? Parker, nice to meet you. And what class are you racing in this weekend?
E5.
E5, fantastic stuff. And how's your E5 season been going for you so far?
Good, a little bit bad, though.
How can it be good and bad at the same time? What's happening there?
Because one race my bike cut out.
Oh, that's a real shame. But have all the other races been going well?
Yep.
And are you looking to continue that streak going into this weekend? Feeling confident?
Yeah.
Fantastic stuff. What is it you like about motocross racing? Is it, just getting out there on the bike and going fast, or is there something specific you enjoy?
I just like going fast, basically.
And, if you're going fast, you might be winning a lot. Is winning good as well?
Yeah.
That's great to hear. You looking to try and win this weekend?
Maybe.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Parker, thanks very much for talking to us. Can't wait to see you out on track.
Thanks.
Great to speak to another one of our young riders there. Again, it is all action, as we can actually see there. This is coming up to the top of the circuit, actually. We'll just have a quick look over here. This is the first big hill that our riders are contested with. This is Mallory Mountain. In fact, I am mistaken. This is not Mallory Mountain. Mallory Mountain, actually, just a bit further over to the left. This is Suron Summit, the second part. Some of the younger riders, they won't be taking this part of the circuit. They'll be darting right and just cutting this small section out, this huge, fantastic sweeping up and then back downhill. Really reminds me of Mallor-E in Italy, a fantastic track there. So you can see a lot of our riders out there practicing, and you'll see as well a lot of dust being kicked up. It is hot here in Leicestershire at the moment. The temperatures are up, the track is bone dry and rock solid as it stands. Some of the series organisers actually were running around earlier today, putting water down on some parts of the circuit just to try and keep that dust down. So it's going to be very, very tricky conditions for the riders. And of course, motocross, very, very physical in this heat, could be tricky as well. Let's see if we can grab a couple other riders. I can just see one heading this way, so we'll head on over, see if we can slide on by. Let's try and cut through some of the paddock here. Lots of space. Some riders also not here yet at the moment. Again, it's still early doors practice, only been going for around about an hour so far. So some riders yet to actually turn up to Mallory Park, yet some riders yet to go out. Some riders, they're just taking it easy, taking it chill. Some riders out there now, as we saw a moment ago. Getting a quick debrief. Let's try and see if we can just butt in and interrupt, not to be too rude. Excuse me, guys, is there any chance we could get a quick chat quickly?
Yeah, of course, mate.
That's no trouble. Thank you very much. And how are you guys doing this weekend?
Warm.
Yeah. Warm. Yeah, you could definitely say that one. And how are you doing, buddy? You okay?
Yeah.
And what's your name?
Albie.
That's nice to meet you, Albie. And what class are you racing in this weekend?
On my big bike.
3 to 4 year old 16-inch classes then.
Is that 3 to 4 year old 16-inch?
Yeah.
Thank you very much for that one. So, how old are you then, Albie? Are you 3 or 4?
4.
So you're 4 years old and you're out there doing this. That's incredible. That must feel so amazing when you're on the bike.
Yeah.
You're certainly braver than I was when I was at that age. I'll tell you that much. How's things going so far this weekend? Are you enjoying yourself?
Yeah.
It's our first time here, isn't it, mates? Yeah. We've been away at other places, all the other meetings, haven't we?
Yeah.
So it's a new track for you.
Yeah.
But still, first time here. How's the camp finding things?
Good. Yeah, it's good. The track's good. The staff are good. So learning some new rules. We're enjoying it, aren't we, mate? We just need some aircon, don't we?
Yeah, you and us as well. Really nice to meet you, buddy. We can't wait to see you out on track this weekend. Best of luck.
You can say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. Great to talk to you. Again, great to see riders, some of them as young as 3-4 years old. I'll be there first time ever here this weekend and getting out there showing us what he can do. That is fantastic to see. Again, you can see down there the actual Mallory Park circuit just coming into turn 1 down there. It's a bit quiet now. There was a track day going on earlier on. Those guys are all now leaving. But as I did mention earlier, it is the BMF Connect event this weekend, a huge industry event celebrating the 65th anniversary of the British Motorcycle Federation. There'll be plenty of action going on over there as well. We've got workshops, we've got trials riding, we've got, try riding a bike for the first time if you've never been on one before. So many different things over there. But of course, what we're interested in is down there. 66 motos awaiting us this weekend. 3 races a day for each one of our classes. It's going to be tough in this heat. It's going to be brutal conditions, but the riders feeling confident. Let's go and see what they can do.
Right, before we get into racing today, let's go around the actual paddock around here and see if there is anyone willing for a chat. Let's have a look at anyone. Ideally, don't want to get anyone with a helmet on at the minute because they're not going to be able to talk so clearly. Go on, let's have a talk with you, madam. How are you doing today?
I'm good, thank you.
Lovely stuff. Is your child racing this weekend?
Yes, he's not racing today, but he is racing today.
Lovely stuff. And how are you finding the series so far?
Yes, I love it.
Stuff,
it is really good. It gets all the kids going round and getting together, which is nice to see.
It is. Can we quickly grab Blake? Should we quickly grab him for a chat? Hello, there we go. Let's go around this way. There we go. Hello. Oh, is it lovely? Very nice. So what's your name? Blake. And how are you finding the season so far this year?
Good.
Are you enjoying riding? Do you like going very quick?
Yeah.
Lovely. And have you had many good results this year?
Yeah.
Lovely. Does that mean you got some race wins?
Yeah.
Lovely.
I got
a lot of trophies. Great answer. And are you looking to get some more wins this weekend?
Yeah.
Fantastic. And it's nice and warm this weekend as well, isn't it? So yes, it's certainly going to be very warm this weekend. Say again.
Shooting cameras.
Very nice. So are you all racing as well, or are you racing as well? Go on then, let's have a quick chat with you as well. Lovely to speak to you, Blake. So, what's your name and what series are you racing in?
I am Casey, and I don't know, possibly.
It's all right, no worries.
Yeah.
On the Revy 18, lovely stuff. And how are you finding the bike so far?
Really good. It's really fun. It's a really fun hobby. It's not really a thing I do most of the time. The thing I do most of the time is gymnastics. I just come up sometimes, a little go. Yeah.
Well, I bet that certainly helps on the bikes, going around all the jumps and everything like that.
Yeah.
And is this your first weekend, or have you been racing all season?
I come up and down, but I'm here for this whole weekend now, and I don't really know. I think I've done a full season. I'm not sure, but yeah.
Are you hoping to get some good results this weekend? A couple of podiums and wins?
Hopefully, because my windowsill's looking a bit empty.
Is it? Yeah. Well, hopefully you can fix that this weekend. Lovely to talk to you.
Thanks.
Lovely stuff there. So, very nice to talk to some of the riders so far. Obviously, we can see on track it's getting very dusty already. It's currently 33 degrees here at Mallory Park. It is sweating. It's actually warmer than Greece at the minute here, which is certainly very warm for all of us working, and especially for the riders in their gear as well. So you can see the sort of start-finish straight here, and this sort of loops round this bit, and then they've actually just built that sort of middle section there. They've literally built that today, which is certainly going to be very interesting for the riders. The younger riders will basically cut that and not do that second loop, but the rest of them on the bigger bikes will be doing the larger bikes as well, and we're going to see if we can maybe nip in for a chat here. It looks like we might be able to get a quick word with a couple of people potentially. Maybe. How are you doing? What's your name?
Arthur.
Arthur, very nice. And what class are you racing in this weekend?
the 16s and I can't remember the other one.
It's all right, yeah, the 16s. And how are you finding your bike? Your bike's looking very, very quick.
Yeah.
Lovely. And does it feel really nice to ride? And does it feel really nice going over the bumps?
Yeah.
Lovely. And is it great fun for you?
Yeah.
Lovely, lovely. That's what we like to hear. Well, we wish you the best of luck this weekend, and hopefully you can get some wins and podiums.
Yeah.
Lovely, lovely stuff. Obviously, he's quite in the zone there at the minute. You all right? How are you doing?
Not too bad, not too bad.
Lovely stuff, lovely stuff. Is that your son there, I take it?
Yeah.
Lovely. And what classes is he racing in as well? So
That's
it's the 16s?
that's the E5.
Oh, the E5,
And
very
he's
nice.
in the Revy 16 as well.
Very
he's
nice.
eager to get out. He's annoyed that I've not let him out.
Oh, yeah, I can imagine, yeah. Lovely stuff. So, we're just going to see if anyone else is nipping back here. I think everyone might be sort of either on track at the minute or just walking around. So this here is the Moto 25 Electro Bikes and Accessories. This guy behind there, you may have seen in the blue shirt. He has basically everything you could want, from spare parts to bikes to helmets to gear and everything. But we are going to now pan to here and have a look at these riders. And from now, let's go back to the track and see what's occurring. Welcome back to a very warm Mallory Park this afternoon. I hope you all had a very nice lunch break. We certainly all did, and we are getting ready to go back into the action this afternoon. We've had about 13 races so far this weekend, and we have about another 17 to go this afternoon. As you can see, it is lovely weather this afternoon, and to be fair, all weekend. This weekend, it's all looking fantastic to see. Now, we are here, as we say, for the round 4 of the 2025 Electric Moto Cross Championship here in the comms box. I'm Alex Rizzoli-Panos-Lombropoulos, joined by Ross McIntyre. We've had some great racing already today, haven't we, Ross?
We have indeed, and we are looking forward to even more excitement this afternoon. And of course, another 30 motos set to come your way on Sunday as well. We got the 18 to 20 inch class up next, age range 6 to 8. We had the 5 to 6 guys out just before the lunch break. We should be getting ready to go with these guys. Hopefully it won't be too long, just the final few checks. And the guys just making their way over from the holding area as well. Still a few riders, I think, yet to make their way out to the starting gate before we get ready to go. But it has been a fantastic day of racing so far. So much excitement, so many different talking points. The one, though, that we can't escape from, Alex, it is the conditions. It is brutally warm here at Mallory Park this weekend. Of course, we've got this UK-wide heat wave. Everyone is boiling all over the country, but especially here in Leicestershire. And as a result as well, the track is bone dry. It is a very hard-packed surface anyway, but it just means there's no ruts forming and there's not a lot of grip anywhere. Lots of dust up in the air. It's very tricky conditions for the riders, and physically it has to be exhausting for them as well. So that's something we need to keep our eye on. But as we're getting ready to get racing once again this afternoon, still been a very exciting day. Lots and lots of action all across the circuit.
Absolutely. We've had some amazing racing already today in all categories as well. As Ross said, it is a very dry track, so when we start to move up to the more powerful bikes like we are doing, you'll see that there is a lot of dust and rocks being kicked up, but also lots of riders flying through the air, going over the bumps, and it is fantastic to watch. So it looks like we're just waiting for a couple of riders for our next race, which, as we say, is the 18 to 20 inch 6 to 8 years old as well. And there's lots of exciting energy, some could even say electric energy, if you'll pardon the pun, in the paddock, which has been absolutely electrifying. I'll stop with the puns now. And it's been a great weekend for everyone so far. Now, it looks like we might just be waiting for a couple of things, not too sure. We have our series organiser, Blake Ford's dad, John Ford, who is Jack Ford, who is our starter for the race. And it's a fantastic morning we've had already. As you can see, we thought we might have some action on actual track, as you can see at the back of the shot, but it actually turns out to be quite nice. Obviously, we're here for the BMF event as well, which is the British Motorcycle Federation event. 60 years of them, and if you come along, there is a whole heap of stands on the infield. But Ross, we've had some cracking racing today, and I've got a feeling we're going to get some more.
We are indeed. Hopefully not too far away from getting the action underway once again. But yeah, been a fantastic morning, and we are really excited to get the rest of the day done and dusted, and then looking forward onto Sunday as well. Of course, unfortunately, we are without the E1 class this weekend, so only 60 motos instead of 66. Oh no, a whole 6 races out of 60 that were all out of 66 in terms that we're not getting. Absolutely shocking stuff. But of course, you are more than welcome to come down and have a look. We do have a grandstand here this weekend, which is fantastic, supplied by J&H Scaffolding. A big thank you to them, and of course to all our other partners here at the Mallor-E Park Electric Motocross Series. And it should be very, very exciting. And again, this is the 4th round of the championship. You are more than welcome to head down this weekend and go and check out the BMF Connected event, which is happening down on the infield of the main circuit. This huge bike event celebrating, as you said, Alex, 65 years of the BMF. And lots of things going on, lots of different things to come and look at. There's different workshops for, things like mental health within the bike community in the UK, or women bikers as well. We've also got a race team here. We've got Hawk Racing, Charlie Nesbitt, their BSB riders down. I think John McPhee might be hanging around as well. So if you're into your road racing a bit more than your dirt racing, you can come on down and say hello to some of the best British riders in the country. And if you're interested in coming down and watching some more electric motocross, round 5 will be on the 31st of August. Of course, it's the same place. It's always the same place here at Mallory Park. And on the 26th and 27th of September, round 6, the final round of the season. As there you can see some of the stands here for the BMF Connected event. We had a little walk around yesterday before everyone had set up, but the spirits are very high and it looks pretty busy. Looks like there's lots of different things going on, and lots of opportunities, and some very nice bikes to have a look at as well. Looks like we're all ready to go racing then for the first moto of the afternoon session. This is the second moto, the 18 to 20 inches. That's the 6 to 8 year old category that we're getting ready for. And again, final few checks. That's Jack Ford, our series organiser and starter, getting ready to send them on their way. All the riders now in position. The hand goes up. The gate will come down. And we're maybe a little jump start, but we're going to get underway anyway. Let's wait and see who gets the whole shot down into turn 1. Is there 3, almost 4 abreast? That was way too close for comfort, but they all managed to work their way through. Look at the dusty conditions already. No one's been running around for half an hour of the lunch break. It just means all the dust has just settled onto the racetrack. Visibility could be a little bit of an issue as they start to make their way over the tabletop for the first time. There's some of the riders a little bit further back in the pack as they negotiate their way around up Mallory Mountain for the first time in this moto. As we see an overtake there to the inside coming through, that is the number 8 Pearl Hanlon getting it done. She had a great getaway at the gate, but just couldn't quite get it nailed down into turn number 1 because she's making up some positions there before they push on. That's right, back up the second hill, up to Suron Summit, and making their way around. Big, long left-hander at the top here before you bomb back down the hill. Another move there. Pearl loses that position that she just gained moments ago. But all action at the start of moto number 2 here.
Absolutely, down at the bottom of the Suron Summit there, as we're now coming around the K-Tech. The K-Tech corner. There we go, as we now are coming in to finish the first lap of this race. There we go. So over the whoops at the end of the lap there, we can see the number 8 there of Pearl Hanlon having a great race so far, losing a couple of positions, but she's still having a fantastic race so far. There's a couple of riders going left, right and centre, sending them on the inside of another. Some like trials by looking moves there And as we're watching the leader there come and make his way around this top part of the mountain, which is a great piece of track. Oh, very, very slidey there, pushing the limits of his bike, going back and forth, left-hander. Oh, he stopped a little bit on the K-Tech curve, but we're just waiting to see where he can come through. Now, it's going to be a very interesting race for this young rider. Obviously, the number 29 there, Caden Waldock, having a fantastic race in race 1, taking the win away from Tommy Bridges on the 419 in second place. So, still waiting and watching a fantastic race so far.
Absolutely. Waldock continuing where he left off in the opening moto and continuing to push away up the front as he rises Mallory Mountain before heading back down. These riders preferring the inside line through there. We saw some of the older riders on the quicker bikes, a few of them preferring to take the banked outside line through there. These guys all firmly sticking to the inside. They're very happy where they are for the time being. Looks like there's a rider with an issue there. Could be out of the race. A shame for them as they come back up to Suron Summit and then back downhill. I said it earlier, but it reminds me so much of Mallor-E in Italy. That part of the circuit, just up and down the rolling hills. It is really fantastic to see, and a lot steeper in person than it looks on your picture as well. Racing everywhere you look, as there we see the number, that's one of the riders, I believe that was the 613 of Daisy May Perkins that we're witnessing there. And in fact, no, it's not, it's the 419 that we're seeing go around there. That is Tommy Bridges as he makes his way through. So he'll continue to push on. Was trying to fight his way past the number 2 of Riley Stark, who's had a pretty good day so far, but maybe a little bit of bad luck hitting his way here or there. Let's see if he can get over that into this one.
Yeah, absolutely. The number 2 there coming under pressure from the 419 now. It's going to be a very interesting finish to this race. Is the 419 going to be able to do anything? That's Tommy Bridges chasing Riley Stark. There come, oh, and there's a big moment there, but he manages to save it. The 419 of Tommy Bridges. Bridges having a big slide, but managing to save it. The number 2 just going round as well. Looking at our race leader on this last lap, pushing the limits left, right and centre. That poor bike, I feel like that suspension's going to need replacing at the end of this race. But the number 29, Caden Waldock, for the second time today, it's going to be a win for Caden Waldock, making it 2 out of 2 this weekend. A great ride from him. Fantastic, Ross, fantastic.
Brilliant riding once again from Waldock. That's 2 motos done out of 4 and setting himself up potentially to sweep the day, certainly, possibly sweep the weekend. Another fantastic ride and a brilliant start to the afternoon as well. Caden Waldock in this class looks a little bit untouchable at the moment. That's 2 dominating victories so far. And well, as we wait for the rest of the riders to come around, you can just see the gap that he has at the front, still waiting for some of them to come around. The next class out, sat there waiting patiently to go, but some riders still yet to finish this one. A few last guys to come over the whoop section and take the checkered flag. They'll head back into the dummy holding area and then back into the paddock. Of course, they've still got 1 more moto to come later on today and 3 more tomorrow as well. But plenty of things to think about in that category moving forward. And again, can anybody stop Caden? He has been so fast, Waldock, and he just looks untouchable right now.
Absolutely. A fantastic event there, as we see, as we're now going on to the 18 and 20 inch class, but they're a little bit older this time, so it's going to be the 9 to 13. So these have got 18 to 20 inch wheels, up to 800 watts in their motors. People sometimes do upgrade the 500 watts to the 800 watts, and the amped brand tends to be more powerful than the original. So as we're waiting for the gates to be released, let's have a look and see who's gonna make the best run off the line and lead into turn 1. It's gonna be a fantastic race. Everyone's just making sure that everyone knows the correct procedures. All the other riders getting ready to go, getting ready now. And it looks like all the parents and the stewards are away from the children now, and we are ready to get underway in 2 seconds. Whenever we're ready, the gate will go down when the hand drops of Jack. There, our lovely marshal and our organiser for this entire event. It looks like we're just waiting on a couple of things, it seems. But we will see. We will see how this race performs. Some great racing already this weekend from this class. It's a great one to watch as well. We see another bike being brought in for one of the riders. I can't quite see from this angle who it is, but it's fantastic. It's a fantastic race. So let's go for the start. We are going to be ready in 2 seconds. It looks like the gate is ready to drop. What's going to happen? Who's going to win? The gate's ready to drop and they are underway. Everyone goes, my lord. It looks like 3-4 bikes together in the first corner. A great start to this race. It looks like we've already got a yellow flag, it seems, being waved there as we are on the exit of the first corner coming out. One of the riders already has a brilliant lead already. Obviously, there is that lovely looking 32 of Paisley Cleft, which does look like an old sweet if you're old enough to remember a couple of candies with the pink and white things. So that's the number one there, Casey Stark in the lead of this race. A great start from them, currently being chased, and as we're having a look at this, it's the number 32 there under pressure from another bike there. That is the number 87 as well, which is a great battle so far.
Absolutely, as they make their way through K-Tech corner, sliding on by, very similar to what we saw in the opening moto, with these two breaking away side by side over the whoop section, sweeping around the outside. Surely will be the number 7 of Seth Johnson, and indeed he does, takes the lead of the race. Paisley Cleft just had to sit and watch, nothing that they could do on that occasion, but now the hunter becomes the hunted. Can Cleft try and catch back up, try and push onwards? We'll have to wait and see as they bounce their way over the tabletop. Not too much air, these guys won't be clearing that just yet. Have to wait for some of the faster riders as they now start to climb up Mallory Mountain. Or heading back down. Oh, and a problem there for one of our riders. Was that potentially Caden Waldock on the 29 having issues? I believe it may have been, and indeed it was. Back on the bike, all okay. There is the number 30, Poppy Burkett, second place for the time being. She had a very strong ride in the opening moto of the weekend. As we're seeing, they're really struggling for grip. Riders actually coming to a standstill now at K-Tech Curve, just having to stop the bike, physically push it around with their feet. Up the front though, looks like it is still Casey Stark. Poppy Birkin though, continuing her good form, continuing her pace. She makes her way over the jumps, looks pretty comfortable, pretty confident on the bike. Little deep into turn 2 as I say that, but nothing that should be too troubling. Before, let's follow her down to the tabletop, see what she can do as she gets over the jump, gets a decent bit of air there, gets the rear wheel down quick as well. She can get back on power and push all the way up the hill before we get to Mallory Mountain. So it's been a tidy weekend so far for the number 30. Let's see if she can push onwards, maybe try and get into the race lead.
Absolutely, the number 30 having a great ride so far. Poppy Burkett having a fantastic weekend so far. She makes her way around Suron curve there, which is lovely to see. Number 30, there we go, making sure that she stands up above the curve. All the riders coming to a really big stop there, just to make sure they have enough grip. But this is the battle, the number 32 that we are watching now. This is a very close battle as they go side by side. It's the 32 and the black and orange bike as well of the 89 of Jack Ferries as well, I believe, and they go side by side over the final corner and goes over the whoops, and on the inside, the 32 squeezes the bike very, very close to the apex. It's sensational racing.
Yeah, it really is. Caden Walker struggling there. Nearly went off the racetrack, actually, as he got squeezed by the 32 as they pushed their way out of the bowl over the tabletop. Nice bit of air. Bit too much speed there from Walker. Front end really popped up there. Could have done with sitting the bike down just a little bit more as they came through. But again, still hot on the tail of the 32. So not the biggest problem for him. Making their way around the right-hander, then shooting back up the hill once again. Great run there from Caden on the 29. Can he sweep round the outside? Yes, he can. Almost goes over, though. Nearly high sides. The 32 has to get out of it, but the 29 of Caden Waldock has slid on by. A nice move there, and it almost goes down again. These guys really, really struggling for grip. Again, the temperature is at its peak as we go on to the final lap of the race. Look, about 29 degrees Celsius at the moment. It is hot out there. It's tough for these riders. The conditions are brutal. The track is brutally dry, but they're doing a fantastic job. That was a nice move by Caden Waldock.
It was fantastic around, going around the outside there. Absolutely sensational. The number one, there we go. We're looking at our race leader, Casey Stark there. And that is second place, Poppy Burkett as well. Oh, fighting for positions here. Poppy absolutely pushing the number one along. This is sensational racing from these two young riders here around the K-Tech curb. Everyone goes very, very, very quickly around there, and it's going to be the checkered flag for the number one of Casey Stark. Just behind is Poppy Burkett. A sensational effort from those two riders. There we go, Stark and Poppy both bring their bikes into the sort of Parc Ferme area, into that lovely little fist bumps and high fives and everything like that from the riders. A great race there so far. We're currently about halfway through our day so far. A sensational race there on our hands between Poppy and Casey Stark at the end there. As Ross, we can now see the E2 class as well, waiting to start racing.
Absolutely, bikes getting quicker and quicker, and some big name manufacturers coming in as well. Of course, not quite factory support. We still got KTM's, Husqvarna's, gas bikes out there. Some really, really quick machinery, and they were fantastic to watch in the opening moto earlier on. Let's see how we go in moto number 2 in the E2 class. Should be fascinating to see. So we'll wait to see how it all goes, as we're just waiting for the last few riders, and then of course waiting for the gate to drop as well before we get underway. But these guys, fantastic to watch earlier on. Big grid of riders as well. Just want to give a quick shout out to Tristan Bailey, actually, on the number 07. Got told over lunch break, apparently he's got 20 family members and friends crowded around the telly in South Africa watching along, so a big shout out to him. Hope his family is rooting for him and watching him do well. As actually, that was the 22 there, Joey Plass, falling over at the start line there. Because sometimes these guys, very young, a little bit too short to reach the floor, but I think he just got a bit overzealous. He's had a great weekend so far. Let's see if he can continue. That hand goes up and the gate will come down. It is time to go racing in the second moto of the E2 class. Let's see who gets the whole shot. Plass got a good shot. Through comes the 21 of Freddie Mason, though, will get the whole shot out of turn number 1. Gets very, very deep into turn 2, though, as all scrambling for position. Was that the number 3 of Daisy Rudd sliding through? I believe it was. We've got a crash further back in the pack. Riders up on their feet and straight back on the bike. Great to see that KTM machine all in good nick. And let's see if they can keep going up the front, though. There's the 21 of Freddie Mason. I believe he's down in P3 at the moment after getting the whole shot. Just ran way too deep into turn number 2 as they come to the top of Mallory Mountain. Indeed, it is the number 3 of Daisy Rudd who leads this moto as it stands, as they work their way down, then back up the hills once again. Again, just look at the lack of grip, struggling in the heat, struggling with the dry ground beneath them. Just got to look anywhere to try and get it. It's so much a confidence game here at Mallory Park. You've just got to be able to find the grip and then go with it. And often it's the riders who have that confidence earlier, Alex, that are able just to push on through at the start of a race.
Absolutely. It's just in the 4 triangle on the outside of the 113, but it hasn't worked. The 22 putting pressure on that bike. That's a battle here between the 21, the 113, the 4 and the 22. Imagine all saying that, which is a lot of riders as they go side by side. 21 on the inside of the number 4.
Yeah, as they continue to push onwards, round turn 1 they go. The 4 looking for a way through the 21. That's Reggie Doyle giving it a go on Freddie Mason. Just can't quite do it. They've got no grip, as that is Doyle actually sliding by on the exit of turn 2. There is no grip into turn 2, though, whatsoever. You can see the riders hit the brakes and just go straight on. They're all really, really struggling. Over the tabletop they go. The 21 ahead of the 22 there. That is Freddie Mason just in front of Joey Plass. He's had a good weekend so far. Let's see if he can continue his form as they crawl around the top of Mallory Mountain, then bomb back down before another tight hairpin, then back up to Suron Summit. And up the inside. Nice opportunistic move there by Plass. Saw the gap that Mason left open and went, oh, thanks very much, don't need to tell me twice. Slid on straight by. That is Joey Plass moving up places there. Nice stuff from him. In front of him, the number 4 of Reggie Doyle.
Absolute. The number 22, Joey Plass, trying everything he can do to chase our race leader, Daisy Rudd, as we're seeing a move here on the 21. That's Freddie Mason under attack by the 07 of Tristan Bailey as well. Around the outside, they're going to go side by side. Maybe I think the 21 just gets a better exit out of the final corner. And they come to start another lap here. And the number 07 goes very wide, but is he going to be able to get the power on early to get a better exit? Now, the 21 still remains ahead. It's worth mentioning as well, Daisy Rudd, who's currently leading this race, won the first race earlier on today and is P3 in the championship as well. As I say, the number 3 of Daisy Rudd is doing a fantastic job at the minute, but she is out in the middle of nowhere, so she is winning this race. With a rider pulling off to the side of the track there, and we have another rider down as well. Not too sure who that is. That is 613, I think. There we go. But as I say, our race leader is trying everything that she can do to just keep extending her gap. The 21 there has had a fantastic run so far. The 22, Joey Plass, chasing down the number 4, Reggie Doyle, left and right.
Just can't quite find the way through, though. Plass having good pace so far during this contest as they make their way over the whoop. Should be the penultimate lap of the race now. And the 22 gets the leg out on the inside, gets very squirrely, gets all crossed up at the midpoint of corner 1, though. Looks like he's okay to keep pushing on. You can hear the crowd cheering on in excitement as there is a rider down there. That Husqvarna machine looks okay, back on, ready to continue pushing onwards, and indeed they do. And it feels like there's another rider down. That's the 21 of Freddie Mason. He was running up the front of the pack, struggling a little bit with grip. Now finds his way down, though, and again, I think that fatigue just setting in the heat, really starting to wear away. There is race leader, number 3 of Daisy Rudd. Bit of traffic to contend with up in front, stops the bike in K-Tech curve just to try and get the thing slowed down and pivoted. Will be last lap of the race on this occasion as she heads over the whoops. What a ride and what a weekend this young lass is having, though, as she goes on to the final lap. Dominated race 1, she's dominating race 2.
Absolutely, there's a reason she's P3 in the championship and won the race earlier today. She's also, she nearly gets tangled up with a back marker there. She's trying everything she can to try and get by. I think she manages to do it on the inside there. The number 3 having a fantastic weekend so far, over the bumps and now up to Mallory Mountain for the last time, I believe, during this race through the left-hander. A lot of faster riders you'll see later will go around the banking, but not on these bikes. She has another little jump there. There we go. She takes a nice wide line and that almost comes to a stop there. In fact, as she comes up Suron Summit for the last time in this race. Through the right-hander now, the left-hander even all the way down the hill to hopefully win this race. But it's never over till it's over, but it's looking like she's having a fantastic performance so far. K-Tech curve now, pulling it to a stop and a nice gentle run to the line. And for the second time today, it's going to be Daisy Rudd that wins the E2 class. Sensational ride from her this afternoon.
Once again, a fantastic performance from Daisy Rudd. She's doing really well this weekend. Let's see if she can continue that form into the final moto of the day and to mark the halfway point of the weekend. Of course, 6 races in every single category, 60 motos in total. Fascinating stuff, but a fantastic performance from her and a very interesting race as well as we get ready for the E3 class. Just goes to show how much they're struggling with the conditions. The E3 class, of course, brought to you by J&H Scaffolding, and great to have them as a partner with us this weekend. But yeah, it's clear just how much these guys are struggling with the conditions out there. Hopefully the E3s will be out very shortly, but it's clear, Alex, just the conditions, the heat really starting to get to some of the riders.
Absolutely, I think it's starting to get to us too in the commentary box. It's very warm this afternoon. Well, it has been all weekend, in fairness. It is actually hotter than most European countries as well this weekend here, so no wonder that these any of these riders, it's actually turns out to be hotter than Greece this weekend, would you believe? Which is brilliant. Well, not so brilliant for us, as we're absolutely scorching here, but it's going to be a fantastic race next. The E3 class, as Ross said, sponsored by J&H Scaffolding, 7-lap race, 10-inch wheels on these. We have KTM and Husqvarna brands, and these riders are 4 to 7 years old, as we can see. The number 5 over to the left-hand side, the 139, the 313, the 25, and another 3 as well. And the sponsors are fantastic as well. Obviously, you might see during this race as well, we have the very nice scaffolding as well, and the grandstand brought to you by those who sponsor this particular class, which is the JNH class. So we are about to get underway. The wire is about to be dropped, the gate is about to be unleashed, and so are these electric riders. Well, the bikes are electric, the riders like that are not. But let's go and get ready for round 2 of the E3 class. Here we go, the arm at the top, and we're going down, and it's a brilliant start. Wow, on the outside, sensational move there by one of the riders there as all of them bunch up. Look at that, you can already see the dust after the first corner being kicked up by all of these riders. Obviously these bikes are a lot faster as well. The number 5 leads the race so far. A great performance from Vinnie Barnes leading the race, but maybe not for long, as we see 2 bikes going on the outside. That's the 112 and the 313 having a sensational effort on this first lap. Eli Walton and Theo Hancock going on the wider line, but the number 5 Vinnie Barnes doing everything he can, playing defensive. This is what you need to do if you want to win races. Be nice and defensive, but these 2 riders are not letting it go easy. Look at all the dust being kicked up. The 112 almost sends it on the inside of the number 5 there, as we're going to see a move on the outside. What a move there, down to the inside by the 112 of Eli Walton, as he absolutely sends it. Look at this pace, Ross, it's sensational.
Brilliant racing already in this second moto of the day. It must be said, Vinnie Barnes was desperate to get the whole shot as we've got to ride it down, and that is Vinnie Barnes.
Oh no!
The number 5 on the Husqvarna's gone down straight back on the bike and now pushes onwards once again. As I was trying to say before he went down, he was desperate to get that whole shot out of turn 1 with a huge move around the outside. Typically, if this is your first time watching a motocross, or, you know, an e-motocross race, I suppose I should say, ever, the whole shot so crucial in this sport, because it just means normally you can dictate the pace of the race out the front. That wasn't the case though, as Eli Walton managed to slide round, and the 112 now leads, has problems for the number 5, but he's got company, it must be said. Theo Hancock on the 313, keeping him honest and staying there with him as they head over the whoop section. Oh, double there from Hancock, nice stuff over there. He heads down into turn 1. He's a rider we've been keeping our eye on a lot so far this weekend, racing in a few classes, and every single time he gets out on track, getting quicker and quicker, that confidence building with every single turn.
Yeah, Theo Hancock having a great weekend so far, trying to chase the leader of Eli Walton, the 112 bike. There we go, as we see him go really wide and then sort of come back in. Look at that, as he applies the power, jumps a little bit there and almost power slides the bike, which I can't say I've seen that often. You can hear the motors whirring, begging for him to stop, abusing him, but he is not going to stop until he has got this race win under his belt. The 112 winning the race earlier today with Theo Hancock in second place. So far we're running the same as race 1, but that brought a lot of drama as well. Oh, he gets a very careful, dearie me. He's starting to get a little bit reckless now, which he just needs to maybe rein it in a little bit, which is fantastic. We're looking at the number 25 now, Frankie Botham for P3, just coming over the start-finish line now as he takes it into the first corner. A nice wide line. He doesn't really have anyone around him. He's just sort of enjoying his podium position at the minute, which is lovely to see. Obviously the 25 very recognisable by the blue and white bike, black helmet and black overalls, which looks brilliant as we can see him coming over the bumps. Wow, a lot of air there. It's like watching an equine event at the Olympics. Fantastic to see by this young rider, the 25. There we go, coming to a little bit of a stop there, but he's one of the riders that likes to take it quite tight through that corner there on Mallory Mountain, doing everything he can to try and catch the 2 leaders who have just been, well, quite frankly, uncatchable. Obviously the leaders, 112 of Eli Walton and 313 of Theo Hancock, and we are now, well, as I say that, we literally pants them as well. The 112 there, Eli Walton trying everything he can. Look at how he applies the power, so much confidence on that bike from that young man. Absolutely sensational so far. He's been chased by the 313 Theo Hancock, who is trying to come up with an answer, but he's just pulling away. Look at that, he's trying to rag that blue bike. Obviously very recognisable, the 313. You can tell the rider because of his blue and purple overalls and the bright pink helmet with a GoPro on the top of it. Very recognisable. The 112 having a little bit of a slow exit there, but I'm sure he will make up for it coming through the top of Suron here. There we go, coming down here and through this left-hander here, nice and tight, gets his leg out nice and wide as he comes to start another lap though. The K-Tech curve there and coming through over the start-finish line. A couple of races to go as he does the double there, does the 1-1-2. Great performance so far. Eli proving absolutely just what he's capable of, but this is now where it's going to get really tricky because, as I say, he's coming up to the back markers. And lots of back markers, as you can just see by your screen. Look at all that dust and all the rocks being kicked up. It's going to make it incredibly difficult for these riders to get past and hopefully not have any accidents.
Absolutely. I mean, I know we've talked on and on, Alex, especially about how dry the track is, but because it's so dry, yes, you have the dust, that's a visibility issue, and yes, there's not a lot of grip because the ground's just solid, but also what it means is you don't get any ruts forming, and the track doesn't change and doesn't improve. So we're almost ending up with like a flat track style race, and that's why we're seeing a lot of rear ends getting out. Not quite to speedway levels, it must be said, but they do push onwards. It's important to know as well, the UK Flat Track Championship was here last week as well, so flat track riders have been using this before. Last lap of the race for the race leader. But it just means that, we were expecting a more motocross style race, but you're just getting riders riding it like it almost is flat track style just because of how the surface of the track is, as Eli continues to push his way around. But another fantastic ride from Walton. That 112 once again looking unstoppable. The 313 of Hancock still not far away though, so needs to make sure this final lap has no mistakes whatsoever as he comes down Mallory Mountain, then down the right and up Suron Summit. Again, a little bit of traffic ahead. He may back off or he may try and work his way around them. We'll wait and see. You can hear the tyres squealing, the motors protesting as they struggle to get traction. That's the 32 just in front of him, Reggie Herring, who we going around the outside of. Yellow flags waving as Herring cuts in front of Walton and holds him up, loses the momentum. But around the final corner, just the whoops to go. It is another fantastic performance from the 112. He takes moto number 2. It's 2 from 2 for Eli Walton. A fantastic ride. Theo Hancock will bring it home in second place on the 313, but it must be said, Walton, once he got to the lead, once he got through the number 5 of Vinnie Barnes, who got the whole shot, he was pretty much untouchable. Superb confidence on that bike, a superb ride as well. Maybe sets himself up to sweep the day. One more race to come then in the E2 class a little bit later on, and 3 more races tomorrow as well. If you're watching along wherever you're watching from in the world, let us know how you're feeling, let us know who you are supporting, and let us know what you think is going to happen next here at the 4th round of the 2025 Mallor-E Park Electric Motocross Series. It has been a fantastic day of racing so far, and we cannot wait to get cracking with the rest of the weekend. The E4 class up next then, bikes progressively getting quicker and quicker and quicker, and obviously getting a bit more physical as well. Should be interesting to see how this one unfolds.
Absolutely. It's also worth noting as well, in the E3 class that we've just watched, Theo Hancock and Eli Walton coming into this round are just 1 point separate in the championship as well. Eli and Theo having some great battles across this championship year so far. Fantastic for them. But now this is the E4 class. 6 laps of racing awaits us. These have 12-inch front wheels and 10-inch rear wheels, so a little bit of difference with the wheels. Up to 1600 watts on these motors in these. We have the Aussie MX-10s, the Toro MX-2s and the Stop E-Box bikes in this race as well. 4 to 7 year olds in this championship, as we can see. Lots of riders getting ready to go on your screen there. You can see the 419 Tommy Bridges on the left. Is he going to get a good start? 251 Teddy Williams alongside him. Let's see who gets the whole shot award. It's going to be a great start for one of the riders on the outside there, but he has a huge moment coming over the top of that. I have no idea how he saved that. That was sensational, that save. But nevertheless, he still leads this race. Going up, all the riders getting lots of air. Fantastic to see. So we are currently led by the number 50, which is, of course, Junior Garber, having a great race so far, but the 419 manages to overtake, and that's Tommy Bridges having a great start so far, the number 22 of Harry Perkins, who we've seen many times this weekend already, trying to attack, trying to do what he can do, but luckily he manages to go on the inside and take third place away from the number 50. Junior Garber, brilliant there. P2, fantastic, trying to chase the leader coming out of the 419 of Tommy Bridges. Coming out of this first corner, we're looking at this battle here between the 251 and another bike for, I believe this is fourth position. Oh, he bogs down a little bit there, and one of the other bikers goes around the outside, and that looks electric there, Ross.
Yeah, great racing so far in this second moto as we push onwards. Should be interesting to see how it all unfolds. We can tell straight out the gates already starting to get a lot more physical here at Mallory Park. Riders starting to get the elbows out, starting to be willing to push onwards. Have to wait and see if that's going to continue. Is there a move to the outside there for the 125? Not quite on that occasion, but gave it a good go anyway as we continue to push on round. And these riders, yeah, very, very wide there. The wide line from the 125. Huge kick on the rear and goes off the racing surface. Man, oh man, that was lucky he didn't get thrown off. Wow, great control to keep it there, to be fair. It must be said, the 125 of Gunnar Day. But yeah, did a fantastic job there to stay on the bike. We'll continue pushing onwards once again now that he's rejoined. But man, oh man, that was interesting. Meanwhile, there we see some of the riders up the front of the pack. There is the 419-year-old leader, Tommy Bridges, doing a fantastic job at the moment at the front of the race. And yeah, just controlling the pace at the moment. Pretty happy where he is, pretty comfortable. But yeah, not too many issues either. Bit of a gap behind. He can just kind of chill out, cruise a little bit.
Absolutely. The 419 having a great start so far as we're currently getting attacked by a wasp in the commentary box at the minute. Lovely. The 419 leads from the 22 as well. That 22 of Harry Perkins won the race earlier today. 419 takes it very nice and steady, but that absolutely really nice. I'm not too sure what you call that paint scheme, but the number 22 has got absolute pace behind that 419 and Tommy Bridges. Oh, and it looks like the 419 gets ahead of him there at the KT curve. Fantastic move there, but it looks like the 419 stays ahead at this point. The number 22, a great effort there, but he is trying everything he can to get by Tommy Bridges for that position. Perkins going this way and that way, trying to get Bridges. But is he going to be able to cross the bridge and go into first place, Ross?
Have to wait and see. Really tight between the pair of them as they make their way up Mallory Mountain. We'll have to wait and see if they can continue this pace, continue this fine racing that we are witness to currently. Inside for the 419, 22 on the outside as they continue on round. And let's see if they can hold those positions. Harry Perkins looking very quick at the moment, but a small mistake there. He's the 419. Can just pull away a little bit more. Tommy Bridges happy to sit and continue to control this race up the front as it stands. But still very close between them as they come round out of the final corner. Oh, small mistake there for the 22. Looks like Perkins encountering an issue at the final corner. Gives more breathing room to Tommy Bridges, and he continues to try and pull away at the front of the pack as he makes his way through turn number 2. Now to turn 3, the bowl, and turns in. A little glance back as he makes his way through. Let's just see what the gap is as he comes round then to the tabletop. Nice jump there. Doesn't quite complete it. Some of the guys in E5 are able to complete that jump as one, but these guys just not quite the pace on the bike, unfortunately. Another check back from the 419. He has a pretty healthy lead over the 22.
Exactly. The 419, a great battle so far with Harry Perkins, number 22 in second. Harry Perkins did, in fact, get quite a good run a little bit earlier in this race, but unfortunately to no avail. The 419 still keeps the lead and has actually pulled a massive lead on the number 22, which is very interesting indeed. Number 419, the last lap for this rider indeed. Having a great performance is Tommy Bridges, building his bridges in this championship, some could say, as he goes over the bump there on his last lap through the right-hander and now through turn 3 here It's very, very interesting to watch how this rider controls the bike, controls the bumps. Very, very interesting indeed. So the 419 having a fantastic ride so far. Here at Mallory Park. Oh, he gets the rear, stepping out quite a lot there, but as we said, he's just got a massive lead on the number 22. Not too sure what's happened to the 22 because he was running right on the back of him. So maybe he just hasn't had the pace so far in this race. But one man who has had the pace this race is this man, the 419. A brilliant performance from Tommy Bridges coming around the last corner, and he will win his first race of the weekend. Tommy Williams wins. Tommy Bridges even wins from the number 22 of Harry Perkins in second. A fantastic race there, Ross.
Yeah, really, really lovely ride there from the 419. Came under a bit of pressure from Harry Perkins at the midpoint of the race, but then he just got his head down, got the pace up, and continued pushing onwards. So it will be Tommy Bridges who takes his first moto of the weekend, and with Perkins in P2. Rest of the riders just bringing it in. I see there some of the parents' encouragement, push all the way to the end. It's what you need to do. It's not over till the checkered flag flies and the fire lady sings. You need to be absolutely on it until you get to the end of the race. There we see the 125 bringing it home. That, of course, Gunner Day, we saw having that big issue earlier, going right off the racetrack, had to turn it round to get back on. But I believe that may be the last of our riders to bring it across the line. So that was the second moto in the E4 class. In fact, there is one more rider coming across. Finally, then, it is time for... finally, should I say, up next, still plenty more racing to come. It is moto number 2 in the E5 class. And, well, there was only one person that we could really talk about in the opening race, Rafe Harwood, with the performance of a lifetime. Just looks so brilliant out there. Does the 99. And, yeah, wasn't even acting. We know that he's appearing in Del Toro's Frankenstein movie out a little bit later this year. Again, that's a bit of a career jump for someone that, I tell you, if I was a motocross racer and an actor at his age, I think I'd be set for life. But no, here I am in a commentary box. But yeah, no, he had a fantastic performance in the opening moto. Let's see if you can repeat that one. The 99 in your right hand of your picture. Keep your eye on him. We're getting ready for the gate to go down. It does now. We're on the way for the second moto. Good launch there for the 511, it looked like, as they make their way into turn number 1. And yeah, nice launch there as they're all scrambling for position. You can see the dust being kicked up there as that Harwood trying to take the lead. I believe it is around the outside of the bowl. Turn number 3 now coming to the tabletop, and over he goes, almost completing it first time there. Some of our riders as they bounce their way over, and just look at the dust. The visibility up Mallory Mountain is so poor. It was the 514 Victor Konozewski who got the whole shot, but it is the 99 of Rafe Harwood that leads this race. The 269 giving chase as well. That's Hunter Riley trying to make his way through the 514. Can't quite find the gap though, and while he's being held back, that just allows the 99 to bolt away at the front of the pack, making their way into K-Tech Curve for the first time in this race, and almost stopping the bike there. Great defensive effort from the 514. The outside line could be better, not quite on that occasion, as they double, maybe triple the whoops if they fancy it. Lap 1 done and dusted. It's Harwood that leaves Konozewski in P2, and in P3 it will be Hunter Riley.
Absolutely great start so far from these riders as well. Looking at a battle here, going left and going right. The 514 doing everything he can to try and defend from the 269. Just behind him with Hunter Riley. Again, we've seen Hunter Riley send it around the outside. Who's going to have a better exit here? One's going to have the tight line, one's going to have the wide line. And it's a great defensive effort from the 514, who just has a massive slide there, but manages to save it brilliantly. But that means that the 264 does have to go very wide. These two tooth and nail together in this race. The 514 actually rides very differently in this race, taking the very sort of maybe slower but tighter lines, but the 269 is obviously going a lot faster in edge. You can see there takes the really wide line, but they're still tooth and nail. It's very interesting to see how these riders race together, and just to see the difference of lines and just how much similar pace that they have together in this race. 269 is right on the back of the 514 now, coming up to Mallory Mountain next. Got a little jump here and then up Mallory Mountain. Now the left-hander 269 will go very wide all the way on the outside. Oh, he doesn't actually this time. He's actually followed the 514's lead and gone very tight line there. But is he going to go wide here? is going to go a bit wider than the 5:14, but still to no avail so far. Obviously, the number 99, Rafe Harwood, he's gone, long gone in the distance. He's gone so far you can't even see his dust trail. But the 5:14 still defending, going. He just needs to be a bit more gentle on the throttle, because right now he's just going very, very, maybe he's obviously under pressure from the 269 who goes around the outside. Who's going to lead over the line? It's going to be tight is what it is. So the 269 tries to send it on the inside, but the 5:14 shuts the metaphorical door. There is our leader, the number 99, Rafe Harwood, who is just incredibly quick, absolutely incredibly quick. But these are the two that have the closest battle on track, the 5:14 and the 269 going left and right. Oh, it's a great battle. The 99 just doing everything he needs to do, overtaking some back markers there, going up Suron Hill. Here we go, round and down, and it's a great race so far for our race leader.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from Harwood. Looks like to me that Riley just can't get through Konaszewski, which is why he's trying these alternate lines. At some corners, the wide line really works. K-Tech corner, it seems to be if you take that back line, it can get you so much momentum. But some corners, it is actually a detriment to use those outside bank lines. The 99, though, gets through the traffic, continues to cruise on into turn 2, then up to the bowl at turn 3. This kid is pretty special, isn't he? I mean, he's just dominated everything so far this weekend and looks set to dominate in the second moto as well. Isn't quite clearing the tabletop in this one, so maybe the heat just getting to him a little bit, maybe just taking it a bit slower. He knows he doesn't need to push. He's got a huge lead. I mean, there's second and third place there. Looks like Riley has actually got through Konaszewski. I think I just saw there in the background of the picture. So maybe they have swapped places up the front of the 99. I mean, maybe they should take some of his acting money and send him to compete with European competition, because he really is in a class of his own at the moment. Gets the front wheel up as well as he gets out of the corner. Now he starts to run the higher back line at the K-Tech curve, and he seems pretty committed at running the back line at the final corner, which from what I've seen so far probably isn't actually the quicker line. But a few of the riders seem to prefer it, and you know what, I'm not riding right now, so I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. They probably know more than I do. Heading through turn 2 once again, Harwood is just absolutely flying. Bit more lap traffic to contend with as those two get side by side and actually hold each other up, which allows them through very easily across the top of the tabletop, then back up Mallory Mountain. And again, loving that outside line as the bike moves all over the place underneath him. You can tell he's not pushing that hard, but still the bike protesting and moving. It just shows how quick he really is riding. Up the inside there is at the 181, I believe he's just going through. It is indeed Finley Moore that he laps, and then down to the bottom of the hill once again. We really are seeing something special right now.
Absolutely. It's also worth noting that last time out at round 3, this man on your screen, Rafe Harwood, won every single race. 6 races, and he won. And it looks like he's probably going to do the same this weekend as well. He obviously won race 1, and he looks like, fingers crossed, he is going to win race 2 as well. A fantastic effort for him so far this year. Currently leading the championship from Hunter Riley by 9 points as well. So it's still very, very close as the championship as well. Fantastic, fantastic rider. Just look, his supreme bike control. How he is just able to apply the power, but in such an aggressive but controlled way. Look at that, the rear wheel spinning, begging for him to stop abusing it. But he says, no, I want these wins, and these wins I'm going to get as he comes round for the final time. Look at that, he's even doing a bit of a wheelie there to celebrate, coming around K-Tech curve right now, coming around the last corner, and it is going to be another dominant ride by this young man. Look at him jumping over there. Rafe Harwood, your man who wins the second race this weekend. Another dominant ride by this young rider.
Fantastic once again from the 99. 2 from 2, 8 in a row. The E5 brought to you by the Specialized Group. There's only one boy you can think about, and it is him, Rafe Harwood, with a special ride. Getting ready for the Suron Cup. Up next, their second moto of the day, second of the weekend as well. Should be a very, very exciting race. We've got a brilliant day of action so far. We are really, really looking forward to this one. The remainder of the E5 class pulling in now. Let's get it going. of the Suron UK Cup coming up next. These Hyper-V machines getting ready to rip-roar around this Mallory Park motocross circuit. Conditions so brutal. The heat is up. It is humid. There is not a lot of breeze, and the track is bone dry. Tough as you like. But these young riders still going to go out there and show us what they can do. We're just waiting for the last few riders, I think, to make their way to the starting gate before we get ready to go racing. Race number 1, a really interesting affair. We saw Paisley Cleft taking the win just ahead of Hunter Riley on the 2.69. Should be a fascinating one. We're getting ready then for the starting gate to drop. That's Jack Ford there in the middle of your screen, the series organiser and also the controller of the gate there. So he'll press his pedal down. The gate will drop after a brief delay and the race will be underway. And then it's all I see who gets the whole shot at the exit of turn number 1. That all crucial moment that more often than not decides the race before it's really truly began, because if you can get to the front you can control the pace from there and then hold on to that lead. So the Suron Cup about to get going, hopefully in a short moment. These official Hyper-V machines getting ready. Here we go then. It is all eyes on the gate, getting ready to go racing. Second moto is underway. Big kick there from the 29 as they bomb down into turn number 1. By the looks of things, that was Hunter Riley who got the whole shot there, and he will lead out of turn 2 as well. Problems for someone in the second place, should I say. Didn't get the drive out of turn number 2 before they head to the bowl as they're side by side coming to the tabletop for the first time. And that is Riley, Paisley Cleft, should I say, that makes their way to second, and Hunter Riley who leads the way at the front of the pack. The 29 there in P3, that's Kelby Fletcher, who got away really well at the start there, just couldn't quite hold on to that second place. So for now, up the front, it looks like it will be Hunter Riley leading Paisley Cleft. It's a return, or a flip, should I say, of how they finished in race number 1 earlier on. Let's see if they can stay like this in this second moto, or if they're going to have a massive battle once again.
Yeah, the 269 trying everything to defend the position from the 32 of Paisley Cleft, as you can see there. That lovely liveried bike there jumps that lovely, very nice bike control there. So, coming round at turn number 3 now, this sort of hairpin turn where on the last lap the number 32 did a brilliant switchback on one of the other bikes there. Coming round now, the 269 of Hunter Riley. So both of these riders actually a big moment there, a big slide for the 32, but luckily they managed to do everything correctly and keep the bike under control. So now all goes a little wide there, and a big moment there for the 32, losing a couple of tenths of a second to the 269 ahead. It is just absolutely head and toe with these two. Fantastic to see. Obviously Hunter Riley third in the championship at the minute, and it's fantastic to see just how these riders do perform with each other. It's incredible the differences. Actually, this year, not one time has the track been exactly the same. So all of these riders, every time that they come to this track, it's all different. So whether that's different corners or different profiles of corners, obviously it all depends on the weather as well, whether we have something like rain or very heavy rain, or just like we have had for the past couple of weeks, very dry weather.
You see their rider going very slowly. That's the number 07, Tristan Bailey, potentially with issues, or maybe just letting the leaders past as well as he does get back on it, heading up Suron Summit. So Tristan Bailey getting out of the way of the leading battle as he comes down the hill once again. And of course, this is all about learning racecraft. Yes, of course, these young riders, we want to see them out there performing at the highest level and showing us what they can do. But it's also about just getting experience on a bike, on the track, and just learning your craft. And then you can progress your career, move forward. Obviously, the competition in Europe a little bit higher than it is in the UK. They've got the benefit of different regulations over age and better weather over the winter. That means they can just go round and round and round all year long. Here in the UK as well, nice there from Hunter Riley as he clears the tabletop, and doing a great job up the front, it must be said. These two really tense racing going on right now. Looks like Riley very happy to control the pace. Cleft is pushing but making a couple more mistakes, so the gap fluctuating quite a bit across the course of the lap, as Cleft now getting onto the back of the race leader as they make their way straight down to the bottom of Suron Summit and then into K-Tech Curve. Both of them preferring to use the inside line on that one, as that's Riley going defensive there on the anchors before they come into the whoop section. Looks like it was Riley who was able to get a much cleaner run through there on that lap. Clef, though, right on their tails, still pushing really hard. Looks to the inside, doesn't find anything. But now Cleft is really pushing, really wants to go through and make it 2 wins out of 2.
Yeah, I don't know what they've found in this race as they sort of get held up by back markers. Oh, what a shame. Having a fantastic run there was the 32. Couldn't believe it, just every corner, just sending it so much later. Oh, there's a big moment there for the 32, but it looks like the 269 is getting held up as well by traffic. Who's going to go on the inside? Oh, fantastic there. The 269 and the number 32 still side by side together. It's absolutely brilliant racing. So both of them getting held up by lap traffic there and having a couple of moments, but both of them still wheel to wheel as the number 32 pays as she tries to send it. Doesn't work out there, but she, at this point in the race, is looking so much faster than the 269. The way that she can ride these bumps, going into turns, especially getting more air as well. The number 32, fantastic bike there. My word, that was a near high side. She is absolutely pushing the limits of that bike now. She wants the win. She wants to win like she had, and she's got to go around the outside of the 269. Lap traffic. Oh, sensational there. Absolutely taking advantage of back marker traffic there. But now the 269 is really going to want that position back. The 32 needs to just do what she's been doing through this race and push to get away from the 269. The 269, speaking of, very slowly through there. Big moment through there. Lost quite a few tenths through there, but still chasing down the number 32 of Paisley Cleft. A brilliant performance so far by these riders. The 269 Hunter Riley all coming through K-Tech Curve now, and a big moment there for the 269, but just managing to keep it there as we are on the last lap of drama here for the Suron Cup. Great high drama as we like to have so often here. They both ride the bumps coming through turn 2 now. The 32 trying to defend her lead from the 269. The 269 of Hunter Riley trying everything that they can do to get on the back of the 32. The 269 has found some pace. High jumps from these two riders. One's got to commit to the outside, one's got to commit to the inside. Who's going to do who? Oh, it's fantastic. The 32 comes out of the Mallory mounting ahead. Both of them having a slower exit coming out of there. Coming up to the Suron rising. Fantastic. Coming through the left-hander now. The 32 looks like she's got the race under control, but anything can happen in motocross, and so often does the 269. Tries to cut to the outside, to the inside. Can they get the switch back? Coming around the final corner. The 32 is slow. It's a drag race to the line. The 32, a fantastic win, just like in race 1. A fantastic performance by Paisley there. She'll be absolutely ecstatic that we saw the 269 of Hunter Riley absolutely smacking his knee in disappointment there, but both of them have nothing to be ashamed of there. That was fantastic racing.
A brilliant race, but I hate to say that Hunter Riley, I think frustration got the better of him in that one. We saw how disappointed he was at the end there, thrashing his arms around, clearly upset. But when he got done after that incident with the traffic, and when Cleft got through, there was a couple of errors immediately afterwards that cost him time. I think just frustration bubbling over, taking his eye off the ball for a brief moment. If he'd have kept on it, if he'd have kept his focus, kept it cool and collected, he may well have won this second moto. So it will be 2 out of 2 then for Paisley Cleft here. And, well, lots to play for going into the third moto of the day. A little bit later on in the Suron Cup. A fantastic affair, though, it must be said, and a really interesting battle between the leaders. Looks like we got some issues there. That's the number 26, Hunter Kirk. I think he may have got down, actually, on the final lap, but manages to get going once again. He'll head through the whoop section. Fantastic action once again from the Suron Cup. They'll be back out later on for their third race of the day in a little while.
So this time we are back for our final race of today of these championships. We're going to have 3 runs of all of these championships today, and this is starting the third run of another 10 races. 20 races in so far, another 10 to go. These are the 12-inch basically referring to the diameter of the wheel, and these are 3 to 4 year olds. So obviously we've just been watching the Suron Cup. That is going to be a lot faster than these, but these still provide fantastic racing as well. The arm is up in the air, the gate is about to be dropped, and the gate is dropped, and it's a great start for multiple riders. I believe that's 169 getting a fantastic start and leading into the first corner. A great start there for the 158 of Riley Hickenbottom in the green and black machine there. All of them struggling with the dust. We can actually see the dust is a lot more prevalent this time of day. A lot of bikes have been using it. It's a brilliant couple of laps to come before us. So there we go, coming up the hill, the 158 been chased by almost looks like Spider-Man there in second place. A great outfit choice and helmet there, coming around the 158 leads from the 245 so far, which is Boston Cleft. Both of these riders very racy against each other all of today. As we see the number 20 coming through the shot through there, we can see all the advice coming from the parents left, right and centre. Obviously in these younger classes we don't basically allow them to use the second bit of the mountain, they just sort of cut straight across, but that is the first lap and it is going to be the 158 that leads.
It is indeed great to see these young riders out there pushing onwards. Of course, this is the first year in the UK that riders as young as 3 years old are allowed to race. Finally, the ACU gave way. There's been protests year after year after year, as there is the number 3 having issues. That looks to be Eli Rudd. That's gone down, but back on the bike. As I was saying, though, year after year after year, the ACU have had people complaining at them, saying in Europe they're allowed to race from 3 years old. You know, why aren't we here? And as a result, it meant that the level in motocross and in bike racing as well in general has dropped off. I mean, you know, in Motocross World Championships, yes, we've had riders turn up and do, you know, well over the last couple of decades. You know, recently Tommy Searle and Max Anstey come to mind. We haven't had a world champion in motocross since David Thorpe won the 500cc class in 1989. That's a long old while ago. Now we are finally allowing, you know, riders as young as 3 to race so they can get this experience, and hopefully by the time, you know, they're 17, 18, 19, they're able to compete against the European competition. So it is fantastic to see that we've got these young riders out there as they continue to push onwards and crush around. There we see our race leader just making his way through. That is the 158 of Riley Hickenbottom, who's had a fantastic weekend so far. Disappointment in the opening moto, but took victory in the second race earlier on today, as that is a rider down. That is quite a big one. And hopefully everyone's okay. Yellow flags, of course, will be waving as the rest of the riders make their way up Mallory Mountain. Hopefully everyone is all okay. They can hop straight back on the bike and get moving once again. But for now, yellow flags still waving, so no overtaking into that section. And we see someone trying to take the wider line there. Very interesting. I haven't seen much of that before in the younger classes. And I don't know if it really worked out for them or not, unfortunately. Some of the riders really slow now. I think the yellow flag section just ahead of them as they make their way down the hill. And these guys, yeah, just currently I think the conditions will be causing havoc for these young riders. Again, it's so warm, so dry out on the circuit. I think you've got to be feeling a little bit tired, you know, 2.5 races into your day in these temperatures.
Well, I certainly know that both of us are feeling pretty shattered already, so I can't imagine what these young riders are feeling like. The 158 of Riley Hickenbottom leads, and that is the number 4, Freddie Fennell, having a little off as well, but he's back on his bike and continuing with the race. So the 158 Riley Hickenbottom still leads this race, doing a fantastic performance so far this weekend. He's absolutely brilliant so far. He leads by quite a fair few seconds coming into this, as we are going to see the final lap being waved here. There we go. So final lap for Riley Hickenbottom. A fantastic ride for him so far. Obviously got the lead on the first corner away from the line. Fantastic to see. Now he's just overtaking some back markers as well on his last lap. He can just, honestly, I think he can stop for a cup of tea at this point, or probably another type of drink, maybe an apple juice or something. One of the riders saying, "Oh, what are you doing there on the inside?" He's like, I'm leading the race, please move out of the way," which is lovely stuff. Obviously no blue flags at all in motocross racing, which is brilliant. The 158, a great performance so far as we see him coming up Mallory Mountain for the last time today on Saturday. It is a great performance. A look at that bike going left and right, being controlled really nicely. The suspension is absolutely lovely, and it is getting certainly a big workout today, as you can see all the dust on all of the bikes and the
riders' overalls as well, as we are going to see him coming round the final, the second to last corner, the K-Tech corner, coming round a very nice tight line as well as he puts a little bit of throttle. There we go. Now he's got his confidence to go over the line and take the final race today of the 12-inch 3 to 4-year-old. A great performance there as Riley Hickenbottom wins race 3 of the 12-inch 3 to 4-year-olds.
Very, very comfortable performance there. No stress, no worry. Just get on the thing, ride it, control it at the front, and take your second win of the weekend as well. Lovely stuff from Riley Hickenbottom to end his weekend, or end his day on a high, should I say. Still 3 more races from these guys to come tomorrow. Of course, 60 motos across the whole weekend here at Mallory Park. Plenty of racing action. As the rest of these guys finish off their race, time for a very cold shower, I think, in these sweltering conditions for these young riders. They've done a fantastic job today. We cannot wait to see what they're going to be doing tomorrow as well. A big, big well done to everyone in the 12-inch 3 to 4-year class. Their final race of the day, done and dusted. They, of course, will be back out tomorrow for another 3 motos. As there we see Eli Rudd crossing the line. He had a little fall earlier on in the race. Great to see him get back on and finish it. And it must be said, that has been something I've been so impressed by, especially with these youngest riders, is how much they have on off and they just get straight back on the bike and finish the race. It is really, really wonderful and admirable to see that. It's obviously coming off a bike, it does hurt, funnily enough. And, the bravery and the commitment to get back on and finish off a race, it is so, so impressive. So if you're watching along online, we are all done with the 12-inch 3 to 4-year-old class. Make sure you subscribe, share, all of the above. Help get these young riders' names out there. Help get British electric motocross out there, and to show what we can do here. We hope you are enjoying the action wherever you're watching around the world. Myself, Ross McIntyre, Alex Rizzoli alongside me in the commentary box, bringing you all of the action for all 60 races this weekend. And we've only got 9 more left today, unfortunately, so the day already drawing to a close, as silly as that may seem, given how quickly it has all flown by. And now getting ready for the next class, getting ready for them to head out onto the track. Yes, that is right. It is time for the final moto of the day for the 16-inch 3 to 4-year-old class, brought to you by Macadam. And this should be a very, very interesting race indeed. The riders, a few of them yet to make their way to the starting gate, but these 16-inch bikes, really, really exciting to watch and some fascinating racing.
Absolutely. These bikes up to 250 watt motors, and most of the 16-inch bikes do have the 250 as standard as well. Obviously 250 watts, definitely not 250 cc's in these, because that would just be insane. Quite fun to watch, but insane for the riders. As these are only 3 to 4 years old as well, we are just waiting for the final few riders to take their positions on the start line here, and then we will be ready to go. As all the riders, you can see the number 26 there pulling into the gate, waiting for the gate to drop, as we have a few riders here, which is fantastic to see. So the previous race winner, first race of today, was the 20 of Carter Anderson, and we are lights out and away we go. I should say gate down and away we go, and that looks like one of the riders. Fantastic. I think that's number 24, Billy Cooper, getting a great start there off of the line as all the riders are following him through. Oh, and there's a fall. There is a fall there of the number 21. That is Tommy Brown, but immediately back up, just a little slip there, back on the bike, and he's straight away catching the back of the pack as he goes very wide there. A great start there from the number 33, my mistake, of Charlie Stark there, followed by the number 24 of Billy Cooper. A great start from both of these riders, going over the bumps, all of them taking it nice and steady. We've seen quite a lot of slips in quite a few classes today, just because of how slippy and dusty this surface is. Obviously, you can see it's very rocky and very dusty as well, which is definitely not a help to these riders. Oh, there we go, a big moment there from Ali down. There's a fall there in second. That is the number 24, Billy Cooper, who was running in second place. So unfortunate for him, but it looks like he might be able to get back out in third. Yes, he does, just ahead of Eli Rudd on the 3. Speaking of threes, it's the double 3, the 33 in the lead. Charlie Stake having
a great race so far. Obviously, that will have released the pressure a little bit on the back of him, which is brilliant. The stakes are massive in this race for this young rider. He might be able to get a lovely win here as we see him go through quite a few seconds on the back of the 20. I think that's one of the bikes. I can't quite see what number it is there, but a great. Oh, speaking of the 24, there we go. That's the one I was meaning. Lovely, having a great battle here ahead of this other blue bike. It's the Battle of the Blues right now. Ross, a great race so far.
Has been really, really interesting. Charlie Stark once again with a great start, and then obviously you had a bit of chaos as well. The 24 going down means he's got a pretty comfortable lead up at the front of the pack, as there we see that's the number 20 making his way round there. Carter Anderson, he's also had a very strong weekend so far. Let's see how he's getting on in this moto for the time being as he makes his way down into turn number 1. Once again, the laps ticking away here as he gets on the power. You can hear the motor whirring away underneath him, working that rear tyre, which, of course, in these dusty conditions, very likely to be struggling for traction. We've been seeing it all throughout the races across the weekend so far. Just rear ends kicking out flat track style as they're struggling to get any form of grip and traction. Carter Anderson, though, makes his way over the tabletop and starts the rise up Mallory Mountain. We'll get around at the top end here. I doubt he'll be using the outer bank. No, he doesn't. In fact, gets a little bit crossed up coming into the corner, but all looks pretty clean so far, and that's Charlie Stark there. So that's second place for the moment for the number 33 as he makes his way down the hill. And again, a bit of no man's land for Charlie Stark. Was under some pressure from the 24 earlier on before that fall, so now he's just kind of awkwardly making his way around in second place, but it's still been a very impressive ride nonetheless as he makes his way through K-Tech Curve. You can actually see there some of the grass on the outside being ripped up now, so you do have two clear lines there. These younger riders on the smaller bikes, though, definitely much more keen to stick to the inside through that corner. And Stark makes his way down to turn number 1, keeps it nice and comfy, sticks the legs out, then brings it back onto the pegs where he gets on the power over the jump. Little bit of air time on the front wheel. Rear wheel stays connected to the ground. And once again, seen that a couple times now, Alex. Down into turn 2, just on the brakes. Bike sliding straight on. Just unable to get the grip on the brakes. Unable to slow the bike down in time.
Honestly, I think you could describe any corner using that description, to be honest. All of them have been very, very slippery this weekend. Obviously, the number 33, Charlie Stark, having a great performance there. The 24, Billy Cooper, also having that slip a couple of laps ago. But he obviously recovered and stayed in P3 there. So dropped down just initially, but managed to keep P3 from there. So he's just having a nice, gentle little ride around for now, doing some really good defensive line works there, getting a little bit of air over a couple of jumps. As you can see, look at the dirt line there. You can definitely tell a big racing line emerging then with the lighter coloured soil there as opposed to the darker on the outside. But the number 24 being chased by the 22 of Joey Plass there, just behind the battle of Plass versus Cooper here, and it looks like the 22 and the 24 are just starting their last lap as well. Here, obviously only a 5-lap race in the 16-inch 3 to 4 years, sponsored by McAdam and also supported by the Factory Tribe British Supersport team as well. So coming round, the number 26 that is AJ Garwood as well. The number 20 Carter Anderson obviously won the first race as well. Looks like he's going to get another couple of race wins under his belt this weekend, and also he is the championship leader as well, as there is another biker through there. He's leading the championship by a very comfortable margin and will be extending that as well. Carter Anderson will win the final race of the 16-inch 3 to 4 years here on Saturday. He does a little celebration as he pulls into the paddock there and waits for all of his other competitors. Another great performance, Ross, by this young rider.
Absolutely, what a day he has had. We'll have to wait and see if he can continue that form across the weekend. Carter Anderson, very much the class of the field in this 16-inch category here. Of course, brought to you by McAdam. Yeah, 3 to 4 year old age range. These guys done and dusted for the day. And that is it for our youngest riders in the field. They'll, of course, be back out for 3 races again tomorrow. But the third moto goes the way of Carter Anderson once again, having a fantastic weekend so far. That is it for the 16-inch 3 to 4 year old category. here in the Mallory Park Electric Motocross Championship. Hope you're enjoying all of the coverage. Let us know from where in the world you're watching from and who you're supporting. And let us know as well who you think is going to be on top at the end of the weekend. Of course, this is the 4th round here at Mallory Park. Over halfway through the season now. And of course, part of the BMF Connected event as well. This huge biking event down at the infield of the main Mallory Park circuit. There's workshops, there's bikes to go and look at, old and new. There's a Hawk Racing here with Charlie Nesbitt as well. So many different things that you can look at and enjoy. So make sure you're heading on down tomorrow if you haven't come today. And of course, come and sit in our grandstand. Come and watch some young motocross riders doing their thing out there on the track and showing some fantastic stuff out there. That is it then for the 16-inch 3 to 4-year-old age range. The 5 to 6-year-old riders, they'll be out in a short moment for the final race of their day. Of course, once again, they'll all be back out for 3 more motos tomorrow. 6 races for each class across the entire weekend. Fantastic stuff from all of them. Just a small delay here. Hopefully it won't be too far away from the riders coming out to the starting gate. And in fact, I think they may well be now. Alex, 2 fantastic race 3s done. Another few to come up now before we wrap up today's proceedings. It has been a fantastic event so far.
Absolutely. Some brilliant racing this weekend. Obviously, we've still got a lot more to come. The next round will be the 16-inch 5 to 6-year-olds as well. So 16-inch wheels, up to 350-watt motors as well. But a lot of people do upgrade from the 250 to the 350 as well. So it just means a little bit more power and a little more torque coming out of the corners. Obviously, the big advantage with these bikes is that, unlike petrol, you don't bog down like the other sort of petrol bikes do. So the moment you put your throttle down, you've got maximum torque, which is very good for getting out of corners. Either that or having a little drift around them as well, as we've seen so far this year. It's been a brilliant sort of weekend so far. A very warm weekend as well to a lot of people, but we can't complain because we've seen some people in chat from South Africa as well, so we definitely can't complain about the heat from here. But it's going to be a great race coming up. The number 22 of Harry Perkins has won both of the races so far today, which is, you can just see on your right hand side, that sort of bluey, very shiny looking bike as well. So let us know on the chat who are you supporting. As we say, we've got people from all over the globe supporting this championship this weekend. Race 3 of 3 this race 3 of 6 this weekend, but it's the final race for this category today, as it looks like we are getting ready to go. The gate will go down when the hand drops, and the gate is down. Who's going to get the good start? It looks like maybe the 58. Their leg is going wild there, which has just helped them to get the lead of this race. A great start there for one of the riders. Oh, and it's already switched round immediately as well, as they all go 2 by 2 by 2. It's like Noah's Ark here. Fantastic to see, as all these riders are sort of split up a little bit now. The 2 leaders getting a very good run away from these on your screen there. That is the number 7, Boyce Clements, followed by one of the other riders. There's the number 7 coming through. It's going to be the 33 alongside him of Arthur Brailsford, just trying to get that position from Clements. Is he going to be able to get a quicker inside loop? No, he's not. Obviously, these riders, if you have been with us all day, you'll know by now they don't use the full track. They use the sort of half track as well. But it's going to be a great start for one of the riders who's already over the whoops already. A great start.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. They didn't quite get the whole shot at the start of the moto. That went the way of the number 50, Junior Garbett, but got back through at turn number 2 and then has immediately shot off into the distance. And I'm presuming it is probably the 22 of Harry Perkins who has dominated this weekend so far. Garbett under some big pressure now from the 313 of Theo Hancock, who goes up the outside, which will soon be the inside, into Mallory Mountain, and that is second place for Theo there. Nice stuff from him. He's been really racy all weekend long, looking very comfortable, very quick, no matter what what bike he's stepping on, be it this 16-inch bike or where he's been racing elsewhere on the E3 bike in those races as well. Also been very, very quick. So this battle for the podium now starts to dissipate. Can Hancock push onwards and catch up to the back of Harry Perkins? Similar story to what we've seen in the other motos so far today as well, is that for whatever reason Hancock just can't quite get the starts that Harry Perkins is. And Perkins, as a result, by the time that Hancock finds his rhythm, the bike comes to him from underneath him and it all starts clicking. The gap's just a bit too big for him to catch in these very, very short races. This one only 4 laps long, so really not long at all. 5 laps, should I say. So, yeah, it's as there we see, that's P4 and P5 making their way round now. That's the 32 that we see of Reggie Herring. Just behind him, another rider as they come over the top of the tabletop. Just behind him, Arthur Brailsford on the number 33 machine. Not really close enough to make a move into Mallory Mountain, but close enough certainly to put some pressure on. Maybe try and force a mistake from the 32. We'll have to wait and see as they bomb back down the hill before into the right-hander, and then this left-hand hairpin making their way now into K-Tech curve. Oh, very, very wide there from the 33 in the background. That's going to cost him a little bit of time. Once again, track conditions are so brutal. It's so dry. Everybody's struggling for grip. Everyone's struggling in the temperature. It's, well, it's very much a war of attrition out there, it would seem, as it stands.
Absolutely. The 32 defending everything for now. Obviously, the battle between the 32 and the 33 as well. The 32, a fantastic start at the minute, and obviously this race as well, a great race as well. For here, we've got a yellow flag as well. We've got a rider down there, it seems. That is the number 8 there, which is Pearl Hanlon. No, it's not the number 8. I'm not too sure which that rider is, but the good news is that they are up and walking away from that, so they might rejoin the race as well. The number 22 then is Harry Perkins there, our race leader. A great race for him as well, hoping to take a clean sweep on this Saturday. Obviously, he's had a fantastic run of form last round as well. Obviously, the last round, guess how many races out of 6 he won? That's right, he won all 6 last time out. So currently, going on from last time, he could make it a 9 consecutive win streak so far. Nothing is stopping this young man, a very talented young man, a brilliant rider as well. So coming around the K-Tech curve, and it looks like that is a 33. That is the 33 that was battling with the 32. That's Arthur Brailsford. The good news is he's straight back on the bike and going, and it's going to be a win, another 9th consecutive win for Harry Perkins on the 22 bike. What a sensational rider, getting lots and lots of high fives from everyone. A brilliant round from him so far.
Well, as it currently stands, that 22 plate is gearing up to be swapped out for a number 1 plate at the end of this season. Harry Perkins with once again a fantastic ride and takes a 9th consecutive moto victory. Unbelievable stuff from him. Once again, we saw we saw Theo Hancock, should I say, with a fantastic performance as well. He comes home, wraps it up in 2nd place. But it's all about that 22. Harry Perkins has been untouchable so far this weekend at the 4th round of the season, and he will look to continue that further on into Sunday's action as well. 3 more motos for these guys on Sunday to look forward to, so plenty of motocross action coming your way. But for now, the 16-inch 5 to 6-year-old age class, they are done and dusted here on Saturday. Fantastic set of races and fantastic performances from all of our riders out there on the track. But all good things must come to an end. But don't worry, they will still be back out tomorrow, as I said. But man, oh man, what a fantastic race we have just seen. And now we've got some more 16, or in fact we don't. We've actually got 18 to 20-inch action coming your way. And this should be exciting. The 6 to 8-year-old age range on the 18 to 20-inch bikes as the pace increases. And we get faster and faster, bigger and better machinery underneath the riders. Let's wait and see what they are able to do as they push on these Revy and amped manufactured bikes. You can see them there just in the corner of the picture. Now you can see them on the full picture, getting ready for the gate to drop and to get underway. It has been a fascinating story so far this weekend. Caden Whitlock has been absolutely untouchable, or Waldock should I say. Up the front as the gate now drops, we do get underway. Let's wait and see who's going to get the whole shot. Will it be Waldock again, flying down into turn 1? Indeed it will be. A wonderful start from the man who's won 2 out of 2 so far this weekend, as the riders negotiate their way around turn number 2, now into the bowl for the first time, and on the run into the tabletop. You'll see them pop up before slamming down. These riders, these bikes should I say, not quite quick enough to clear it first time. And you can see once again the dust coming up, the bike struggling for traction, struggling to get grip in these dry and dusty conditions. But it is Caden Waldock who's opened up race number 3, as he did in the first 2 motos, with a very, very quick start.
Yeah, absolutely. A great start as well. It's also worth mentioning as well that Caden also won, well, basically all 6 rounds last time out at round 3 as well. So he's having another great run of form as well. A fantastic round as well, as we're seeing a little battle occur here coming into the K-Tech curve, and one of them gets away very well. They go side by side into the last corner. That's a 251 getting overtaken there, but I say that they go side by side. Who's going to have the metaphorical inside, or who's going to shut the door on who? It's going to be the 419 and the 251 having a great battle as well. 251 late entry Teddy Williams into this series this weekend against Tommy Bridges, who's we've seen quite a few times already this weekend. Well, we've seen all these riders a lot of times this weekend starting to lose who's who. As the 251 having a great battle with the 419 of Tommy Bridges as well. Obviously our leader, no surprise, the number 29 of Caden Waldock. A brilliant step, as we can see and hear some support for Bailey there as well. Lovely to hear from the other kids and the other family members as well.
Absolutely, bombing their way down Suron Summit and into K-Tech corner. They now go. It is still Caden Waldock that leads this moto, but it's not as easy as it has been so far, because he has some fierce competition just behind him. The 2 of Riley Stark not far away at all. And if there's a mistake from the leader, or Stark is able to get into the groove, it could well be that we have a true race for the lead on our hands, as Stark a little bit crossed up there into turn 2. Nothing that I don't think is going to worry him, but again, just showing how tricky these conditions are. The bike's moving all underneath the riders, really no traction whatsoever, no grip out there. We saw it as well with some of the other classes, especially down into turn 2. Really tough through that part of the racetrack. There's just no grip, especially on the brakes, and a lot of riders running very deep, because they get on the brakes and the bike just isn't slowing. It's not stopping at all as they climb Suron Summit. Once again, it is still Waldock that leads. Just behind him, though, Riley Starr keeping the pressure on, keeping him honest as they bomb back down the hill. And Waldock will be glancing back every now and again and seeing that lead that they had in the opening 2 motos, it is non-existent. Stark is right there with him as they come into the whoop section and on to the final lap of the race. One more tour then. Can Riley Stark do anything, or is Caden Waldock going to sweep the day?
I have no idea, but we've seen on the past 2 laps that the number 29 there not having the best of exits out of that second to last corner there. The number 2 trying everything they can to go left and right. The number 29 feeling the pressure now, coming up to the top of the Little Mountain section here. A great section here. Oh, number 29 again, he keeps doing that. He keeps taking it very tight. I think if he takes a wider line, he won't be under threat. He locks the rears there. He's making a couple of mistakes now, but only half a lap to go now before he continues his streak of winning races. Fantastic to see, but the number 2 is going to want to break that very quickly. Let's see if he is going to be able to lock it. He does again. He goes very still there. Looks like he's trying to cross the line with him. Going over the line, it's going to be another brilliant win for the number 25 of Caden Waldock, who wins. Caden Waldock, another race winning victory, another race winning drive, and I think he's not gone to the correct area there. I think he's gone somewhere else, but he's regardless, he's still won the race. Yes, he's looking very confused. I'm thinking, am I supposed to be in this race? My bike's looking a little small for these. Oh, unless he's in this race as well. Oh no, never mind, he's in this race as well. Never mind. My God, the poor guy didn't even get a break. He's just won a race, and now he's immediately on the grid again. Poor guy, Ross.
You thought he'd get a high five or a well done or something. No, straight back to the starting gate, straight ready to go again. What a fantastic performance from Waldock to take the 18 to 20, 6 to 8 years, race number 3, sweeps the day as well in that class. But puts the bike down. Is going to get a well done from someone very quickly, or getting I think that might actually be a starter booster or something like that. He's getting a talking to either way about something. But bike down on its side. Waldock standing there rather gormlessly looking onwards. Hopefully everything is okay. Meanwhile, in that one we did of course see Riley Stark finishing second once again. Another good performance, but just not quite able to catch that number 29. Is there a problem with Waldock's bike potentially? We do have of course the final race of the day for the 18 to 20 inch 9 to 13 age class, and was that maybe a change of battery? I think that may have what it might have been. It may have been a change of battery for Waldock perhaps, because he's back on the bike now and looks ready to rock and roll. So a great race there to finish off the 6 to 8 year old age range action. Now it is time for the final moto of the day for the 18 to 20 inch 9 to 13 age range. Before, of course, we then get on to our E2s, E3s, E4s, E5s, and the final race of the day, the final moto for the Suron Cup. And then, of course, we do it all again tomorrow. Another 3 blocks of races, 30 motos to look forward to. And, of course, all of the other action that's happening at the track this weekend. We've got all of the BMF event that's there in the background. Is it time to get this final moto underway for these guys? I believe it is, as we're waiting for the start gate to drop, and now it does. We are underway for the final time today, and it is the number 1 who gets a roaring start. Casey Stark straight into the lead, gets the whole shot as there's chaos down at turn 1. A rider's gone down, ended up tripping over his own bike there. It also looks like he's in wellies, which is an interesting fashion choice out on the track, but sometimes you just got to do what you got to do. But does get going once again. Hopefully the bike is A-OK. That looks to be the 213 of Leighton Wickenden who went down there. Up the front though, it is still the one of Casey Stark that leads. Just behind him, Poppy Burkett once again giving chase. Very similar to what we've seen across the other 2 motos from this category today. Kanan Walker, he's just come off of one race, and Waldock now one way straight into another one. Let's see if that fatigue affects him, or can he hold off Paisley Cleft just behind as they come down Suron Summit for the first time. And it looks like that Waldock is going to be okay. He's going to hold on to that position. Cleft not too much of a threat at the moment, just in front of them, the 07 of Seth Johnson as well. Up the front though, it is still Casey Stark that leads, and then P2 Poppy Burkett. Very similar, Alex, to what we've seen from the 2 motos today already.
Yeah, absolutely. The 29 looking strangely familiar. It's almost like it was in the last race that we've just watched only a couple of minutes ago. And of course it is as well the number 32 trying everything that they can do to catch the number 29 ahead. It's a great battle. This is the battle for the lead here. The number 1 goes a little wide. They actually touch wheels there. Does the number 30 and the number 1 as well. A fantastic Poppy Burkett and Casey Stark having a great little ding-dong battle here. Wowee, a fantastic battle. They were touching wheels as well, which is obviously not necessarily the best thing to do on bikes, but nevertheless they both made it work. The number 30 Poppy is having a very close look, gonna try and send it on the inside. They touch wheels again. The number 30, the one having a proper battle. The number 30 going very wide, almost going over the hill there, as the number 30 sort of settles back into second place. Let's see if they can do anything to try and get the lead away from the number 1, maybe planning some better lines as well. Already doing a terrific job of getting really good exits as well, over a couple of jumps here, through the left, through the right. Let's see if the number 30 is going to be able to catch the number 1. They do a little bunny hop over that bump, it looks like. The number 1 now finding some pace over Poppy on the 30 by Casey, doing another brilliant job as well. Obviously Casey winning the previous race 2. When I say that, the number 30, they go side by side on the Suron Hill. It's going to be the number 1 that leads, but the 30 is going to try and go the inside, and they're going to touch wheels again. This is absolutely a sensational race. So the number 1 through to the left, the number 30 making pace as well. Going to send it to the inside once again. Poppy makes contact with the rear wheel of that number 1. They go side by side over the hill. This is a thrilling race so far, but the door's open, but the number 1 closes it. Poppy now on the inside though. Oh, that is close. That was close there. The number 1 and the 30 doing a great battle. They touch wheels once again. I've never seen so many bikes, or 2 bikes, touch wheels so many times. The number 1 still defending from Poppy, putting up a brilliant attack so far, but it looks like she's lost a couple of tenths there. But let's see if she can make it on the entry and exit. Oh, it's going to be very tight. The number 30 loses the rear, but it's okay. The number 1 has a bit of drama as well. They're both pushing each other tooth and nail, literally pushing each other around. The number 30 takes the lead. A brilliant move there. Well, the number 1 makes a mistake. The number number 1 just makes a mistake in the 30 as well, with a brilliant run of form there, Ross.
Man, oh man, oh man, this is physical, aggressive racing, but it's brilliant to watch. The 30 takes the lead after getting the elbows out. 1 lap to go. Both of these riders have had moments where they've been unseated on the bikes. Can Stark do anything? Or is Poppy Burkett got this moto in the bag? Coming down turn 2 for the final time, almost stopping the bike again. No grip down into that corner. Poppy looks focused. Can Stark try and close in? She comes to the tabletop for the very final time, and then up Mallory Mountain. Got some action further back in the pack. Here's some of the riders coming to Suron Summit a bit further back in the pack. There's one of the riders that we saw down at the first or the second corner, Leighton Wickenden on a 2:13 there that we see. There we see the bottom of the screen, the race leader on the final lap just going by as we're watching these back markers go around, and there is the race leader, number 30. Looks like she's got a very, very healthy gap behind her. Checks behind, sees she's in the clear. Poppy is in with 1 corner left to go. The 30 of Poppy Burkett gets it sideways, brings it across the whoops and brings it home in the 3rd moto. That was a brilliant, brilliant race win for Poppy Burkett. Elbows out, physical, aggressive racing, and one that she has come home on top of. Brilliant stuff from the 30 to bring it home on top of that one. Casey Stark will bring it home in 2nd place as a result. But man, oh man, that may have just been the race of the day so far. Fantastic action between the leaders the whole way round, pushing and shoving for every last inch of racetrack. But it's Poppy Burkett that brings it home on top in the final moto of the day for the 18 to 20 inch class in the 9 to 13 age range. Man, oh man, oh man, what a race that was. Now it is time then for the E2 class coming up next. And this should be really interesting to see how it unfolds. Once again, KTM, Husqvarna, Gas, just some of the brands that are making these bikes. Big name manufacturers out there lending their funds and their money. Well, KTM, I say funds, maybe not, but lending, their support to these young riders with these machines. And it's been a fantastic day of racing so far in these E-classes. Should be interesting to see how we get on in this one.
Absolutely. 4 to 6 years old we are looking at on the screen as well in the E2 class. It's a fantastic championship. 5 laps of action awaits us for race 3 of the E2 class. We're just waiting just to see what these riders are doing. A couple of them maybe just not ready to take the start just yet, but let's have a look. We have a lot of the riders. If you're just joining us, you've joined quite late in the day, but still early enough to watch some great racing and great action between these drivers. Let us know where you are watching from. We've got some people watching from South Africa as well. Double points if you can beat them for how far they are away from the UK. So let's have a look. We've got the number 4 on the right hand side of your screen, one to watch as well. All of these riders are incredible. The number 3 as well, that is Daisy Rudd. She's already won a race today. Let's see if she can have any more race wins. Certainly possible. And as we see, the gate drops and it's the number 22 that gets a terrific start in the E2 class. A couple of bikes go a little bit wider. It's a great start so far. So Joey Plass leads the pack away with about a couple of seconds of a gap already. Going through the right, going through the left. Let's have a look to see what they can do. Are they going to be able to hold on to the lead? Let's watch and find out. The number 21 there having a battle with a couple of other riders, and it looks like the number 4 is under attack from one of the other riders there. The number 4 under attack from the number 3 as well. Those 2 riders. The number 3 is Daisy Rudd, obviously race winner, and the number 4, Reggie Doyle as well. But it's the number 22 of Joey Plass. They've got a very good start off the line there.
Yes, he did indeed. A great start there for the 22. The 4 second place, the 3 in third as well. Reggie Doyle and Daisy Rudd. Looks like there can be a huge battle brewing here if they can get closer in. As Rudd struggles to get out of the cage. tight curve there, almost brought it to a stop, and then still struggling for traction in these bone-dry conditions out there as they cross the line to complete the opening lap of their final moto of the weekend. Of course, it's a great time to be a motocross fan this time of the year. Of course, between round number 3 and this round number 4, we had the MXGP of Britain over at Mallor-E Basin. Motocross as well, the Motocross World Championship. They're off the Kimi Ring in Finland this weekend, but this is where we really want to be watching. We want to be watching the Mallory Park Electric Motocross Series, because you won't find excitement and like it anywhere else for junior riders, as this battle for second makes their way through Mallory Mountain and then heads back down the hill over that small jump there. They do get a little bit of air and then stopping for that hairpin before they climb back up Suron Summit and make their way round once again. I keep saying it, but it just reminds me so much of Mallor-E in Italy, that section of the track, just the up and down through the rolling hills. Again, you say rolling hills, you don't really think of Leicestershire like that, but it is a fantastic track that we've got here. And again, it changes every single time we come. Although the base is the same, there's little updates and improvements to the track every single round. For example, the tabletop section, that is new for this round. They haven't had a tabletop here yet before, and already been seeing some riders completely clearing it. So be fascinating to see that later on as well. There, though, is the number 4. Still in second place is Reggie Doyle, as there's some riders further back in the pack as well. You can see there the number 21, that's Freddie Mason. He's got a battle going on there a bit further back in the pack. Behind him, the 113 of Albie Clark, giving him a bit of a go. Can't quite find the move at the moment, can't find the way around. Mason once again struggling into turn 2. That has been a common theme throughout this afternoon for the 21, just struggling to get the grip into turn number 3. As turn number 2, should I say, is out of turn number 3. There was an attempt of a move there on the 113, just couldn't quite get it done. This is for P5, we believe. So a little bit further down the pack, but still racing for solid points and solid positions as well. Making their way around the top of Mallory Mountain. I mean, obviously, even though these guys aren't fighting for the lead, they've still, Alex, got a very, very strong battle on. Still really hard racing.
Absolutely. The 21 that you're looking at now in the centre of your screen is currently the championship leader coming into this event by 2 points from Billy Cooper. So he's doing a fantastic job keeping that car. And that is the number 3, I think. That's the number 3. Oh, Daisy Rudd, she was having such a brilliant weekend as well. We're not sure how much time that she's lost. She was on the podium there, but unfortunately I'm not sure anymore. She goes very wide again. She just went very wide in the last corner, but look at her there. Certainly hasn't slowed her down, because she is absolutely quite literally flying through the air now. She takes the wider line there, does Daisy Rudd, but I think that might have shot her chances of a podium in this race. So it'll be the number 22, Joey Plass, who will be leading from Reggie Doyle, obviously still in second place. At 21 there, the championship leader, Freddie Mason, doing what he needs to do just to keep points rolling in. Remember, you don't need to be winning every race, as long as you're consistent. That's the most important thing. You want to be more consistent in this. Consistent with your lines, consistent with your braking points, consistent with your acceleration. Obviously, it makes it a lot harder in a series like this, because the surface that you're racing on is so different and is quite literally ever changing. It can change from one race to the next, you know, the positions of rocks or the position of the dust or anything like that. Speaking of the dust, you can see it absolutely being kicked up as they land just after that bump there going up Mallory Mountain. And a great race that we are seeing from them there. The 22, as we can see, had a great start there, coming round onto the back of the circuit. That's the number 4 there in second place. That is Reggie Doyle, having a great little weekend so far. I think that's just the back marker there. He then goes to the inside. A fantastic event. There's number 22 bouncing over. Look at how bumpy that bit is there, Ross. That's absolutely incredible there. It's a miracle that they can stay on.
Yeah, and some of these bikes are set up really, really stiff this weekend as well to try and deal with the conditions. As the checkered flag waves, the 22 will cross the line and take the final moto of the day. Joey Plass with a fantastic win there. There was chaos behind him. He kept his cool, kept his nerve, and rode on through the drama to take a very nice win. Joey Plass wins race number 3 here at the Mallory Park Electric Motocross Series. Of course, 3 more races to come tomorrow for these guys, but that was a fine performance indeed. The number 4 of Reggie Doyle will bring it home in second place. We'll wait to see who comes home third. Will that be? I believe it will be Daisy Rudd, who's just recovered to third at the line. A fantastic result for her after that off. She was running in third, then issues caused the drop back in the pack, but finally able to just about slide back up onto the podium. So brilliant for her as the checkered flag waves. And that is it for the E2 class. They will be back out tomorrow for 3 more motos. As you see the rest of the riders, there's the man who was leading the championship, the 21 Freddie Mason, brings it home in P5. What a performance from him, a nice race from him. But that is it for the E2 class. There is only a handful of races left to go in this one. The rest of the riders making their way across the whoops and to take the checkered flag as well. A brilliant, brilliant race in that one there. And once again, the 22 of Joey Plass with a fantastic little ride. Now it is time, though, for the E3 class, brought to you by J&H Scaffolding, the providers of our grandstand this weekend. A big thank you to them and for their support. Now, this should be really, really interesting because we've seen a couple of very quick starters and a couple of very quick riders, and some riders who are very fast but not so good out of the gate, and vice versa as well. So there's always lots of action at the front of the pack in E3. Should be a very interesting race. Just a few words being had there by Jack Ford, the series organizer and Stargate controller. And also dad of Blake as well, one of our very young riders here. Just the last few words being had with our riders out there before he will send them on their way here at Mallory Park. It's been a wonderful day of racing so far. Clear blue skies everywhere. Temperatures not quite 30, but almost there or thereabouts. And these riders, I think, will be looking forward more than anything to getting this last race of the day done and dusted before they can have a nice cold shower and get on their way. Right then, time to go racing. Final motor of the day in the E3 class. Gate drops. We get going. Some very quick starts there. Let's see who's going to get the whole shot down into turn 1. Looks like that's going to be the 112 of Eli Walton, who's had a fantastic weekend, winning 2 races so far. Gets the whole shot in moto number 3. Wasn't quite able to do that in the second race earlier on. This time, though, he can control the pace from the front and try and slide away. Theo Hancock with a great start there as well on the 313. Giving chase, trying to take the wider, the banked line at the top of Mallory Mountain. Look at the levels of dust being kicked up. It is brutal out there. So hot, so dusty, no grip on this bone-dry racetrack before they start making their way back up Suron Summit. The 112 and the 313 already bolting away from the pack. Look at the lead they have over the guys in third place. I believe it may be the 25 of Frankie Botham in P3 currently. Indeed it is. But that is a huge lead. Those front two already massively breaking away as they start lap 2.
Absolutely. Some could even say that the front two have shot off like a lightning bolt and lightning bolted away from the pack, which is brilliant to see. But the 2 leaders, which are Eli Walton and Theo Hancock, the 112 of Eli and the 313 of Theo, both of these riders have been absolutely tooth and nail, wheel to wheel all weekend and all through the season as well. Theo Hancock absolutely dominated round 3, and there's always great racing between those 2 riders. It's mainly a question of who's going to come third. The number 25 was third last time, and this is the battle for P6 that we can see at the minute. The podium was Frankie Botham in race 2, so let's see if they can get another great result in this race as well, touch wood. So Eli Walton and Theo Hancock, the leaders. We see the 259 and the 32 going wheel to wheel. The 32 going on the inside. That's Reggie Herring going on the inside of that other bike as well. Number 32 trying everything it can. That's Reggie Herring trying to go left and right to try and pull away and break the traction and maybe lift up a little bit of dust for his competitor just ahead of him. But this, as you can see, is the battle. Just a little bit wide there from the 259 of Arthur Whitelaw. A little bit too wide for some drivers it works, for some riders it works, for some riders it doesn't. But let's just see where the 259 can finish, and if they can have a clean race. The number 5 and the number 25 is also, this is actually the battle for P3. The number 25 trying everything that Frankie Botham can do to get on the inside of Vinnie Barnes as well. Vinnie Barnes being the championship leader coming into this race by 9 points as well. Look at the dust being kicked up by these two riders as well as we come down the hill here, and we're just going to see if the number 5 can hold off the number 25. Let's see if they have got what it takes. Let's see if the 25 does get a tight line, but they both suffer through that second to last, coming through the last corner now going over the whoops, and it's a slow line for the 5. The 25 catches up. Both of them should be able to jump that, but let's see the 25 trying to go on the outside. Just so much more pace. Listen to that motor absolutely work overtime. I hope they're paying that motor overtime because it is working much harder. Oh, look at that. He's even just trying to go wider just to try and get the throttle down. Might not be the quickest way around the track, but it certainly is the most entertaining. Look at them bunny hopping over tabletop now, coming up to Mallory Mountain. The number 5 still defending from the 25. The 25 goes wider on the outside, but it's not going to work on this occasion. The number 5 now through the right-hander, very slow on the apex, slowing the number 25 down. The 25 goes wide, but unable to make a position on this particular occasion. The leading two are still Eli Walton and Theo Hancock, but this is the battle for P3, the final podium position that we're watching. Number 5, number 25. The 5 just placing his bike perfectly where it needs to be, slowing the 25 down. The 25 getting frustrated now. You can see the 5 is trying to be very cautious on the inside, but he might have left the inside open. No, he shuts the metaphorical door on the number 25. The 25 getting quite frustrated with the number 5 trying to find a way to go, trying to get past him, but he's right on the back of him now. They may even touch wheels coming into this corner here. He takes a much wider line than the number 5. Let's see if the 25 has what it takes, as this is for the race lead now. The 2-5-6 against the 1-1-2. It's going to be a great battle inside the 1-1-2 in the lead now. I think it might be. I can't tell if they swap positions. Is it the 1-1-2? No, they have indeed changed for position.
Yeah, that is the 1-1-2 currently that we are seeing, and that, of course, is the one and the only Eli Walton, who's been dominating so far this weekend. Looks like they are still holding position, actually. So the 3-1-3 just behind. Maybe a little bit further. I think he may have dropped back, actually. So Walton with breathing room behind as he brings it down to the bottom of Mallory Mountain, then back up to Suron Summit as he bombs up the hill. You can see the power, the instant torque of that electric motor, really beneficial up that part of the track, and then back down again. You can hear the parents in the grandstand encouraging, saying, come on, just keep pushing. They know the kids are tired. They know how hot it is and how physical it must be for these riders out there, and they're just saying, come on, just bring it home. One more lap then for Eli Walton as he gets a nice double over the initial loop section, and he can't cruise home because Hancock is still there. The 3-1-3 quite a distance back, but if the 1-1-2 was able to make a mistake, then he could well be in trouble. But that gas machine looking very, very comfortable at the front of the pack as it stands. Goes over the tabletop, almost clears it. Awesome stuff from him there. And as he now up to the top of Mallory Mountain, preferring the wider outside arm, and actually ducks out of it halfway through again because it's so dry, no ruts. So you are able to change your line mid-corner and not face the consequences of that. Then up to Suron Summit for one final time. A few last riders in front that he may have to negotiate before the end of the race. There are only a handful of corners left to go, and a very, very healthy lead as he brings it round K-Tech corner for the final time. One turn and the whoops to go, and Eli Walton is going to make it 3 out of 3. Third moto of the weekend goes the way of the 112 with another dominating ride. That was absolutely fantastic from him. The 112 got to the lead, got the whole shot at the start this time, and then never looked back. Just controlled the pace from the front and began to ride away. A brilliant ride from Walton. As Theo Hancock on the 3-1-3 will bring it home in P2. But today, it's all been about the 1-1-2 of Eli Walton. Can he continue that form onwards into tomorrow? We'll have to wait and see, but Saturday has very much been his day.
Absolutely, absolutely. A fantastic effort by all of these riders this weekend. Another great win by Eli. Obviously, him and Theo have been absolutely incredible this weekend. They really have been showing everyone else really just what close racing is. Obviously, we had the battle in this race
race as well, but we obviously had the battle last time out as well and a few classes ago as well. So a great race for these this week, and as they're just waiting to go in the paddock, they're just having a little debrief with each other, fist bumps all around. A great performance from everyone there. So as we can see, waiting on the start line now will be the E4 class. So these have got 12-inch front wheels, but strangely 10-inch rear tyres as well, up to 1600 watt motors, 1600 watt motors, and there are a couple different chassis that we have. We have the Ossa MX-10, Toro MX-2, and the Stop E-Box bikes as well. And this championship is for 4 to 7 year olds as well. So great performances, great rides by these riders all through the race as well. And we're just about to get ready to get underway.
Yeah, looks like E4's getting ready to head out onto the track. They're all lined up by the starting gate now. Just the last few words being had between some of the organisers and the marshals there in the background. But the riders sat there ready to go racing. And hand goes up. That means the starting gate is going to drop down now. We are underway in the final moto of the day for the E4 class. Let's see who gets the whole shot. Oh, really brave into turn number 1 there, where someone sweeping around the outside gets it wrong into turn 2 though, and that means they are going to get done moving forwards. And we'll have to wait and see who that was as they come round. I believe Harry Perkins is up there as well. Yes, he is currently in P3. It was the 17 who got the whole shot. That's Ollie Luxton, and then lost out to the 419 heading down into turn number 2. That's Tommy Bridges who leads this race. That is Harry Perkins in P3. Just behind them as well, I believe it's Gunnar Day on the 125, and yes it is, you can see him there as they make their way up Suron Summit for the very first time. Crowds watching along all along the side of the track as they make their way down the hill and towards K-Tech Curve for the first time in this moto. Looking to the inside maybe is Tommy Williams, almost gunning into the back of Luxton on the 17 machine. And while these guys are fighting, that of course means that Tommy Brooks on the 419 can just push forwards and keep on going. The 22 of Harry Perkins doing a fantastic job. And has he been able to get through? I don't think he has, no. So Tommy Brooks leads from Ollie Luxton in P2 and Tommy Bridges or Harry Perkins in P3, should I say.
Yeah, a fantastic race so far. The number 17 leading from the 419, that is in second place, all providing very good battles. You can see now just the difference of speed between the different classes of bikes that we have, and that's a very front. And almost a big moment there for the 419 as well. Both of these riders absolutely incredibly intense, almost touching wheels like we've seen a couple of rounds ago, as we see the 419 trying to attack the number 17. He goes very slow on the apex there, does the number 17 of Ollie Luxton. Let's have a look to see what Tommy Bridges can do, trying to get on the back of Luxton, and wowee, that was close. That was very, very close. 419 pushing all the limits possible of that bike. Look how much air they're getting just from that tiny little jump there. The number 17 now trying to go slow on the apex, but the 419's gonna try and dive around the inside, or dive down at the inside, but it hasn't worked on this occasion. The number 17 still keeping the lead, trying to gain a few tenths here and there, which is just what you need to do to keep the win. The 419 getting frustrated. You can see by how he's applying the throttle as he goes around the outside. It's not going to work, but he has a big moment there. He's driving very aggressively now is the 419. I don't think he's going to be able to get that position particularly too cleanly if he keeps riding like this, but it's still a very impressive ride nonetheless. The 22 being chased as well by the Green Mohican in the place behind him, and he does manage to go around the outside. No, just not on this occasion, but he does manage to go on the outside here. The 125, are they going to be able to get past him? Oh, it's going to be tight. Oh no, just not on this occasion, but it looks like, I think that bike has slowed down. We do have a problem. I think the chain has come off on the rear of the 125. A shame. That 125 was doing brilliantly. There will be a yellow flag for Gunnar Day. Very, very sad there. I think that's going to be a retirement from this race, very sadly. Obviously, these bikes getting absolutely abused this weekend. Just look at what they're riding on. The 17 still being chased by the 419. The 419 very, very aggressive now. Going to try on the outside. My word, they're going to try and touch wheels. They've gone inside wheel, rear wheel to front wheel. It's not worked on this occasion, but the 419 just showing the 17. Listen, I'm here. If you make a mistake, I'm capitalising. The 419 takes the wide line. The 17 tight on the apex, which actually looks like a much quicker line. Maybe the 419 will follow him on the next lap. A couple of laps to go now. The 17 chasing a race victory. The 419 chasing the 17. He sends it down the inside, just touching the barriers and the fence on. It looks like the 419 trying to get the throttle down on the outside, and he's fallen. He's fallen there, just been too aggressive. I fear we sort of predicted that may have happened. He tries very aggressively to still get to second place, but that could be the race victory over there. It certainly hasn't stopped him from putting his hand down. An unfortunate incident there.
Yeah, just got it all crossed up coming into the ball. You could tell how hard he was pushing in that battle, and ultimately led to him dropping back. So that does mean that Ollie Luxton on the 17 now leads this race. Does anyone have the pace to try and catch him? Can Bridges get there? Can the likes of Perkins get in as well? The 22 not far behind the former race leader. There's not long left to go in this race now, as there we do see Harry Perkins currently in P3 on that 22 machine as he makes his way through K-Tech curve. Very slow through there, but gets on the power very, very quickly. Final lap, flag is out. One more tour for Ollie Luxton on that 17 machine, and then it is all done and dusted. Makes his way into the bowl for the final time. The 17 leading this race and comes to the tabletop, jumps over, doesn't quite clear it, but gets close. Nice clear track both in front and behind. It is possible, yes, that Tommy Bridges on the 419 may try and catch him, but I don't think he's got the time to do it in, with only half a lap now left to go of this course. Making his way up Suron Summit for the final time is Luxton. Looks all clean through there as the crowd cheers both of the leaders on. Bit slow on corner exit from the 17 as he makes his way down, and you can see Bridges is catching, but he's not going to be catching by enough, because with 2 corners left to go through K-Tech curve for the final time, Ollie Luxton, luck went his way just a little bit, but he is going to take the 3rd moto of the day on that number 17 machine. Yes, some falls and some issues for other riders, but a very, very clean race and a fine performance there means he does take the victory. It looks like Harry Perkins will come home in P3 with Tommy Bridges in P2, but it's Ollie Luxton who takes the final race of the day in the E4 class.
Absolutely sensational riding there. Yeah, the 419 just getting quite aggressive there, as we've said. I mean, it's not always necessarily a bad thing, but in Tommy Bridges' case there, he did ruin his bridge to victory and knocked it down with that fall. A unfortunate incident there for him, but I'm sure he will come back stronger tomorrow for another 3 races. So we are 28 races into this 60 race weekend. 2 more races to go today, and then everyone can go off and everyone can grab a cold shower, because everyone needs that today, because it is scorchingly hot here in Mallory Park. So 2 races to go now. We have the E5 class, the penultimate race today on Saturday. The E5 class 7-lap race, 5 to 9 years old, sponsored by Specialized Group with support from the Factory Triumph British Super Sport team as well. Now this has been a very interesting race weekend, because the number 99, who you may be able to see on your screen somewhere there, is Rafe Hardwood even, who has had a very, very interesting weekend. And by weekend, I mean he's just been in front of absolutely everybody else. As we are about to go green, the arm is up, the gate is about to go down, and the gate is down. Who's going to get there? Who's going to get the award into the first corner? Who's going to be fast? Of course, it's the number 99 of Rafe Hardwood. We have come to expect this from him. Another electrifying start from him. And my word, this rider is also an actor as well, which is incredible to see. Look at him already flying up into the distance.
All of these bikes absolutely going to tail. You can just see the 21 making a move on the outside there. I think that's the 27 actually going in the inside, but the 181 tries to get a comeback, but it doesn't work on this occasion. The 27 stays ahead after that move there. You can just look at the absolute incredibly designed suspension on these bikes. You can also see the plumes of smoke and dust being kicked up. Look, we've actually got a bit of wind now as well. As you can see, the dust being blown across the track, which is going to affect visibility by quite a bit as well. But of course, it's the number 99 who leads. I think from the 269 and maybe the 514 as well, having a great little scrap as well. But more importantly, it's the number 99 that leads.
It absolutely is, and a similar story that we're seeing between the 269 of Hunter Riley and the 514 of Victor Konozewski as well. We saw that in the second moto, those two getting locked in battle. Maybe not so much this time, bit more of a gap there, but the 99, of course, completely up the road. The 27 of Parker J locked Denny in P4, meanwhile, as well, as they all try and make their way through. They're going to be feeling the heat, feeling the fatigue from having two motos done already today. And they just got to try and get this race done and dusted. Move trying to be made there by the 101. That's Daisy Roddy. Look to the outside there on the rider in front. That is the 77 of Jude Reeder. And Rudd did get it done, but got on the throttle and low side on the exit of the corner. Just a bit too greedy, twisting the throttle. And that's unfortunate, but hopefully she'll be okay. Not a massively high-speed crash. The bike came down quite gently, so should be mechanically sound. There is the 269 of Hunter Riley, currently in P2, as he makes his way to the tabletop, cleans it. Oh, that was lovely over there, that. Really, really nice jump. The landing was perfect as well. The 99, meanwhile, leading the race, goes past Rudd, who is back on the bike, which is good to see, but now a lap down. Hopefully she'll be able to rejoin the race and get going once again, and she is. So Rudd rejoins on the 101. Fantastic to see. A shame that she went down. She was having a very strong race up to that point, and about to get lapped by Hunter Riley just behind as well. He does run a little bit wide, gets the drive out of the corner though with that longer line, as over the whoops goes the 99 to start another lap. Superb commitment over there. He did manage to triple it earlier on in moto number 1. I don't think he's been able to quite achieve that since, but certainly pushing once again. The boy just doesn't know slow down and shut the race down and bring it home, does he? It's just maximum push all the time for the number 99. And Rafe Harwood clears the tabletop and just continues to fly onwards. It is really, really wonderful watching this boy race. He's just so talented. You can tell just the commitment that he's got, the bravery and the talent, the speed that he carries through corners and overjumps. It is fantastic to watch, and there's a reason why he's on for his, I believe it's his 9th win in a row or something like this here.
It is incredible. Yes, he took all 6 wins last time. Just look at the commitment. He's even wheeling there. I love as he's going up one of the mountain sections there. His bike actually looks like it's on a diagonal when he's accelerating, just because of the torque of these bikes. It's incredible just to witness him riding. Just look at the precision and the commitment. Look at that. Absolutely incredible from the number 99 there. Hunter Riley second in the championship as well. Obviously the championship battle between this man on screen, 99, and himself is currently 9 points coming into this championship. Obviously these bikes up to 1600 watt motors on them as well, 14-inch front wheels and 12-inch rear as well. 5 to 9 years old as well on these bikes, which means that Mr. number 99 has got a very bright future ahead of him. But speaking of bright future, he's still got to get it done for now. Anything can happen. Look at the speed and the almost wheelies that he's doing out and coming into K-Tech corner compared to the speed of everyone else, as this is the battle here, the 201 or the 281 there, having a great little battle there. I think that's Toby Ogle having a great battle there. The 314 as well on the inside. Another great move from them as well. Yeah, so great. Oh, well, we've got enough. We've got enough. Oh, it's Daisy again. Oh, no. I think that might be an unfortunate... oh no, she's getting back on the bike anyway. Never mind, she's going again. So fair play to her. That's 2 offs. And yeah, the bike is good and the bike is going. So fair play to her. She's had 2 slips in this race, but every time she's managed to get back on.
Yeah, great stuff there. Great commitment from her. You know, her race effectively may be over. She's well down the order, but She just wants to keep going around, wants to stay committed and wants to keep pushing onwards, which is, of course, fantastic to see. Last lap flag waves then for your race leader, Rafe Harwood, who once again has vanished off into the distance, booked his ticket, first class express, say it how you will. He has dominated this weekend so far and looks set to make it 3 wins out of 3 in Saturday's action as he makes his way through the bowl and to the tabletop for the final time today. And look at that. Oh, didn't quite complete it on that time, but he's just so good in the air. The way that he's able to get the bike to take off and then land it is really, really fantastic to see as he heads down Mallory Mountain, then turns it around up to Suron Summit for the very final time. Bit of traffic to contend with, bit of dust hanging around in the air, but nothing that I think is going to worry him as he hears the roars of the crowd, the cheers and the applause from parents, colleagues alike, and makes his way into K-Tech Curve for the final time. Complete Saturday domination for the 99. Rafe Harwood will take the checkered flag and make it 3 motos out of 3 as he takes it easy over the whoops on the way home. He knows there's no point trying to risk it as Daisy Rudd, who didn't get low, she did get lapped actually, but he wasn't 2 laps down. She could have completed 1 more lap, but she saw the check and brought it in. But Rafe Harwood, man oh man, another fantastic ride from him. He has simply been untouchable this weekend and continues to prove that he is the class of the field and one to definitely keep an eye out on in the future.
Absolutely, and an unreal performance from him this week, and the commitment that rider has going around the curves and obviously on the throttle as well. A brilliant performance by that rider.
Race of the day and race number 3 for the Suron Cup here at Mallory Park. It has been a fantastic 29 motos done and dusted, but this is potentially the one that it all boils down to. Only a handful of laps separates us from a nice cold shower, it must be said, but we have saved one of the biggest and the best for the last, the final moto for the Suron Cup, and it is sure to be exciting. Some fantastic battles all throughout the weekend so far, and it is all eyes to this one, of course, with official factory support from Suron, all of the riders on the Hyper-B bikes. 2 races so far, both of them finishing with the same top 2, Paisley Cleft and Hunter Riley, P1 and P2. Moto 2 could have been the other way around, but just a late mistake from Hunter Riley and then almost coming off the bike. It did ultimately cost him. Can he keep his cool? Can he keep his head collected to try and nick one back in the final race of the day and the final, as we mark the halfway point of the weekend as well, 3 out of 6 races, only 3 more to go for Sunday's action, where thankfully it will be a little bit cooler once again. So it is all eyes to Cleft and Riley. Those are the 2 who have been whipping out some fantastic battles for us to watch, and it's a real shame that these races are only 7 laps long, really, because I could sit and watch it for half an hour, like a full-length motocross world championship race. Such is the entertainment we've been getting out of it. But we are ready to go racing in a short moment. There is Jack Ford, series organiser and start gate manager, I suppose we could say, getting ready to send them on their way. Well, there'll be a short moment before they do. Has a few words with some of the marshals and the mechanics before they get underway, and then it'll be time to go racing. And boy, oh boy, this is set to be exciting.
Absolutely. We've got the 269. You can just see on the right-hand side in the white and blue, and on the yellow bike, and on the left you can see that is the 32 of Paisley Cleft as well. So the pink and yellow bike on the left, and the blue and yellow bike second from the cones in the middle. Those are your 2 to watch during this race. Who is gonna get first to the first corner? Let's have a look. So we're just having a couple of words of encouragement, a couple of words as we go. So when his arm goes up, the foot is going to go to the floor. The gate is going to be dropped any second now, and the gate is dropped. Who is going to get there first? It's going to be the number 32 of Paisley Cleft. A brilliant start there as we see Hunter Riley, the 269, just behind, as you would expect this weekend. Both of these riders incredible. Is it going to be Paisley who is going to lead and win this race, or is it going to be the blue and yellow of Hunter Riley wanting that win today? Paisley Paisley has been exceptional today, but the 269 will want that win. He will be absolutely determined to get past Paisley, who is an insanely talented rider as well. Now, coming around the top of the Suron Mountain as well during the Suron Cup. Currently it's very, very dusty everywhere. Us in the comms box are being attacked by wasps as well, it seems, which does not help when commentating. The number 32 now coming over the whoops to end the first lap. 6 laps to go. The 269 right on the back there. A lot of throttle. My word, what a save there from the 269. Trying everything that they can do to get on the back of the 32. Is the 269 going to be able to get past? Trying different lines. Fantastic racing here.
Yeah, really, really close, side by side on the run up Mallory Mountain. Can they hold it steady? They do for the time being. Cleft holds on from P2 as it stands. The 32 just in front of Hunter Riley. These two have been locked together all weekend so far. Are they going to continue this affair as they make their way back down Suron Summit? And looks like Cleft once again slight advantage on this occasion, making their way through K-Tech curve now, almost stopping the bikes. Such is the lack of grip out on the racing surface. Very wide line there from Hunter Riley as they make their way through the loop, start the next lap. The 32 still leads. These two still very, very close together though, making their way through turn 2, then up into turn 3. The Bowl, as it's affectionately named, isn't one of the corners that has an official name, but it's basically been given that one by the team here at Mallory Park. And as they head over the tabletop, slightly better run through there from Hunter Riley than it was from Paisley Cleft. There we see P3. That is the number 29 of Colby Fletcher, who's had a pretty unassuming weekend. Not seen much of him so far, but running some good races, it must be said. Looking set right now to pick himself up a very nice little podium. And as we see, there was a rider down there. And was that one of our race leaders as well? And there's the other one as well. Was that both our race leaders having issues, perhaps? We see there Hunter Riley go down. That's not the first time that's happened this weekend. Was it down for Paisley Cleft as well, or is Cleft still in the lead of this race? No, I think Cleft may have gone down at the top of Mallory Mountain, so I think perhaps Hunter Riley now leads this race.
Crikey Moses, yeah, what a bit of drama. Obviously in bike racing, so often lots and lots of drama happens, and so often has on this. So I think it is the 269. We still have the yellow flags out, so that means no overtaking at this point. The 269, lovely jump there, and let's have a look. I think the 269 does lead this race as well. Yeah, it looks like that is potentially our first place there, or it was our first place. I can't quite tell from this angle, but let's have a look. So 269 is currently, I believe, our race leader at present. Obviously yellow flag conditions at the minute, so it means no overtaking. You do want to slow down. Obviously the 269 does look like they are pushing still quite a bit, coming through the K-Tech curve right now, and it's going to be a very, very interesting end to the race. The 269 with no pressure now, so hopefully can just ride it out to the end as they lap the number 19. I think that was as well a great performance so far from the 269. Lots of great sends, lots of brilliant jumps as well, very controlled as well, going around lots of bumps as we're coming up to, there we go, the yellow flag section as well at the top of the Mallory Mountain, which is very insane. Yes, I think that is Daisy as Paisley Cleft, and it's going to be a red flag, as we just see all of the riders making their way back to the pit lane, as we see the red flag being waved. So hopefully it's not too serious, and we hope Paisley will be back on her feet shortly. So, but apart from that, it's been a very good race so far, obviously, between those two riders, maybe pushing a little bit too much. Obviously it is race 3. This is the point where tiredness does kick in, especially as we know, I mean, it's probably the hottest part of the day now. It's around around 3:15. This is usually when the tiredness kicks in, especially for these young kids as well. I mean, you know, they're anything from 3 years old up this weekend, so I can imagine. I mean, we are sweating here in the comms box, me and Ross, so I can't imagine what the riders are feeling in full gear as well. But apart from that incident, it's been quite an entertaining race so far.
Yeah, it has been very muggy as well, just to touch on the temperature thing as well. And obviously, being with how physical motocross is, it must be really, really tough for all the riders out there. But yeah, very, very entertaining race. Of course, we hope that Paisley Cleft is okay. We'll let you know as soon as we know that everything's all right. But she was having a fantastic battle with Hunter Riley until they went down. So I think, the medics may be going over just to have a check. Of course, a big thank you to the medics and all the marshals for all their hard work this weekend. Of course, we couldn't go racing without them, and they make it as safe as it possibly can be for our young riders. So a huge thank you to all of them for all the effort that they do, as the riders are now making their way back to the holding area. And we are going to wait and see what the plan is moving forward. Of course, this is the final moto of the day, not just for the Suron Cup, but for as well the day's action in general, the final race before we pack up and go home and do it all again tomorrow. So the riders potentially heading back to the paddock. Someone's goggles falling off there on the left-hand side of your picture. So we're just going to wait and see how it's all going to unfold. But still, once again, a very, very interesting race we saw there. We saw, once again, great battle between Paisley Cleft and Hunter Riley. We saw a nice little ride as well for Colby Fletcher. He was running P3 at the time of the red flag, and it was all looking very, very interesting indeed. But of course, we're just waiting to see what we're going to do. But lots of things to talk about in that one. And once again, it was very close between our front two.
Absolutely. I mean, it always is in the Suron Cup. I mean, obviously we've had Hunter Riley, an outstanding rider, as proved in there. Obviously had an incident as well, and he was back, and as we can just see him there at the back of the picture with the blue and sort of green details on his helmet with the blue and yellow bike as well. Obviously, Ethan Rudd as well leading the championship with 247 points. Obviously coming in to this championship as well, as quite a few other riders are behind him as well. Hunter Kirk as well, very impressive speed as well, and sometimes might lose his head a little bit, but I mean, they are just kids at the end of the day, so it's completely understandable there. And it's been a brilliant weekend so far, not just in the Suron Cup, but in all of our championship races. We've had some really impressive proper wheel to wheel races we've had, which is just incredible to watch, especially we're so impressed with these kids being so small.
I mean, the second race that we had slightly earlier on in the Suron Cup was absolutely mega. I mean, a proper motocross race with the two riders, not necessarily wheel to wheel, but just really pushing each other, being a mental game. And you're riding yourself, and you're racing yourself, and as well as the track and all that. As we do see some of the action going on the main circuit just over the wayside. Of course, the BMF Connected event happening this weekend. We're here in conjunction with them as well. If you are here at Mallory Park, do feel free to head down and check out what's going on at the infield of the main circuit. Looks like most of the BMW Isetas. Yeah, we got the Isetta Owners Club here this weekend as part of the BMF event, and apparently they've let them go around the racetrack. I'm not going to lie, I don't know how quick they're going to be going. Probably not very is the answer. I might just have a quick duck out of the commentary box and see if I can have a look. But great to see them going around on the main circuit. So there is action on the main track itself. And again, if you want to head to the infield, there you can see just kind of beyond the awnings and all that, there's lots of things going on down there. Lots of different workshop talks you can have. We've got a race team as well. Oh, and they've got a van going around as well.
Brilliant. Oh, wow, look at them. I do actually have some cool facts about the BMW Isetta as well. These little cars as well. If you do want to come and watch maybe these on track tomorrow as well, look at them. Fantastic. But obviously, if you come down, come and watch the motocross. Is much better. But these cars that you can see, bikes, I'm not actually sure what they are, but they have, listen to this, they have a power spec, 12 horsepower, wow, which is insane, with the 247cc engine, or even, and this is going to be incredible, 13 horsepower with the 300cc as well. So But obviously, as we were mentioning before, we've had obviously the Suron Cup. We've had some great bikes as well, and I think all of the bikes. I don't think we're going to get a restart today, but at least we can leave you with some lovely images as well. But we will be back tomorrow morning with another 30 races as well, and obviously the Suron Cup as well, which will be a fantastic. So that was the end of the Suron Cup today, so we will see you tomorrow.
Well, that is all the time that we have for you today. The action has concluded. Unfortunately, the final race of the day, the third Suron Cup moto, brought to an early conclusion with a red flag. But that doesn't mean it's all done and dusted. Still 3 races to come in every class tomorrow. And of course, so many different things happening here at Mallory Park as well, with the British Motorcycle Federation connected event happening just across the way in the circuit infield, celebrating 65 years of the British Motorcycle Federation. Regardless, thank you very much for joining myself, Ross McIntyre, and Alex Rizzoli alongside me in the commentary box for all of today's action here for the 4th round of the Mallor-E Park Electric Motocross Series here in 2025. The first time it's being broadcast here at round number 4, and it has been a fantastic event so far. Saturday providing some fantastic racing and plenty of interesting talking points looking forward to tomorrow, especially with the tough conditions. A little bit cooler tomorrow, hopefully a bit more wind as well, allows a bit more chill, but we're still expecting it to be very, very warm, the track to be bone dry, dust and grip to be a massive issue. Again, we've seen racing almost become like flat track style today, so could be interesting to see how it all unfolds tomorrow. But until then, that is all that we have time for here today. So thank you very much for joining us here at the 4th round of the 2025 Mallory Park Electric Motocross Series. We'll see you for all of Sunday's action in a bit.